to bring our countries and our citizens ever closer together. You are, as Prime Minister Modi put it, the real engine powering our relationship. Over the last several decades, we have seen a transformation in U.S.-India ties, driven by private sector and civil society leaders like you, by governments of different parties in both of our countries. Today, guided by the vision of President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, the U.S.-India partnership is closer, it's broader, it is more dynamic than it has ever been. And as President Biden said yesterday, we are two great nations, two great friends, two great powers that can define the course of the 21st century. The many deals, the agreements, the exchanges that are coming out of this state visit illustrate just how comprehensive our partnership has become. It reaches quite literally from the seas to the stars, from promoting public health to bolstering peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. And at its heart is our economic engagement between entrepreneurs, investors, researchers, and others that is expanding opportunity for both of our countries and beyond. Together, we are facilitating greater trade and investment, building on what is already a record $191 billion in bilateral trade. We see the mutual benefits of this relationship when Air India purchases 200 Boeing aircraft, supporting over 1 million American jobs in 44 states. And we see it when Boeing, in turn, commits to training Indian pilots and building regional hubs in India. This partnership is also defined increasingly by efforts to advance technology and innovation, 5G, quantum, artificial intelligence, and to ensure that they are shaped by our values. Building on the initiative on critical and emerging technologies that was launched in January, we announced an innovation handshake yesterday to further connect our startup ecosystems. And the landmark agreement to jointly manufacture advanced GE fighter jet engines in India will facilitate greater tech transfer while strengthening our shared security. We're also de-risking and diversifying our supply chains, from Micron investing $800 million to assemble semiconductors in Gujarat, to India joining the Mineral Security Partnership. And that partnership is helping to develop and ensure trusted sources for vital energy minerals. India's Epsilon Carbon is investing $650 million and creating more than 500 good-paying jobs to build electric vehicle batteries here in the United States, the largest ever Indian investment in the U.S. EV battery industry. And of course, we're investing in our people. Our country's education systems have collectively trained the leaders of trailblazing companies in both the United States and India. Infosys, IBM, FedEx. And we're committed to continuing to create new success stories, streamlining visa processes, opening new consulates to facilitate travel, expanding student exchanges, research collaborations, addressing skills gaps, promoting economic empowerment of women, ensuring that all our people have access to opportunity. You know, if we were gathered together 50, 75, 100 years ago, and we were asking ourselves the question, what constitutes the wealth of a nation? Probably the answer you get back then is maybe the size of its landmass, its population, the strength of its military, its abundance of raw materials. And all of those things remain important. But I think what the United States and India recognize powerfully together is that in this 21st century, the true wealth of our nation is our people. And our ability to maximize their potential is what sets us apart. President Biden often likes to say that America can be defined by a single word: possibilities. These past few days have underscored how that spirit of possibility defines now the U.S.-India relationship. Our governments will continue to do our part. But I'm asking all of you in this room to continue to do yours. Forge new ventures and partnerships. Invent game-changing products and services. Create unimagined opportunities. Visit friends and family in India. Host them here in the United States. Maybe even right here at the Kennedy Center. Continue to be that engine powering our progress. If we do all that, I truly believe that the U.S. and India will shape together a more peaceful, a more prosperous, a more connected future. Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome USIS-PF Chairman Emeritus of Cisco Systems, and CEO of JC2 Ventures, Mr. John Chambers.
Thank you, my friends. It is one of the biggest honors of my life today to introduce a leader that I think grasps where the future is and is able to enable a country, partner with other countries, and change the world. I have met probably 40 of the top leaders around the world over 35 years in leadership. And the very first time I met the Prime Minister, he was different. He had an energy that was amazing. He had an understanding of technology and how technology was going to enable a country. And then he did something that is really unusual. He connected a vision to a strategy, to what are the priorities to get it done, to outcomes. And when he outlined his digital India strategy to me and asked for feedback, it was perfect for the future. He based his economy, inclusion of all the people in India, 1.4 billion today, on the ability to bring the power of technology to them, to change their lives, to enable them to participate in what will be the largest economic growth of any country over the next decade. I want to be very upfront. As most of you know, I have been the biggest optimist, the biggest bull on India's future, not in 1 or 2 years, but for the last decade since he came into the leadership. I am the Prime Minister's biggest supporter, and I always have been. Honored to be his friend, but also watch a man who has the ability to outline a strategy and then make it happen. People often ask, what was so unique? What is so unique about this person that changes countries, and I believe will change the world over time? He has an ability to inspire hope, to make us believe on what's possible. He then has the ability to build confidence on what the future can be. Then he is amazingly good on execution and getting his team and other teams to port toward a common goal. And then most important, he gets results. Many in America have a very positive view of India and the Prime Minister, but they really don't understand how far this country's come in the last decade. The country has moved from a very slow follower, where the government was very bureaucratic and very, very slow moving and rigid and not a dreamer, to the most innovative country in the world. It shows up in the economic results, where the country has moved from number 10 in the world to number 5, and as the Prime Minister said, in the next couple of years, number 3. However, I'm usually pretty good at getting market transitions and being accurate on connecting the dots for the future. India will become the number 1 economy in the world. And it will do so under the plans and programs the Prime Minister is putting in place. When you look at really leadership is made up of 3 component parts, in my opinion. It's your currency. It's first about your track record. And the track record of the Prime Minister in India over the last decade is an envy of the entire world, an example and a model for us to follow. Secondly, it's the ability to form relationships. This leader can form relationships with leaders around the world, with Democrats and Republicans. A little bit of Southern humor there. But also, he instills trust. And often when people come together and say, here's what we can do together in the future, it is all about trust. Do you trust me? Do you trust the other side that both of us will deliver? When people ask me that question, I have one simple answer. I would trust this leader with my life. So today you're going to hear one of the great visionaries of the future who also knows how to execute. You're going to hear he'll be very humble. He's a very kind person. But you also hear a vision for what I believe will make India the #1 economy. You're going to hear a vision of how two countries can partner together in a way that no two countries ever have in history to work toward a common goal that will be to the benefit of every one of our citizens in India and in the United States, but also the benefit to the world. It is my pleasure to introduce one of the great leaders in the world, Prime Minister Modi. Please come and address us, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. मेरे मित्र सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन, गवर्नर ऑफ डेलावेयर, congressmen, other elected representatives, my old friend John Chambers, my always great companion, I can say, Mukesh Agiji, industry campaign, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. गुड इवनिंग। अपनी अमेरिका विजिट के दौरान इस कार्यक्रम का मैं बहुत बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहा था। आप सभी अमेरिका की विकास यात्रा के मजबूत स्तंभ है, मजबूत पिलर्स हैं, और इसलिए मैं आपसे मिलना भी चाहता था, आपसे बातें भी करना चाहता था। कांग्रेसमैन हो, बिजनेस लीडर्स हो, डॉक्टर्स हो, इंजीनियर्स हो, साइंटिस्ट हो, दूसरे प्रोफेशनल्स हो, आप सभी अपनी मेहनत से अमेरिका को इस ऊंचाई पर लाए हैं। आप सभी अमेरिकन ड्रीम का हिस्सा है। आपने अमेरिकन ड्रीम को जिया है। आपने दिखाया है कि संकल्प लेकर उसे सिद्धि कैसे पहुंचाया जाता है। मैं आप सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं इस कार्यक्रम में मुझे निमंत्रित करने के लिए। मैं आगे जी का, जॉन का, आप सबका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, मुझे अमेरिका आए 4 दिन हो गए हैं। इन 4 दिनों में मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन समेत बहुत से लोगों से मिला हूं। मेरी कितने ही सीईओज के साथ, यहां के दिग्गजों के साथ मुलाकात हुई है। जिस एक बात ने मुझे सबसे ज्यादा आत्मविश्वास दिया वो है भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप। और मैं बहुत विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, दावे से कह रहा हूं, ये पार्टनरशिप सिर्फ कन्वीनियंस की पार्टनरशिप नहीं है, ये पार्टनरशिप है कन्विक्शन की। ये पार्टनरशिप है कंपैशन की, और ये पार्टनरशिप है एक बेहतर विश्व के लिए शेयर्ड कमिटमेंट की। और इस पार्टनरशिप की बुनियाद, इसकी नींव आप है। अमेरिका के और भारत के नागरिक है। इस पार्टनरशिप की एक और खास बात है, अक्रॉस द पार्टी लाइन अमेरिका में भारत के लिए जबरदस्त समर्थन है। कल अमेरिकी कांग्रेस में जिस तरह बाय पार्टीजन सपोर्ट भारत को मिला है, वो वाकई अभूतपूर्व है। इसलिए मेरा ये विश्वास और गहरा हो गया है कि हमारी पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया का भाग्य बदल सकती है। फ्रेंड्स, हर देश की विकास यात्रा में एक ऐसा टाइम पीरियड आता है जब एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ एक नया लक्ष्य तय करता है। आज भारत भी एक ऐसे ही टाइम पीरियड से गुजर रहा है। कुछ समय पहले ही हमने अपनी आजादी के 75 साल पूरे किए हैं और हमने संकल्प लिया है, मोदी ने नहीं, 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों ने संकल्प लिया है। और ये संकल्प है विकसित भारत का, डेवलप इंडिया का। हम भारत में दशकों से चली आ रही समस्याओं का स्थायी समाधान कर रहे हैं और हम चुनौती को भी चुनौती देते हैं। हम भारत के गरीबों को सशक्त कर रहे हैं, उनके ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहे हैं। 10 साल में भारत, जैसा अभी जॉन ने कहा, दुनिया की 10वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी से 5वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी बन गया है। कोरोना काल में जिस तरह भारत ने इस महामारी का मुकाबला किया, वो भारत के सामर्थ्य को दिखाता है। आप जानते हैं कि आज पोस्ट पैंडेमिक वर्ल्ड में इकोनॉमी, इन्फ्लेशन और सप्लाई चेन क्या हालत है। इन सब के बीच भारत आज 7% से अधिक से भी ग्रोथ लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। और ये ऐसे ही नहीं हुआ है दोस्तों। आज भारत में रिफॉर्म्स का एक अभूतपूर्व दौर चल रहा है। इकोनॉमिक वर्ल्ड के आप लोग जानते हैं कि हाई ग्रोथ, लो इन्फ्लेशन का कॉम्बिनेशन आसान नहीं है। लेकिन आज भारत ये भी करके दिखा रहा है। हम फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रित रखते हुए कैपेक्स में लगातार वृद्धि कर रहे हैं। हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है, फॉरेक्स बढ़ रहा है और एफडीआई का नया रिकॉर्ड बनता चला जा रहा है। पिछले 2-2.5 साल में ही अमेरिकी कंपनियों ने $16 बिलियन से ज्यादा भारत में निवेश किए हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की सफलता का आधार, भारत के विकास की सबसे बड़ी ड्राइविंग फोर्स भारत के लोगों का एस्पिरेशन है। ये अमेरिकन ड्रीम से बहुत अलग नहीं है। आज भारत की जीडीपी में प्राइवेट कंजम्पशन का शेयर 1.5 दशक में सबसे अधिक हो गया है। और जिस बात को लेकर हम सबको समाधान होगा वो है भारत में एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी तेजी से खत्म होती चली जा रही है। भारत में नियो मिडिल क्लास एक ऐसा ब्लॉक है जिसका लगातार विस्तार हो रहा है। भारत के लोगों की यही एस्पिरेशन भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप की सबसे अहम दूरी बनने जा रहा है। इस बहुत बड़े वर्ग की आकांक्षा पूरी करने के लिए भारत जो कर रहा है उसने अमेरिका के लिए भी नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोल दिए हैं। अब जैसे भारत में एविएशन सेक्टर में डिमांड लगातार बढ़ रही है, भारत का डोमेस्टिक एयर ट्रैफिक, हमारा पैसेंजर्स ग्रोथ नया रिकॉर्ड बना रही है। इस डिमांड की पूर्ति के लिए भारत की एयरलाइंस कंपनियां सैकड़ों एयरक्राफ्ट का ऑर्डर दे रही है और इसका लाभ, जैसे सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन ने भी कहा, इसका लाभ यहां अमेरिका की कंपनियों को हो रहा है। यहां भी जॉब्स क्रिएट हो रही है। साथियों, डिफेंस सेक्टर में भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप को मेरी इस विजिट में एक नई ऊंचाई मिली है। कल जब मैंने कांग्रेस में इस बारे में बात की थी तो पूरे सदन में तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रही थी। ये स्वागत हो रहा है। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन की दीर्घदृष्टि, फोरसाइटनेस, पूरा सदन उछल उछल करके बधाई दे रहा था कल। भारत अमेरिका डिफेंस पार्टनरशिप अमेरिका के करीब करीब हर स्टेट के लोगों के साथ एक विशिष्ट प्रकार का नाता बना रहा है। एक मदद का नया एक आयाम खुल रहा है। एरिजोना में बनने वाले अपाचे हेलीकॉप्टर, जॉर्जिया के C-130 के सुपर हरकुलिस, अलाबामा के M-860R हेलीकॉप्टर्स, वाशिंगटन और साउथ कैरोलिना के सिविलियन बोइंग एयरक्राफ्ट, पेंसिल्वेनिया के चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर, ये भारत के साथ ही अमेरिका के डिफेंस और एरोस्पेस सेक्टर को भी मजबूती दे रहे हैं। टेक्सास, न्यू मैक्सिको, नॉर्थ डकोटा और अलास्का को भी भारत की तेजी से बढ़ती इकोनॉमी से मदद मिल रही है। टेक्सटाइल हो, फूड हो या फिर टूरिज्म, करीब करीब हर सेक्टर में भारत के एस्पिरेशंस अमेरिकी अर्थव्यवस्था को ताकत दे रही है। और मुझे एक बात की और खुशी है, भारत की कंपनियां भी अमेरिका में बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स का इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही हैं। भारत की कंपनियां ग्लोबल बन रही हैं। न्यू जर्सी, टेक्सास, न्यूयॉर्क, कैलिफोर्निया, जॉर्जिया, इलिनॉय, मिशिगन, यहां बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय कंपनियां ऑपरेट कर रही हैं। उसमें से कुछ महानुभाव यहां मौजूद भी है। इन सब का फायदा कि यहां की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री अमेरिका के युवाओं को हो रहा है, अमेरिका के किसानों को हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की ये पार्टनरशिप दोनों देशों के हित में है, दोनों देशों के लोगों के हित में भी है। और इसलिए इसको मजबूत करना भी उतना ही आवश्यक है। प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन के नेतृत्व में यहां की सरकार इस दिशा में बहुत बेहतर काम कर रही है। आप देख रहे हैं कि कैसे बीते 3 दिनों में इस पार्टनरशिप को मजबूती देने के लिए कई ऐतिहासिक कदम उठाए हैं। डिफेंस से लेकर एविएशन सेक्टर तक, एप्लाइड मटेरियल से लेकर के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक, आईटी सेक्टर से लेकर स्पेस सेक्टर तक, भारत अमेरिका अब मोस्ट रिलायबल पार्टनर की तरह आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। अब आप सभी साथियों को, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को आगे बढ़कर इस अपॉर्चुनिटी का ज्यादा से ज्यादा लाभ उठाना है। साथियों, भारत के हर डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट में अमेरिकी ड्रीम को और मजबूती देने की क्षमता है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, आज भारत इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर रिकॉर्ड $125 बिलियन से ज्यादा का इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहा है। भारत की इस ग्रोथ स्टोरी में अमेरिका के लिए, आप लोगों के लिए असीम संभावनाएं हैं। आपके लिए ये फर्स्ट एंड फास्ट मूवर एडवांटेज लेने का ये समय है। साथियों, बीते 3 दिनों में मेरी प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन से, यानी एक प्रकार से 3 दिन हमें साथ बिताने का अवसर मिला है। बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक मसलों पर बातचीत हुई है। इन मुलाकातों में भारत अमेरिका के भविष्य को लेकर ठोस बातें हुई हैं। हमने एक स्पष्ट रणनीति पर चलना तय किया है। आज व्हाइट हाउस में हुआ टेक्नोलॉजी हैंडशेक भी दोनों देशों की कंपनियों को, बिजनेस को, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को, इनोवेटर्स को सीधा संदेश है, दिस इज द मोमेंट। दिस इज द मोमेंट। थैंक यू दोस्तों, थैंक यू। भारत अमेरिका की सरकारों ने आपके लिए ग्राउंड वर्क कर दिया है। खेत जोतने का काम हमने कर दिया है। इसमें जो जरूरी होगा वो हम आगे भी करते रहेंगे, लेकिन अब इस ग्राउंड पर खुलकर खेलने और खिलने की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है। और जो खेलेगा वो ही खिलेगा। मुझे विश्वास है आप कोई मौका नहीं छोड़ेंगे, इस अवसर का पूरा लाभ उठाएंगे। और मैं आपको इस बात का भरोसा देता हूं कि आपको भारत में एक बेहतर माहौल मिलेगा, बेहतर अवसर मिलेगा। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस हमारी सरकार का कमिटमेंट है। साथियों, इतिहास साक्षी है कि जब जब भारत मजबूत हुआ है तब पूरी दुनिया का लाभ हुआ है। 100 साल के सबसे बड़े संकट काल में, इस पैंडेमिक में भी हमने यही देखा है। जब दुनिया को दवाइयों की जरूरत थी, भारत ने अपना प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाकर 150 से ज्यादा देशों को दवाइयां भेजी। और वो समय याद कीजिए, घर से बाहर निकलने के लिए भी दुनिया डरती थी। तब दुनिया के 150 देशों को दवाइयां भेजी थी। जब दुनिया को कोरोना वैक्सीन की जरूरत थी, भारत ने अपना प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाकर 100 से ज्यादा देशों को वैक्सीन पहुंचाई थी। हमारा दिल बड़ा है। विश्व शांति के प्रति हमारा कमिटमेंट उससे भी बड़ा है। साथियों, अब इस बात के भी साक्षी हैं कि कोरोना वैश्विक महामारी ने ग्लोबल साइकोलॉजी को कितना नुकसान पहुंचाया है। हर कोई एक दूसरे पर शक कर रहा है। हर देश सोच रहा है कि मुझे जब जरूरत होगी तो कौन सा देश मेरा साथ देगा। यानी कोरोना ने शरीर के साथ ही मन पर भी गहरा आघात किया है। और हमें इस बात को कम नहीं आंकना चाहिए। शंका आशंका के इस दौर में भारत अपने हजारों वर्ष के डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज के साथ आगे बढ़ा है, दुनिया के साथ खड़ा है। साथियों, भारत के पास आने वाले समय की एक और चुनौती का सबसे बड़ा समाधान है। ये चुनौती है एजिंग की। हम इससे इनकार नहीं कर सकते कि एजिंग से सिर्फ मैन पावर ही प्रभावित नहीं होती, बल्कि ये कंजम्पशन, प्रोडक्शन और इनोवेशन को भी प्रभावित करती है। आज भारत दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा युवा टैलेंट पूल भारत के पास है। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्किल और प्रोफेशनल फोर्स भारत के पास है। इसलिए जो भी देश इस समय भारत से जुड़ेगा, उसका उतना ही फायदा होगा। साथियों, आप जानकर के खुशी होगी, भारत कितनी तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है। स्पीड, स्केल। आज भारत में हर सप्ताह एक नई यूनिवर्सिटी बन रही है। आज भारत में हर तीसरे दिन एक अटल टिंकरिंग लैब खोली जा रही है। आज भारत में हर दो दिन में एक नए कॉलेज बन रहा है। आज भारत में हर दिन एक नई आईटीआई की स्थापना हो रही है। आज भारत में हर साल एक नया आईआईटी और एक नया आईआईएम बन रहा है। इन संस्थानों से निकला टैलेंट आज पूरी मानवता की भलाई के लिए काम कर रहा है। आज दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी कंपनियों में, फॉर्च्यून 500 कंपनियों में भारतीय हमें अहम भूमिका में नजर आते हैं। और इस हॉल में भी बहुत से ऐसे महानुभाव मौजूद हैं। मुझे विश्वास है भारत अमेरिकी साझा ड्रीम, भारत अमेरिकी साझा डिटर्मिनेशन 21वीं सदी में दुनिया की डेस्टिनी बदलने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। मैं आपको भारत की इस विकास यात्रा में एक साथ आगे बढ़ने के लिए फिर एक बार आमंत्रित करता हूं। लेट अस कम टुगेदर फॉर अ बेटर वर्ल्ड, बेटर फ्यूचर। लेट अस ग्रो विथ इंडिया। और मैंने एक बार लाल किले से कहा था मेरे भाषण में, और मैंने कहा था यही समय है, सही समय है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साथियों।
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seat.
All right, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's very powerful, a power-packed speech that he gave at that Kennedy Hall for the Indian diaspora. This was certainly a big booster for the Indian diaspora as they've come from far and wide to witness Prime Minister Modi's speech yet again. 9 years after that first grand Indian diaspora event that took place, in fact, in 2014, his visit, we saw the kind of Modi euphoria that happened back in 2014, and now yet again in 2023, Prime Minister receiving this kind of roaring welcome by the Indian diaspora, and he's given quite a spirited speech there, speaking of India's growth, its success story, the fact that India, the youngest country in the world today, is all set to achieve great feats. He's spoken about the Indian diaspora's efforts to build the to build America itself, about the work that the Indians have put in to escalate the success story of the United States. And of course, he's mentioned on the kind of values that these Indians bring to America, almost crediting India for throwing up such intelligent, successful, hardworking people who are now all across the globe. This is the Indian diaspora in the United States who have come by to have this very, to witness this euphoria around Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and of course his speech now, a very spirited one as he speaks on India's growth story and the kind of success that India is due to see. Let's take you through the speech yet again. At the Kennedy Hall, Prime Minister Modi, the Kennedy Center, he speaks with the business leaders, the Indian diaspora at large. I'm going to play that out for you once more.
हम भारत के गरीबों को सशक्त कर रहे हैं, उनके ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहे हैं। 10 साल में भारत, जैसा अभी जॉन ने कहा, दुनिया की 10वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी से 5वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी बन गया है। कोरोना काल में जिस तरह भारत ने इस महामारी का मुकाबला किया, वो भारत के सामर्थ्य को दिखाता है। आप जानते हैं कि आज पोस्ट पैंडेमिक वर्ल्ड में इकोनॉमी, इन्फ्लेशन और सप्लाई चेन क्या हालत है। इन सब के बीच भारत आज 7% से अधिक से भी ग्रोथ लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज भारत में रिफॉर्म्स का एक अभूतपूर्व दौर चल रहा है। इकोनॉमिक वर्ल्ड के आप लोग जानते हैं कि हाई ग्रोथ, लो इन्फ्लेशन का कॉम्बिनेशन आसान नहीं है, लेकिन आज भारत ये भी करके दिखा रहा है। हम फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रित रखते हुए कैपेक्स में लगातार वृद्धि कर रहे हैं। हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है, फॉरेक्स बढ़ रहा है और एफडीआई का नया रिकॉर्ड बनता चला जा रहा है। पिछले 2-2.5 साल में ही अमेरिकी कंपनियों ने $16 बिलियन से ज्यादा भारत में निवेश किए हैं। भारत की सफलता का आधार, भारत के विकास की सबसे बड़ी ड्राइविंग फोर्स भारत के लोगों का एस्पिरेशन है। ये अमेरिकन ड्रीम से बहुत अलग नहीं है। आज भारत की जीडीपी में प्राइवेट कंजम्पशन का शेयर 1.5 दशक में सबसे अधिक हो गया है। और जिस बात को लेकर हम सबको समाधान होगा वो है भारत में एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी तेजी से खत्म होती चली जा रही है। भारत में नियो मिडिल क्लास एक ऐसा ब्लॉक है जिसका लगातार विस्तार हो रहा है। भारत के लोगों की यही एस्पिरेशन भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप की सबसे अहम दूरी बनने जा रहा है। इस बहुत बड़े वर्ग की आकांक्षा पूरी करने के लिए भारत जो कर रहा है, उसने अमेरिका के लिए भी नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोल दिए हैं।
All right, that was Prime Minister's spirited speech there at the Kennedy Center. I'm going to cut across to Geeta Mohan, who's joining us right outside the Kennedy Center. Geeta, another round of speech that Prime Minister has given, this time really listing out India's achievements so far, the roadmap, India's success story, where the country is due to reach in no time, and also credited the Indian community all over the globe for really, building this image of India that it is today worldwide. Tell us more on the kind of euphoria that surrounds Modi's visit and at this Indian Diaspora event.
I want to say thank you to the U.S. Indian Community Foundation.
Well, the people over here are quite excited. They stood in a long queue to come in, went through security. This is an area, Nabila, we're at the Ronald Reagan Center, an area that has been made because the auditorium is not large enough to accommodate everybody. But are you guys excited, even being outside and waiting for Prime Minister Modi to listen to him on the screen? Are you excited?
Yes, we are so excited. I'm coming all the way from Doha,
From Doha?
Doha, from towards Europe, then London, then US, and I was desperate to be in this program. So
All right.
thank God I made it.
What about you? How excited are you? What do you expect the Prime Minister to say when it comes to the Indian community?
Yeah, I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're expecting Prime Minister Modi to provide some details of the conversation with President Biden and the changes that are going to happen in the next few years and strengthen our relationship between India and
Geeta,
America.
if you could hold on for a moment, stay with us for just a moment. I'm going to quickly cut across to Rahul Kanwal, who's also at the Kennedy Center joining us. Rahul, this very spirited speech, Prime Minister Modi really crediting the Indian community for bringing this kind of name and success for India on that global platform. He speaks of India's roadmap, the success story that India is charting out for itself, the youngest country, and a long way to go for us.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that so many members of the Indian American community who've done very well for themselves here in the United States were present at the Kennedy Center for this meeting. And these Indian Americans are really in the propellants of the relationship between India and the US. They're phenomenally successful, those people who are here at the Kennedy Center this evening. And they're beneficiaries of the American dream. And what they see in the Prime Minister is someone who they believe can help set up an equivalent Indian dream. And that, I think, is significant because it gives the India-America relationship more fuel and speaking to American politicians. And they were talking about how there's so much pressure or conversation around India that comes from these 4 million plus Indian Americans who are all politically active. They could be divided amongst Republicans and Democrats in terms of their political support. But in terms of their fondness or fascination for Prime Minister Modi, it's overwhelming. And I think that is the community that the Prime Minister was speaking to this evening here at the Kennedy Center, telling them to come and be part of the India story, saying that this is India's moment, that this is when, sorry, some people just also wanted a selfie while we do this. I'm actually live on TV, yes, if you don't mind. So basically making the point, Nabila, that this is your moment. Don't let the moment go and come and invest in India as quickly as you possibly can. I think there's a rousing reception that the Prime Minister had. Lots of people standing up, applauding a lot of what he was saying. And the other thing that's really interesting, Nabila, is the fact that even youngsters like Nikhil Kamath, he was in 5 meetings with the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister was the one doing most of the talking. He said, dude, I'm tired. I need to sleep. I need a break. I want to go to London. I need to just, relax after what's happened over the past 48 hours. And the Prime Minister, the moment somebody says this, it seems like, oh, this is some kind of unbhakti or just unnecessary fandom towards the Prime Minister. But this is a real aspect of the Prime Minister's being, his ability to maintain the schedule. Just after the Kennedy Center reception has just gone over, he came out, met people who were here at the back. This is the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts, a stunning venue. He'll now be going to the next Diaspora event where he'll be meeting members of the Indian American community. And from there, right away, that same night to Egypt, where he has a whole different schedule packed up. If somebody thinks this is just common or this is not something which is, something that should be highlighted, I think that is very unfair because this is quite remarkable what we're seeing. It's not common. It's quite uncommon and it's quite remarkable.
I don't think there's a concept of jet lag for the Prime Minister. All of us could get tired. We're working through the night, Rahul, to cover this very euphoria that we see there in the United States over Prime Minister Modi's visit. It's tiring as it is, but Prime Minister seems as spirited, energetic, and on point with his speech, even while he spoke, crediting the Indian diaspora, the kind of roadmap that India is charting out for itself. And this really is such a moral booster for the Indian community in the United States as of now. They've come from far and wide. We heard Geeta speaking to some of them. They've really come driven hours to just be part of this event and get one look and listen to Modi live.
And it's the nasty or negative way to describe it is that most of these are upper caste Hindus, and therefore very naturally the constituency of the BJP, they're the ones who in larger numbers have migrated abroad, and therefore if we poll upper caste Hindus in any state, there's a chance that disproportionately will support Prime Minister Modi. That's the negative way of looking at it. But the positive way is that these are also beneficiaries of the American dream. They've come here, they've worked hard, they made a name for themselves, and they like that in their home country, there be an ecosystem which enables similar success, which is why they believe in the men, which is why they're making the effort that they are, and which is why they've come the distance that they have from California, from Texas, from all over, from far distances, to be a part of this moment and to give back in some way. To give back in some way. You think of this also, in part, as being their mission. They want to give back to the India story, and they believe he's the man who can deliver.
Tell
us. This stuff, we heard from John Chambers, former head of Cisco. He's one of the organizers of this function. He was introducing the Prime Minister. He said that in years to come, he thinks of India as becoming the #1 economy in the world, and that is still some distance away. But that's the confidence which is being exuded, and is often the case. Waiting for the stars will possibly hit the treetop, and then one of the things the Prime Minister highlighted was that when he started out, India was number 10 in a couple of years, by 2027 to 8, India could potentially be number 3. And number 3, the PM said, it's taken a lot of effort to make this happen. And in the next few years, he thinks that some of the effort that's being made in a structural way will start seeing results.
Rahul, absolutely. India is right now on its way up and possibly even taking China's place entirely. This is India's moment, no doubt, and Prime Minister Modi asserting that on that stage. But the place you're at, what exactly does the audience comprise of? Who are these people who've been given this very special invite? We believe that this is a much sought-after event. A bunch of them who've really waited for hours or days to manage a ticket and travelled. Geeta brings us people who've travelled all the way from London, Europe, to come for this very Diaspora event.
Oh, absolutely. These are highly successful businessmen, CEOs who are here to listen to the Prime Minister. And you're right, it is a very sought-after ticket. It's a very tough to come by ticket. And these are also people who, like, for example, this afternoon I was at the Diaspora event. These are members of the Indian Diaspora who've set up their own organization. And talking to them, these are people who've done really well for themselves in the US. And talking to them, I got the sense that they want to contribute that in some way. They think that, India could do and should do much more than it has done in the past. And they're really trying to make a difference. They're very, very charged up. If these people were the voters of India, obviously they're not, but if they were, Prime Minister Modi will win by a landslide majority next year. But that's not the only India. This is not, it's not just rich, it's not just affluent, it's not just Indian American. There's a real election out there. But this would give the Prime Minister some confidence as he goes back. We are speaking to Ian Bremmer at the Eurasia Group, top risk expert, top American political scientist. He said that this is the most successful bilateral meeting that President Biden has had. These are people who track American politics. Here, when Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State, is speaking, and even the Prime Minister, talking about India and America being the defining relationship of the 21st century. Now, those are healthy words. And of all the countries that America has relationships with, if they think that the one with India is special and they're investing their equity, they're investing their capital, that is a very significant achievement that the Prime Minister will be leading with when he takes off from DC for summit.
Rahul, sure, there is an election in India that is independent of all this frenzy outside, but at the end of it, this kind of craze that we see all the way from 2014, when Modi addressed the diaspora, Indian diaspora, with nearly 20,000 people in New York's Madison Square Garden, all the way to 2023, something like this cannot be staged managed. This kind of love and craze for him is authentic.
No, far from being staged managed, the fact is that these are people who come by spending their own hard-earned money. They've taken time off. Some of them were here for a couple of days. You don't just do that. Many of them are businessmen. You don't just do that for no reason. They obviously believe in the man. They believe in what he's saying. And they think that by being here, they're showing their support to the Prime Minister. And more importantly, their support to the India story, which is why they're here. These are things we cannot, as we said, stage manage. You can get a couple of hundred people, sure. That can be organized. But given the distances that these people have traveled, given the kind of people that these are, that's not easy to pull off. And also remember, each one of them, in some way, oftentimes is influential in their own local community. So they have American politicians who, they vote as for and stuff. There is funds for some of these American politicians. And a lot of what they're telling here, what they're telling us here, is also what they tell those American senators and congressmen, which is also one of the reasons why in the joint session of the US Congress yesterday, we saw the kind of applause and the kind of adulation that we did, not from members of the Indian American community. I mean, that was they were in the gallery up above the Congress, but amongst the senators and the congressmen, and some of whom I was speaking to some of the Washington embassy officials, and they were pointing out images of senators and congressmen being very critical of some of the past actions of the Prime Minister and of the Modi government, and who seemed very enthused to come out and take selfies, get an autograph, etc. So maybe he's won some friends and influenced some people while he's been here in DC.
Rahul, at this point, we're seeing the United States, of course, wanting to ink many deals with India, and those talks have already happened, defense, bilateral talks and whatnot. But the business community at large, some of them who you've spoke to as well, post this event, post Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the United States and his chat with a bunch of business leaders, do you think, or do you see doors opening up to a stream of companies now flowing into India?
But it doesn't work like that, Nabila, as you know well. This is all talk. Ultimately, any company that wants to invest will do a full evaluation of whether that investment will have the right kind of return on capital employed. All the matrices that they need to be looking at before taking the call will be evaluated. Money doesn't move on top. Money moves when there is belief that the rate of returns justify the investment. And I think which is why one of the things that's being attempted is to create an enabling framework, create an ecosystem which allows these American companies to come in, have a good experience, invest in the India story and actually benefit, because then one becomes a bellwether for the other and others jump in and will do the same by being part of the same bandwagon, which is why the micron investment in semiconductors in Gujarat is so significant, because if that investment is successful, then it kind of encourages other companies to do it. Governments can't move money for private companies. Those companies can, which is also why so many CEOs have been met. Just before he came here, he met with the CEO of Alphabet, Sundar Pichai. He met with the Amazon CEO. He met with the Boeing CEO. So he's really, apart from meetings, the congressmen and senators, really trying to convince America into this is the moment. This is when you must invest in the India story. There is a global tailwind on account of the fact that companies are looking beyond China, but just that factor itself is not enough, because there are other countries trying to get this money as well. The countries like Indonesia, countries like Vietnam, they're trying to get companies to come to them. So it's a global contest, and the Prime Minister is doing what he does best, be the best salesman for the India story, which is kind of what he's trying to do over the past 3 days, first in New York and now in DC.
Absolutely, but India's sheer scale, the numbers, I think we're certainly hoping for the best. Final word, Prime Minister Modi is going to be having another meeting with the Indian diaspora. Rahul, if you could tell us the final event as he ends this US tour today.
Oh, that's true. And just imagine, we just wrapped up this long address, and you have another one to go to. I mean, this is quite, that'll be different. There'll be more Nach Gana Tamasha over there. This is very proper. They've got their suits on, many in their luxuries. So this is a very different kind of event. I mean, this is the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. Let me just turn the camera around while you have it and show you what's happening. This is where some of the greatest musicians, greatest operas perform. So this is a very different kind of event from the one that you're about to see, which is where my colleagues Geeta Mohan and Shweta Singha, and they'll take you through that's a different kind of audience. I suppose that will be a different kind of speech. This was more about trying to attract investment, trying to get all these CEOs charged up about investing in India, so moving from top to action. That's what the Prime Minister focused on. That'll have a different vibe, that'll have a different energy. It's not going to be Madison Square Garden, but it's going to be on similar lines, but at a much smaller scale.
All right, Rahul, thank you very much. I'm going to let you go enjoy some time out in your time in the United States on the final day of Prime Minister Modi's visit. Thank you very much. Well, those are the images that came in from a little earlier with Prime Minister addressing that huge crowd, the Indian diaspora who've come in from far and wide just to hear Prime Minister Modi speak, a huge moral booster for that Indian community who Prime Minister, like he says, has worked really hard to achieve that American dream, which the Prime Minister called, in fact, an Indian dream. This is nothing short of an Indian dream of the Indian community moving to different parts of the globe and making the country so proud. Well, we hear the Prime Minister is now going to be meeting with the Indian diaspora at another event. This is also going to be an event where you have invite-only guests who will be arriving, and all the top business leaders and honchos who will be meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Is he expected to speak or not? Geeta Mohan is joining us to give us a little more on that. Geeta, would you tell us, Prime Minister Modi's event just took place here. We heard him speak at that Kennedy Center where he addressed the Indian diaspora. We believe there's another event now to follow where he's going to be meeting with more people of the Indian diaspora. Is he going to be speaking there as well? How is this? Give us the plan of this last leg of his event, of his tour.
Well, the fact that he's meeting Indian diaspora in every meeting that he's going to, where the themes are different, Nabila, goes to show the kind of contribution the Indian community has made in America and American society, American economy. Over here, we are looking at the Indian diaspora event where the theme is Indian diaspora's contribution to America and to Indian-American relations. Sir, if I could come to you. You've been waiting over here. We know that it's going to take a while for Prime Minister to come, and everybody's waiting patiently. Are you excited?
Yes. It is actually a truly unique event, and we are very excited to welcome Prime Minister Modi to the United States. Yes.
Okay. A lot of others over here, but it's not absolutely crowded because this is not the auditorium where the event is taking place. The auditorium where the event is taking place is behind the wall over there. But let me go across to the ladies who were waiting a long time to speak to us, and we did not go to them. So I'm just walking across to the ladies who waited a while. Ladies, can you just get up now and start talking as to how excited are you for being over here? And you've waited long for Prime Minister Modi. So how excited are you?
We are very excited. We were here yesterday. We've been here since last 2 days. We're from Illinois, Chicago.
Oh, you're not from DC?
No, we're from Chicago. Just came to see the Modi.
Okay. So you travel every time Prime Minister Modi comes, or is this the first time?
This is the first time for us to come to see Modi. Okay. So we were so exciting to done that.
And what about you? Where are you from?
We from Chicago.
All of you are from Chicago. So the ladies are here from Chicago, waiting for the Indian Premier. What do you want Prime Minister Modi to say in terms of the connect between India and US through the diaspora?
We would like to make him connected, just make more connecting, more merge to the India and US.
What about you?
Same thing, and technology-wise and everything for the new generations. We want him to move. He, as what he's doing a very good job for everyone. We want him to be out in 2024.
Okay. So they're not only talking about the contribution of the Indian diaspora when it comes to India-America ties that has been there so far. Now the conversation also has moved to the next generation. Speaking of the next generation, let's talk to a few people over here. Are you from DC?
No, we are from Fairfax, Virginia.
Okay, from Virginia.
Yeah.
Not so far away. But are you excited? Is this the first time that you've come to an event of Prime Minister Modi?
Yeah. I mean, actually, we've seen him day before yesterday near the hotel.
Uh-huh. Oh, you were there? Yeah. So we all got drenched together outside the hotel? Okay.
Yeah. But it's been an honorable experience altogether, meeting him, seeing him and everything.
Did you get to shake hands with him outside the hotel?
I shake hand with the Prime Minister after full drenching in the rain.
Uh-huh.
So we were excited at the time. So
After meeting, we were all so excited, and we got videos of the Prime Minister, and now we are lucky to got the passes here.
Okay, but you're not going to the main auditorium because that would be full. Is that disappointing, or you're still happy that you're here? You're going to see him on the big screen?
Really happy. At least we got here.
Okay.
So
all right. Happy that at least they're here. The room is not completely packed, but the auditorium, we're told, was registered, and there was overwhelming registration, which is why there is a spillover. Although this auditorium was also not a very big one. It's a smaller one, smaller capacity, but nonetheless, you're seeing a lot of people travel from various parts of the United States of America just to come over here. Sir, how excited are you that Prime Minister Modi is going to be here? Any expectations from the Indian Premier when it comes to what he's going to say and his address?
I think we're just all very excited about the visit, the budding and growing and strengthening of the relationship between India and the U.S. and where that relationship can go, both in the defense and technology and people-to-people exchanges.
Okay. And what about you, sir?
Yeah, this is quite historic. I mean, he's been here before, but I think the relationship is at a new frontier, and I think we can do much with it.
Okay, much more to achieve. The relationship has hit a new frontier, and we are seeing kids over here say no, they don't want to come on TV, but certainly they've waited long enough. You don't see them patiently wait this long, but over here they are waiting. What about you? You excited? Are you from DC?
We are from California.
So you flew from West Coast to East Coast?
Yes.
Just for this event?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, because we are excited about how Modi and Biden are meeting together, and this is something not happens every day, and we are proud of our country.
They're proud of our country meaning India, or our country meaning America?
India, from where we are belong, and this country as well, where we are now citizens. Yeah.
Okay. And what about you?
So we are from the Bay Area, California, and this is a very amazing moment because the state dinner is happening for the second time for an Indian Prime Minister. This pulls everybody into this great city of Washington, where we have been for the first time in several years. We've been in US since over 20 years now.
Were you there in on the South Lawns when the ceremony? You were there as well?
Yeah, we were there.
So you actually traveled for the state visit.
Correct.
And you've covered the state visit like us.
Yes.
Okay. It's not just us who have traveled all the way to the United States of America to cover Prime Minister Modi's visit. There are people over here who have traveled far and wide to just come to Washington, D.C., or for that matter, New York, only to attend and be a part of the celebrations. So that's a very different new. We have seen in the past as well, people traveling from within. But this time around, when I talk to people, there are quite a few who have traveled from outside of the United States of America. One gentleman said Doha. There was another one who said London. A group of... So, all right, why are you here?
I'm honored to be here to see Modi. I mean, he's such an inspirational leader, especially compared to the leadership we have today. I mean, it's amazing to hear him speak, and it's more importantly, it's amazing to hear others speak about him because they do so with extreme reverence, and that is very rare in America these days.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do you have friends, Indian friends, who told you that there's an event happening? How did you?
This is my Indian friend Nanda.
Okay. And you informed him about the event?
Yes,
and so he turned up?
See, he wanted to meet Modi. I told him you have two choices. Either you go to India and meet him. I can take him to his house or office, have one-on-one. Or you try here. There's a 50-50 chance because there are 10,000 people ahead of you. You either get in a line here or let's go to India. And we will make sure...
Okay, there are a lot of people who say that one-on-one with Prime Minister Modi might not always be actualized, but the fact is that this talks about accessibility as well, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi does meet a lot of the people from the Indian diaspora. In fact, when he's meeting, he actually sometimes, the people he knows, he inquires about them, or if the spouse is not present, he'd inquire why the spouse is not present. So another group of people over here, let's just go across to. So you're here from DC, or are you also traveling from someplace else?
We're here from DC. We're locals.
Okay. And you wanted to be part of the event. Why so? What is it that you want Prime Minister Modi to speak about?
We want to speak about his vision. He already has done so much, but I'm sure he's thought of the next 10 years or 20 years hence, and it would be so nice to see what else he has in mind to take everyone with him.
I suppose the music has become very loud. If you could just push a little, move a little away from the speakers, that should help. Now, so yeah, what were you saying?
We being a scientist, and we see the progress, the science and technology, how Modi ji is really envisioning the future of India, because science and technology is very essential for the progress and economy. So Modi ji is doing fantastic things, and we wish he can do further, and looks like he's already having all this signed up, and kind of a cooperation with the USA in science and technology that can bring the fantastic future.
So it's not just the Indians over here. We've had a very important and a special guest. We spoke to a while ago, Mary Miliband, a singer who has been a part of a lot of state visits with the White House. And today, this evening, she will be singing the Indian national anthem over here in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A rare honor again. But it's not just the national anthem. She sung for us. Listen in to this lovely aarti that she sang. Here is one of the chief guests at the Indian Diaspora event, singer Mary Miliband. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. What you are going to do is special. She is going to sing the national anthem, the Indian national anthem, in front of the entire audience. How excited are you for being here?
Well, first let me say hello to all the India Today audience. Namaste. I'm so excited to be here. It's such a great honor to be a part of the Prime Minister's historic state arrival visit. I've had the great pleasure to sing our national anthem, the American anthem, for 4 consecutive U.S. presidents. But this is probably, I'll tell you, this is icing on the cake to be here tonight to celebrate the Prime Minister and to raise the Indian national anthem. An anthem and a song that I personally have come to love, and certainly that is very meaningful to all of your audience and so many.
So Mary, I've learned from somebody that you really practice your Hindi. How did that come about?
Well, I give a lot of credit to my great Hindi coach, Dr. Mokshraj, who's based in Rajasthan. We met during 2020 a year when we were preparing for some performances, and he's really, I tell you, my love for the language, my love for the culture, I give Dr. Mokshraj a lot of credit.
All right. And what do you make of the buzz, the Indian community? Have you ever seen a world leader come to the United States of America and get this kind of a welcome?
Well, I've been fortunate to be involved in a lot of state arrival visits for multiple administrations, but I have to say this particular week for the Prime Minister has been truly just beautiful and remarkable to see all of the love for the Prime Minister, certainly what he is doing in India, but certainly his leadership as it relates to the U.S.-India relationship. And so I have certainly been honored to be a part of this week, and it's going to be a beautiful night in celebration of the Prime Minister and certainly of a country and of people that I love.
All right. And you also performed yoga right beside the Prime Minister.
Yes.
How was that?
Well, I was a little intimidated. I said, the Prime Minister is quite fit. And so I need to go take a few more classes to probably keep up with the Prime Minister. But we had a wonderful time. It was such a historic day, certainly, for International Yoga Day. I want to thank the ambassador for her wonderful invitation. And it was a joy to share that moment with the Prime Minister.
So you have traveled to India.
I have.
Tell your American friends, why should they be traveling to India, which is what Prime Minister Modi always asks.
I tell you, India is such a special place, and I hope that every person watching that lives in the United States or across the world go visit India. There's so much of who we all are in the context of humanity has origins in India. And so my experience in India was just truly memorable. It was remarkable to finally experience the culture, the people, the wonderful cuisine, and I tell you, and the patriotism. I loved being in India during the time of the anniversary because you saw love of country and love for freedom fighters and the patriotism at its highest. And so I really enjoyed being there during that time.
But you're also learning Indian music.
Yes.
So before I let you go, you will have to do a little bit for us and the audience watching back home.
Okay, just a little bit. You're going to sing it with me, right?
No, no, not at all. So if you have Mary Miliband over here, it's it's not possible for anyone else to really sing along.
A song that you grew up learning
and singing, but I'd suggest you sing and let the world see how Americans and people across the world are now taking to Indian classical or Indian bhajans for that matter.
So, Om Jaya Jagadish Hare, Swami Jaya Jagadish Hare, Bhakta Jano ke Sankata, Das Jano ke Sankata, Shana me Dura Kare, Om Jaya Jagadish Hare, Om Jaya Jagadish Hare.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you.
All right, that was so lovely. Milben was going to be singing right at this very Ronald Reagan Center, the business center, where Prime Minister Modi will be arriving. In fact, this is going to be the last and final event, the last leg of the Prime Minister's state visit to the United States. Geeta Mohan is still with us. Geeta, what a lovely, voice that lady has, Milben, who's going to be singing. Tell us a little more about this kind of honor that Prime Minister Modi gets with performers. They're performing every day for all of the state events that have been organized. He has one performance to greet him. How many world leaders really are awarded this kind of reception? Really?
Well, the fact that she sang so beautifully, she insisted that I sing, and I knew that that's not going to happen. But the fact that she sang that beautifully and is so inspired by India, not new, Nabila, it's not a new feature. There are many people who've been inspired for years, for decades, and have been learning Indian classical. But to see Mary Miliband sing so nicely and so beautifully, I look forward to the national anthem that will be sung in the auditorium inside. But people over here, if you see, if I could ask Kirpal to show, now this entire hall is filling up. There are a lot of people over here who you can see have now joined in over here. Let's talk to a few youngsters. If you could get up and just join me in a conversation. How excited are you? Are you here with your parents? Come on in. You here with your parents?
Yeah, here with my parents. We're super excited. Just such a momentous occasion, and we're here to commemorate it and be here in person for it.
Are you from DC?
I'm from Baltimore, originally from Boston.
Okay, and not so far away. But did you insist that you wanted to come over here? Did you ask your parents that I want to go and attend the event myself?
Absolutely. They said they were going, and I was like, Ma, you have to take me to this. And after a while, they relented. So yeah, I'm here. My friend is here.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from Buffalo.
Okay. And did you also insist? Did you tell him that if you guys are going, that I also should be a part of the...
Well, it was just kind of an invite, so I was like, yeah, sure, I'd love to go.
Okay.
And
is this the first time that you're looking at and seeing the diaspora, the Indian community like this come together?
Yeah, for me, yes, I would say so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see everyone together here.
And do you think that this really helps, this a diaspora event, the way it's done when Prime Minister Modi comes to show the India connect, that you're connected to a land far away?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because right now we're going from just India to like a global stage, so it's nice to see that everyone's connected at like such a big level, you know.
And are there more conversations now with your friends in college and school about India? Are they more curious?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And, we're not shy about it. We hype India up. We talk about how it's coming up globally. We talk about the economy, how India is doing so much for the environment, for climate change, how Modi's pushing that forward at the United Nations, at the G20 summit. So, yeah, we have conversations all the time at this point. And it's amazing to see India's come up and how the United States is finally recognizing that.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's go forward and see there's a group of people over here as well. You guys weren't here when we were talking to others over here, but is it a very important moment for all of you who are here?
Absolutely, it is an once in a lifetime event and a great moment. And Modi ji ko milna, it's a great opportunity.
Sure. Then why aren't we showing some enthusiasm? Why is the spirit so low?
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Modi, 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 you from?
I am from Virginia.
Okay.
And we are the one of the culture. This is a.
So you're all traveling down to DC?
Yes, the 4 people is volunteers. Since 2 months we are doing a lot of work, and I'm in the cultural and she's also cultural. We are in main group also. We are, doing estimated how many people the
Also, you're
band.
part of the organizers, the team and all, and organizing.
Also because that one side एक तरफ से भारत का और दूसरा तरफ से अमेरिकन का.
कैमरा में दिखाइए ठीक से. Okay, so they're all making a lot of these little souvenirs and mementos that I'm sure a lot of people will carry home. Flags of India and America we've seen through and through this state visit, not just from the street lining of flags, which is an honor accorded only to leaders who are given a state visit. From there on, I've seen India and America, the Indian and American flags fly high together on various occasions. How excited are you? You look quite well turned out for the event. So, is this a very important day for the Indian community? He does this very often, but is this a very significant, important day this time around?
Absolutely. I don't think we have ever seen such kind of turnout from an Indian American community. I flew from Boston at 3 a.m. in the morning, leaving my kids. So it is definitely a big moment for all of us, for me, my family back in India, back here. So I think we have never seen such a good turnout. We are dressed up like, it's a wedding, and that just shows that how excited we are. I think we're just waiting for him to speak and share his heart with us, and I think we're all waiting for all that moment.
But is there also the importance, the theme this time around is the contribution of Indian community to America, to American society. Is that something that's very significant in terms of how America is looking at the Indian community and how the Indian community has become a big part of the American society?
So what I think is Modi's visit gives more opportunities for Indian investors over here. That ties the bond more stronger. That is where I think people come together. We all are from different places. We may not know them before, but this is an opportunity for us to come together, discuss, talk. We may not even know other person in the table, but this gives them a good opportunity, and that gives more importance for our community to grow in the US.
Again, a very important. Sir, do you have something to say? Sure.
Started about 30 to 40 years ago.
Sorry, wait.
As people migrated.
No, you'll have to start over.
Oh, the movement started about 30 to 40 years ago, where all the bright Indians came to US. And now you see Microsoft, you see Alphabet, all these are being headed by Indians. So the stage has been set, and it's kind of culminating with Modi coming on to take us to the next level. Okay. It's going to be a leapfrogging into the next century with Modi at the head.
See, what they are saying, Nabila, is exactly what has happened over here. The tech handshake, the CEO roundtable or meetings that Prime Minister Modi held in itself goes to show the significance the two administrations attached to how business communities, how the tech community has really brought India and the United States of America very, very close. Now, it is very important to see over here and note that there are a lot of Indians in the Silicon Valley, in the technology and software sector. In fact, the leading faces of the tech industry in America are actually Indian, or software and technology sector are actually of Indian origin. And that certainly plays very well into what India wants to achieve with America on the tech front, on the software front. So this emphasis over here that people are talking about, business communities coming together in itself is quite significant. Yet another table over here. We see this time around we're also seeing a lot of youngsters who've turned out. Are you from DC?
No, I'm from New York.
From New York. So you traveled all the way to DC for the event?
Yes, I did.
Why?
I'm here with family, actually.
Okay. And any expectations from the event, from Prime Minister Modi, because the theme is, and the thrust is, Indian community?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that both countries, United States and India, are positioned in a global stage where a strategic partnership would be very beneficial for both countries. So I'm really glad that this is happening, and everyone in both countries they're very excited.
Okay. So out here at the Reagan Center, we have a lot of people who have come and are waiting patiently for
the event due to start.
Address. But the main address is going to happen in the auditorium, and there are going to be performances as well, Nabila.
All right, what time is the event due to start, Geeta? And is this another round of talk that Prime Minister will be delivering?
Well, he will certainly be addressing the gathering over here. It was to start around 7 p.m. But it is yet to begin. We know that the SPG officials had gone in and there was a security drill, and they had exactly told. There you go. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. वाह, आपने तो यहाँ पे माहौल बना दिया। आपने तो यहाँ माहौल बना दिया।
वो बनाना पड़ेगा। मोदी जी आए, you get energized. He is such a great personality that he has changed my life personally, because after he getting elected for the Prime Minister, I entered into the social service, and I am getting a chance to serve my Matrubhumi and Karmabhumi. So I've been doing a lot of volunteers. I'm grateful to my wife. She takes care of kids, and I do a lot of volunteering. Dhanyavad Modi ji, you are Karma Yogi. We are proud of you. Long live for 100 years.
We are always there for you, Modi ji. We want you again to be our motherland's PM in 2024.
Yay! See, a lot of people have been saying that.
We came all the way from California. We are supporters of Modi. We are both from Assam.
You're from Assam.
From Himanta Das area, and
it's a pride for us to be here and hearing Modi ji speak.
Modi ji has taken these India-American.
Nabila, that's also very interesting. The moment they hear that the Prime Minister is coming or the event is going to begin, you'll see the people over here, some of them start chanting Modi, Modi or whatever in terms of hailing Indo-US ties. So an interesting moment, a historic moment only for the fact that this was a state visit, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi had very important engagements, apart from the fact that yes, he reserves the best for the last, which is the Indian diaspora. That is something very close to his heart, and something that he has made a part of every foreign tour that he embarks upon, especially where there are Indian community involved.
Sure. Well, Prime Minister has just addressed another round of the Indian diaspora a little earlier to this at the Kennedy Center, where there were a good bunch of people to hear him speak, and this is exactly what his talk was all about, a very spirited one, speaking on India's roadmap and its journey to success.
हम भारत के गरीबों को सशक्त कर रहे हैं, उनके ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहे हैं। 10 साल में भारत, जैसा अभी जॉन ने कहा, दुनिया की 10वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी से 5वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी बन गया है। कोरोना काल में जिस तरह भारत ने इस महामारी का मुकाबला किया, वो भारत के सामर्थ्य को दिखाता है। आप जानते हैं कि आज पोस्ट पैंडेमिक वर्ल्ड में इकोनॉमी, इन्फ्लेशन और सप्लाई चेन क्या हालत है। इन सब के बीच भारत आज 7% से अधिक से भी ग्रोथ लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज भारत में रिफॉर्म्स का एक अभूतपूर्व दौर चल रहा है। इकोनॉमिक वर्ल्ड के आप लोग जानते हैं कि हाई ग्रोथ, लो इन्फ्लेशन का कॉम्बिनेशन आसान नहीं है, लेकिन आज भारत ये भी करके दिखा रहा है। हम फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रित रखते हुए कैपेक्स में लगातार वृद्धि कर रहे हैं। हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ रहा है, फॉरेक्स बढ़ रहा है और एफडीआई का नया रिकॉर्ड बनता चला जा रहा है। पिछले 2-2.5 साल में ही अमेरिकी कंपनियों ने $16 बिलियन से ज्यादा भारत में निवेश किए हैं। भारत की सफल.
All right, that's Prime Minister Modi as he spoke at the Kennedy Center. But this is Ronald Reagan Center that's all readied for Prime Minister Modi to arrive. This is a sought-after event, invite-only. A good bunch of Indian Americans who've landed up at that event. Inside that hall, there are a lot more people who are waiting outside the auditorium. Not everyone gets an entry here. Geeta Mohan joins us right from that venue. Geeta, give us a sense of what's going to be on schedule today at this very center, the Ronald Reagan Center. What is expected? Prime Minister is going to have another speech. He's going to be delivering another talk right at the fag end of his tour.
Well, Nabila, it is a very important moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has indeed arrived, and Prime Minister Modi has arrived. He is inside the auditorium, we're being told, and there are photographs that are being taken with the volunteers. So in a very systematic way, what is happening is they're lining up, queuing up and taking photographs with the Prime Minister. That's happening inside the auditorium. So we are being told that the Prime Minister has arrived and the security drill is over. They were told exactly where to stand, when to stand and how to. So all that is taking place right now. The screen over here shows nothing is because there were lovely performances taking place ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit, his entry into the auditorium. And as soon as Prime Minister Modi entered the center, the Ronald Reagan Center, the live feed from inside the auditorium has stopped. If I could ask Kirpal to just show, that's the screen where these people over here who have been now made to sit in the atrium area are going to watch Prime Minister Modi from. So the Indian Premier is at the Ronald Reagan Center and he is now interacting with the Indian diaspora inside, particularly those who are involved in organizing of this event. Volunteers, he always does that, takes photographs. So that photographs session is taking place right now. It's underway, and in some time from now you'll see the entire event begin.
Give us some voices, bring us a sense of what's expected, Geeta. You know, this very visit of the Prime Minister is a state visit. It's an official one. So all his other visits to the United States so far, we've seen him addressing the diaspora events, which was independently organized by the Indian community there. But this comes as a state visit, and that attaches a lot more significance when it comes to both the ties between the two nations. Also given a level up for the Indian community there, isn't it? We heard the voices. We'd like to hear more on how they feel Modi's visit this time, a state visit, a formal visit here, really pushes their image, or how does it really build their image as an Indian community in the United States?
Fifth row. Well, that's right, Nabila. Like we have been speaking to various people behind me and interacting with them. In some time from now, we will go back to them. But the fact is that it is an important and a very significant evening for the diaspora. They also not only there was a lot of planning involved. There always is, but the fact that there are so many people who volunteered to work on this event from various parts of the country, and then the fact that they actually traveled and have stayed on for the past 3 days, most of them will be going back over the weekend, in itself goes to show the dedication that you see now of the Indian community towards a diaspora event. We do know that the previous prime ministers also have interacted with the diaspora and the community, but they always used to be very small in number. Very important interaction and and exchanges, but nonetheless very small. The scale and the magnitude of events that are held now certainly has changed the way the Indian community, particularly the younger generation, Nabila, the second and third generation of Indian Americans were not this connected as you see some of the youngsters over here are. They're very connected. They want to talk about India, like one of the youngsters was saying. They hype up India. They talk about the contribution India makes, and that change you're seeing in the younger lot. So you've been waiting patiently to listen to the Prime Minister. How long have you been here, and did you have to wait in the queue a long time?
Yes, I've been here since 2 o'clock.
Oh, since 2 p.m. you've been outside, and then to come here to be the first one to come in?
Yes, and I was here yesterday helping them, putting all the flyers and all that. So it's been 3-4 days I've been coming here and being a volunteer.
And are you from DC?
No, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
So you've also traveled all the way from Texas only for the Diaspora event?
Only for this, only to support Mr. Modi.
Okay, and did you also get to go take a photograph, so on and so forth, with the Indian Premier?
I just did.
Okay, then explain. Will you please stand up, sir? Explain to us what happened inside, because we have no visuals and we don't have any. Please come on in, sir. We have no visuals and we don't know exactly what happened. So what is happening inside right now?
Well, they have 8 booths for the pictures, and there are like 30 people in one group, and Modi ji would go there. He would stand there for a few seconds, no phones allowed, nothing, and then people,
So no selfies, no phones, the photographs will be shared later.
So basically I was the part of volunteer team, so we had set up, we had different photo booths, and we had group of 30 people on each booth. So as PM...
For security reasons, the people who have been selected to have to get themselves photographed with the Prime Minister were already placed and then before the Prime Minister arrived.
So there was a lot of things that we done on the background. We got people out in timely manner. They were standing at the backdrop, and then PM came in. He stopped by. He took the picture. He didn't shake anybody's hand. No selfies allowed. No cell phone allowed. So it was very nice, and he was very kind. He was talking to people. Even he said Jai Shri Krishna.
To whom?
To me.
Oh,
I don't know. He probably figured it out. I'm a Gujarati, so
okay.
It was fun.
And did he speak to all of them, or?
He was saying at least hello, kaise ho, Jai Hind. Matlab, he was conversing with every single person.
Namaste like namaste. That. Everybody, namaste. That's the pose he gave.
Okay, so there you go, Nabila. The Prime Minister is here, and the live streaming has been cut off for now, which means that the photo sessions are taking place. This is a private and a personal moment for the people inside, not for anybody to see how it is done, what is happening, how were the photographs taken, because it is in a very systematic manner that it is done. If you look at 30 people standing in 8 booths separately waiting for the Premier, it might look odd. But imagine if you were to call them all on a stage every now and again after one batch and then the next, it would have wasted a lot of time. It would be time consuming. So this is a more efficient way of doing it, because people who volunteer also want to remember it with a photograph or with the Prime Minister. So this is Prime Minister Modi taking that time out to ensure, and this is him in all probability thanking the volunteers with a photograph with him. So the enthusiasm continues and remains. Now you see the atrium over here almost filled up, and the media contingent also not allowed into the auditorium. So you can see the entire media contingent right here waiting to listen to the Prime Minister, and the expectation is that he is going to talk about the contribution the Indian community makes. So very interesting to see how people have turned up from various parts of America just to listen to Prime Minister Modi. And not just that, the fact that Prime Minister Modi does inspire so many people to come over here and help, volunteer. And I'll just ask a few people to come across and join me to talk about the importance and the significance. Thank you so much for joining me. If you could just tell me how important is it for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for any Indian Prime Minister, to actually come and engage the Indian diaspora and the Indian community? Please allow the lady also to join us. Yeah.
It's very important. I think this speaks about the contributions and importance of Indian American community. And the Prime Minister has talked about it, and Indian US President's talked about it. I think it's really a tribute. You see, today it's a celebration of event for Indian Americans. They have really earned it. The contributions they have made in almost every field within US society is really wonderful. And we are here to celebrate Prime Minister's visit and really contributions of Indian Americans to the country. We are really proud.
And you, ma'am, you've come all beautifully turned out for the event. How excited are you?
Very excited. This shows we came at for this event. We had been to PM's White House event yesterday. We spent the whole day there. We are very excited, and I'm very excited. He's laying a lot of emphasis on science and technology, cutting edge technology, which will put India on a global scale.
Okay. And you, sir?
I came from Houston, Texas, and we came here yesterday, and we were at the historical official visit of Prime Modi, and you can see the energy, the vibe.
Yes, I
you can
see the energy and the vibe.
Right. So this has given this Indian diaspora, Mr. PM Modi has given us a face, I will say. The Indian diaspora was always there, but we never had that visibility. So I'll say PM Modi has given us that face, that strength, and the way the India has grown its stature for past decade, that's commendable.
Well, the Indian community is a huge community in America, but like this gentleman just said, the Indian diaspora events and the way the Indian community is projected by the Indian Premier has given the Indian community a face. We are seeing a lot of them enjoy with a lot of music, and we'll try getting them on over here as well. We'll get the gentleman over there who actually, I'll ask Kirpal to stay on over here and see if I can get some of the gentlemen over there to come and join us. Sir, if you could join us with the song. आप वहाँ पे आ जाइए हमारे पास और दो चार और लोगों को बुला लीजिए. उनको भी बुला लीजिए. चलिए, there's a center table over here, and this has become the center. Huh?
Master, हलचल इसमें आना ना. Keep going.
ये अच्छा, अब आप गा रहे थे, अब और उनको भी बुलाइए. Oh, the gentleman over there. आइए. Because I know he sings beautifully. He was singing outside the hotel also. बता दीजिए. अब now you get a few people also, yes, and get a few people to come and sing.
गाना गाएंगे, चल. मुझे कौन सा गाना गाना है?
हाँ, आप बताइए. उस दिन आप जो गा रहे थे,
बिलाट होटल में गाना गाया था ना. हाँ, वो.
हाँ.
हम आएंगे. अमिताभ का गाना था, राइट?
जिसके लिए
जिसका मुझे, हाँ,
जिसका मुझे था इंतजार, जिसके लिए है दिल बेकरार, वो घड़ी आ गई. मोदी जी अब पधारे यहाँ पर, मोदी जी आपका इंतजार. डांस भी करो.
बिल्कुल. थोड़ा जगह दीजिए और टेबल उस तरफ करिए और डांस करिए. चलिए. यस.
बताया मैसेज.
मेहमा जो हमारा होता है वो जान से प्यारा होता है, ज्यादा की नहीं लालच हमको थोड़े में गुजारा होता है, थोड़े में गुजारा होता है. बच्चों के लिए जो धरती माँ सदियों से सभी कुछ कहती है, हम उस देश के वासी हैं
जिस देश
के वासी, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है,
जिस देश में गंगा जलती है.
I have a message.
Yes.
So, so Prime Minister Modi ji, from NRI community, we are requesting you to consider dual citizenship for NRIs. So that way, I spoke to him 20 minutes on this topic. Yes.
Where inside?
Yeah.
We are encouraging.
Yeah. So because, see, what happening is now a lot of people are coming from India to America, right? Hindi chahiye or English?
No.
So, ज़्यादा लोग भारत से यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं ना. So, and we are settling down. Now, Prime Minister Modi ji ने बताया कि more than 4 million people are American citizens. So, once you got age, so you have to go and settle down back Bharat.
Where are the ladies who were there outside Hotel Willard? Are they not there? Hi! Oh wow, you're from Manipur.
Yes, I'm Rashri Kaisham. I'm from Manipur. I'm from the Meitei community in Manipur. First of all, I welcome our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in United States. So happy, excited. But at the same time, Manipur is burning and we have lots of conflicts going on. I understand the Prime Minister ji is helping, but I would request for more help so that he can accelerate the peace. That's all. Thank you so much.
That's a very important message and appeal that Manipur is burning and that Prime Minister Modi is doing a lot, but he needs to do more. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. You're outstanding. I think you're a good bridge of projecting what's really going out over here. What network are you from? Indian network. Good luck.
So here there's a round table of people trying to get all the music in, and I suppose now what we're looking at, all these journalists also have turned out to this table because everybody's having fun over here, and the music and entertainment continues. Only why is because the screen is shut. All the entertainment that was to take place is not taking place. Where are the ladies? I'm still waiting for them.
Right there.
Call them. So let's just go across to a few more people and see. So we've almost spoken to everybody over here, but there's some new faces. Were you inside? Were you volunteering? Did you get a photograph with the Prime Minister?
We get a chance to get a photograph with the Prime Minister.
Okay. All right. And you volunteered over here for how many days?
Just for today.
Just for today. What about you?
I've been...
you have volunteered, I know.
I did, and I was just working behind the scene last 3-4 days.
Okay, and you?
Yes, I also volunteered, and I came from Boston. My wife, she came from Pittsburgh, and we are enjoying volunteering a lot, Seva.
Okay, and did you get a photograph as well?
Yes, of course, we got a photograph, and we are extremely excited about that.
What do you make of it? Is it a thank you gesture by the Prime Minister for all of the people who actually came out and volunteered?
Yes, of course, and actually he is so grateful that, it is not an easy task to take photograph with about 900 people today, and you can see he is like taking the photograph now. And I often wonder what is the source of his energy, because he, since he came in the United States, continuously program. And my wife and I were talking, probably he's sleeping like only 3-4 hours a day, and that's why we have a great respect for our PM.
Okay. Somebody who, with a lot of energy, tirelessly working and ensuring that he delivers on the India-US front. There have been a lot of deliverables on the India-US front when it comes to real key outcomes. But when it comes to the other aspect of the culture, art and diaspora that connects the two worlds, it is very important. It is significant to know that they are an important factor in the Indo-US ties. They have done a lot, and today you see a lot from the Indian community. See, we have the Indian media everywhere. All of them interested in, is this table going to sing again? Because I've been waiting to hear from you guys as well. So are you going to do some nice number for us also, for India Today and Aaj Tak? कोई भी अच्छा गाना जो आपको लगता है मोदी जी को इंस्पायर करे.
वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे
यहाँ पे अम्मा तुझे सलाम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम भारत माता की जय माता की जय भारत माता की जय जय हिंद
So, Nabila, you see the excitement over here. It continues and it will continue till Prime Minister Narendra Modi starts speaking in the auditorium.
You keep it up.
Here is one of the chief guests at the Indian Diaspora event, singer Mary Miliband. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. What you are going to do is special. She is going to sing the national anthem, the Indian national anthem, in front of the entire audience. How excited are you for being here?
Well, first let me say hello to all the India Today audience. Namaste. I'm so excited to be here. It's such a great honor to be a part of the Prime Minister's historic state arrival visit. I've had the great pleasure to sing our national anthem, the American anthem, for 4 consecutive U.S. presidents. But this is probably, I'll tell you, this is icing on the cake to be here tonight to celebrate the Prime Minister and to raise the Indian national anthem. An anthem and a song that I personally have come to love, and certainly that is very meaningful to all of your audience and so many.
So Mary, I've learned from somebody that you really practice your Hindi. How did that come about?
Well, I give a lot of credit to my great Hindi coach, Dr. Mokshraj, who's based in Rajasthan. We met during 2020 a year when we were preparing for some performances, and he's really, I tell you, my love for the language, my love for the culture, I give Dr. Mokshraj a lot of credit.
All right. And what do you make of the buzz, the Indian community? Have you ever seen a world leader come to the United States of America and get this kind of a welcome?
Well, I've been fortunate to be involved in a lot of state arrival visits for multiple administrations, but I have to say this particular week for the partnership
with the U.S. that can change the world, that can also change the citizens' lives in India and in the U.S. And he did that with President Biden. I think they had 7 different meetings in the last 3 or 4 days. The other takeaway was he hasn't changed in terms of his enthusiasm, his ability to use technology to change the world, and he always does it with a focus on inclusiveness. I believe he's one of the top 3 leaders I've ever met in my life. You already know this. I'm the biggest bull on India, the biggest optimist, and I believe firmly in Prime Minister Modi's vision. So you just look at this and you realize the energy that's going on in terms of how America thinks about the Prime Minister and how he has an ability to gain people's trust based on the track record and forming relationships that probably are his strongest strength is people trust him and they are comfortable in agreeing at times and occasionally disagreeing.
What should be the focus areas for India and US because they are gaining strength to strength?
Yes.
What should be the future course of action according to you? How do you...
Well, first of all, there are a number of people that are spending a huge amount of time looking at areas that India and the U.S. should work together on. And that's really a sign of strength because when President Biden and Prime Minister Modi assigned their teams, which they've been working on this for a year, and then they say, here are all the areas that we can work together on. They talked at this session about defense. They talked about technology, both critical technology and emerging technology. They talked about how do we change the world together, but also how do we build the benefit to every citizen in India and in the U.S. Now, in terms of what's possible, you haven't seen anything yet. And you really think about what we could do together. Between the U.S. and India, we could innovate at a speed no other countries in the world can. Not just for the benefit of our countries, but for the benefit of the world as well. We can combine a Silicon Valley capability with literally a Bangalore capability with startups.
All right, that's a former CEO of Cisco Systems. The business leaders in the United States who flocked to meet Prime Minister Modi, a lot of them speaking on Prime Minister Modi's vision, on basically India's potential to boom in the years to come. The United States Vice President a little earlier today had hosted this luncheon for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where they raised a toast to India and the United States, the ties and the friendship. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was accompanied by Antony Blinken as well as Kamala Harris. They spoke about their love for yoga, for samosa, democratic values. In attendance were also Indra Nooyi and Jhampa Lahiri, among many others. Let's take a look.
Make those hopes a reality. Cheers.
The clinking of glasses, more than a simple gesture.
Whether we call it the American dream, whether we call it the Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. That no matter who we are or where we come from, we can make something more of ourselves.
Their toast embodied the diplomatic triumph of unity and progress. Indian-American author Jhampa Lahiri, American actress Mindy Kaling of Indian descent, Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh debuting at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival this year. The hall embraced the Indianness flourishing across United States.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Jhampa Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga.
Lunch hosted by the US State Department in honor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a profound affirmation of interconnectedness.
The historic number of members of the United States Congress with Indian heritage. Representatives Ami Bera, if you're here, please stand. Pramila Jayapal. Krishnamurti and Sri Under your leadership.
The words of US Vice President Kamala Harris carry the essence of her cherished childhood memories of southern India, invoking her ancestral roots with passion and pride.
More expansive than every morning consisted of taking long walks on the beach with his retired buddies. I remember them talking about the importance of fighting corruption and fighting for equality. Throughout these walks, I recall my grandfather teaching me lessons about not just what it means to have a democracy, but to keep a democracy.
The Prime Minister thanked the hosts for their gracious reception.
उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एकमत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
Talent, technology and diplomacy came together earlier in the day. The Prime Minister and President Joe Biden met top CEOs of the US and India at the White House.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here, in terms of seeing the progress India has made, particularly around the vision of digital India and the economic opportunity.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi,
I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs.
The Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him.
Microsoft's Satya Nadella, Google's Sundar Pichai, NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group Chairman Anand Mahindra, Reliance Industries, Mukesh Ambani and several others present.
हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं.
President Biden once
which is coming in from Washington, D.C.'s Ronald Reagan Center. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the crowds here. This is his last final leg of this state visit to the United States. It's been quite a special one. This is the last Indian diaspora event. And Prime Minister Modi somehow manages to engage the crowd and how the Indian community abroad, the kind of craze that they've displayed for Prime Minister, we've captured that on cameras through the hours of our coverage here. We've shown you, Geeta Mohan has been bringing to you the kind of craze and love, admiration that they have for the Prime Minister. And of course, for the country, for the Prime Minister, for them this is the India moment, a way to bind Indians with the United States, basically to credit all that work that they've put in, which they went in to make an American dream. Prime Minister Modi spins it around to say that this is in fact an Indian dream of people in India sharing values and hard work in countries that they finally decide to settle in. So this is basically the India's dream, to take India's knowledge and ethics and ethos and work and build wherever they go. Geeta Mohan is in fact right there, Ronald Reagan Center. She's right outside speaking with a bunch of the Indian community members who managed to arrive. Geeta, could I ask you what's really the way to get to this event, to get to be part of this sought after Indian diaspora meet? How many people are allowed inside? Is it a ticketed event, invite only event? Give us some clarity, because we know people have driven, flown down from far and wide.
Excited. Just a few moments.
Geeta, if you can hear me. All right, we seem to have lost a connection. We're going to try and patch her. But we heard how Geeta, speaking to a bunch of people there who came in from Chicago, from Virginia. Some of them, in fact, one of them I heard came in from London, all the way flew down to attend this event. All right, Modi on stage there. I'm going to get you that background audio so you hear the cheers and the warmth he receives.
We have Mary Milburn on the stage to sing the Indian National Anthem.
Prime Minister Modi, what an honor it is to be here this evening to sing the Indian National Anthem for your official state arrival visit. An honor to be here. Neil.
We would now like to welcome young Riya Pawar. She's 16 years old and crowned Miss India Teen New Jersey, and she will be performing the American National Anthem. Please remain standing.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
नमस्ते। आप लोगों ने इस हॉल में एक प्रकार से भारत का फुल मैप बना दिया है। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने के लोग यहां नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहां दूर दूर से आए हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मिनी इंडिया उमड़ा है। अमेरिका में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की इतनी सुंदर तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, यहां अमेरिका में मुझे जितना प्यार, जितना स्नेह मिल रहा है वो वाकई अद्भुत है। और इसका श्रेय यहां अमेरिका में आपकी मेहनत, आपके व्यवहार, अमेरिका के विकास में आपके योगदान को जाता है। मैं अमेरिका में रहने वाली मां भारती की हर संतान का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का भी आभारी हूं। बीते 3 दिनों में लगातार हम साथ रहे। बहुत सारे विषयों पर हमारी खुलकर के बातचीत हुई और मैं अनुभव से कहता हूं, वे एक सुलझे हुए अनुभवी नेता है। भारत अमेरिका पार्टनरशिप को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनका बहुत प्रयास रहा है और मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से उनके इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में भारत और अमेरिका के पारस्परिक रिश्तों की एक नई और गौरवशाली यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई है। ये नई यात्रा ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक इश्यूज पर हमारे कन्वर्जेंस की है। ये नई यात्रा मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, उसको लेकर हमारे कोऑपरेशन की है। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा आपसी सहयोग हो या फिर इंडस्ट्रियल सप्लाई चेन में बढ़ता तालमेल, दोनों देश एक बेहतर भविष्य की ओर मजबूत कदम उठा रहे हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी का भारत में फाइटर प्लेन के इंजन बनाने का फैसला भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर के लिए ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये समझौता करके अमेरिका सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ही शेयर नहीं करेगा, बल्कि म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट को भी शेयर करेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप से दोनों देशों के बीच पार्टनरशिप और गहरी होने वाली है। मैं इस यात्रा के दौरान माइक्रॉन, गूगल, एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स जैसी दिग्गज कंपनियों ने भी भारत में बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। माइक्रॉन द्वारा सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में $2.5 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को वर्ल्ड सेमीकंडक्टर चेन से जोड़ने वाला है। एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स द्वारा भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इक्विपमेंट के लिए $400 मिलियन का निवेश भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का इकोसिस्टम बनाने में मदद करेगा। और गूगल भी अब भारत में अपना ग्लोबल फिनटेक सेंटर खोलने जा रहा है। बोइंग ने भी भारत में $100 मिलियन के निवेश का ऐलान किया है। एमआरओ फैसिलिटी हो, पायलट्स की ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम हो, बोइंग कंपनी इस दिशा में भी अपना सहयोग बढ़ाएगी। ये सारे समझौते, ये सारी घोषणाएं भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ साथ जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथियों, भारत अमेरिका ने जो आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड साइन किया है, वो अंतरिक्ष में बहुत सारी संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। नासा का आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम मून से लेकर मंगल तक के मिशन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है। इस प्रोग्राम से भारत जुड़ेगा तो दोनों ही देशों को फायदा होगा। नासा के साथ मिलकर स्पेस में भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट भेजने को लेकर भी बात आगे बढ़ी है। इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन में भेजने के लिए नासा द्वारा भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट्स को एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। और इसलिए मैंने कल कहा, स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, ये सारे समझौते, ये एग्रीमेंट्स सिर्फ कुछ नीतियों को आगे बढ़ाना मात्र नहीं है। ये भारत अमेरिका के करोड़ों लोगों के भाग्य को नई ऊंचाई देने का काम हुआ है। टुगेदर वी आर नॉट जस्ट फॉर्मिंग पॉलिसीज एंड एग्रीमेंट्स, वी आर शेपिंग लाइव्स dreams and destinies. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहाँ आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है। इतना ही नहीं, इसके अलावा भी अमेरिका के 2 और शहरों में भारतीय कॉन्सुलेट खोले जाएंगे। मैं जानता हूं आपकी चिट्ठियां शुरू हो जाएगी, हमारे यहां हो, हमारे यहां हो। देखिए शुरू हो गया। आप लोग पक्का कर लीजिए। और एक बात अच्छा ये भी है कि अब अहमदाबाद और बेंगलुरु में भी अमेरिका के नए कॉन्सुलेट खुलने जा रहे हैं। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि से खुश होते हैं, उसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब दुनिया के इतने सारे देश यूएन हेडक्वार्टर पर योग दिवस के लिए जुटते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब यहां के सुपरमार्केट्स में मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट दिखता है। आप गर्व करते हैं जब भारत के टैलेंट को दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नेतृत्व देते देखते हैं, और आप गर्व करते हैं जब नाटू नाटू की धुन पर पूरी दुनिया थिरकने लगती है। और आज आप ये भी देखकर गर्व से भरे हुए हैं कैसे भारत का सामर्थ्य आज पूरे विश्व के विकास को दिशा दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक है जहां अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर आपके भारत पर है। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे आखिर ये कैसे हो रहा है। ये किसने किया है? साथियों, ये मैंने नहीं किया है, ये मोदी ने नहीं किया है। भारत में हो रही इस प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत का आत्मविश्वास। एक 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का आत्मविश्वास। सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी ने ये आत्मविश्वास हमसे छीन लिया था। थैंक यू, थैंक यू। आज जो नया भारत हमारे सामने है, उसमें वो आत्मविश्वास लौट आया है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपना रास्ता पता है, दिशा पता है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपने निर्णयों, अपने संकल्पों पर कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है। ये वो भारत है जो अपने पोटेंशियल को परफॉर्मेंस में बदल रहा है। साथियों, आज नए भारत की नई ग्रोथ स्टोरी हमारे सैकड़ों टियर 2, टियर 3 शहरों में लिखी जा रही है। छोटे छोटे शहरों में संभव है कि आप भी, कई साथी शायद ऐसे ही छोटे स्थान से, ऐसे ही छोटे शहर से यहां आए होंगे। वहां का बदलता हुआ रूप आपको पता चलता होगा। आज जब आप अपने परिजनों को फोन करते हैं तो उनके पास बदलाव का कोई न कोई उदाहरण बताने के लिए वो बड़े उत्सुक होते हैं। नए नए बन रहे एक्सप्रेसवे, नई सेमी हाई स्पीड ट्रेन, एक से बढ़कर एक एयरपोर्ट, भारत आज अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर जितना इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। साथियों, भारत में पिछले वर्षों में जिस तरह डिजिटल क्रांति आई है वो तो अभूतपूर्व है। हो सकता है अब आप अपने गांव की किसी दुकान में जाए और वहां के आपके सामने बारकोड का बोर्ड हो सकता है आप कैश दें लेकिन दुकानदार कहे कि भैया मोबाइल फोन पर कोई डिजिटल पेमेंट ऐप नहीं है क्या? ये बदला हुआ भारत आपको हैरान कर देगा। आज भारत में कोई भी व्यक्ति कहीं से भी कभी भी 24/7 बैंकिंग कर सकता है। संडे हो या मंडे, बैंकिंग लेन देन पर इससे कोई फर्क नहीं होता। भारत में आ रहे ऐसे बदलावों को मैं इसके कितने उदाहरण आपको दे सकता हूं, समय कम पड़ जाएगा, लेकिन भारत की उपलब्धियां कम नहीं पड़ेगी। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। और अमेरिका आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का चैंपियन है। आज दुनिया इन दो महान लोकतंत्रों की साझेदारी को और सशक्त हुए देख रही है। अमेरिका हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, लेकिन अभी हमारी पार्टनरशिप का असली पोटेंशियल सामने आना बाकी है। इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी ने यहां बहुत नाम कमाया है। आपने अमेरिका के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। अब जब भारत ने आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है, तब आपसे अपेक्षा और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। ये भारत में अधिक से अधिक निवेश का सही अवसर है। मेरा आग्रह है कि आप भारत के एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप्स के साथ संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ाएं। हमारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करें। भारत की ग्रोथ में आपकी स्किल, आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी और आपके एक्सपर्टाइज बहुत काम आएगी। आपको पता है, भारत में एक नई आधुनिक नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लागू की गई है। आप में से अनेक साथी अमेरिकन यूनिवर्सिटीज में महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर है। रिसर्चर्स, और एकेडमिशियंस हैं, आप अपने अल्मा मेटर्स और दूसरे भारतीय एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ जुड़ेंगे तो उसका बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव होगा। वैसे आपके प्रयासों के बीच मैं आपको दो और बातें बताना भी चाहता हूं और जिनको सुनकर के आपको जरूर अच्छा लगेगा। पहली तो ये कि भारत में गूगल्स का एआई रिसर्च सेंटर 100 से ज्यादा भारतीय भाषाओं पर काम करेगा। इससे भारत में ऐसे बच्चों को पढ़ने में, काम करने में आसानी होगी जिनकी मातृभाषा अंग्रेजी नहीं है। और दूसरी ये कि भारत सरकार की मदद से यहां यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ह्यूस्टन में तमिल स्टडीज चेयर की स्थापना की जाएगी। इस चेयर से तमिल संस्कृति और दुनिया की सबसे प्राचीन तमिल भाषा का प्रभाव बढ़ाने में और मदद मिलेगी। और मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, जब कभी भाषा की चर्चा निकले तो सीना तान करके दुनिया को कहना कि दुनिया की, मानव जात की सबसे पुरानी भाषा तमिल भाषा है और वो हमारी भाषा है। ये गर्व से कहना चाहिए, दुनिया की सबसे पहली पुरानी भाषा होने का गर्व हमारे पास है। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि अमेरिकी सरकार ने भारत की 100 से ज्यादा एंटिक्विटीज, पुरानी मूर्तियां, चीजें जो हमारे यहां से चोरी हुई थी ना, से अधिक उसे लौटाने का फैसला लिया है। ये पुरातन वस्तुएं बरसों पहले कुछ सही रास्ते से आई होगी, कुछ गलत रास्ते से आई होगी, अलग अलग तरीकों से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार पे पहुंच गई थी। इन ऐतिहासिक वस्तुओं को लौटाने के लिए मैं अमेरिकी सरकार का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। किसी दूसरे देश की भावनाओं का सम्मान, उसके लोगों की भावनाओं का सम्मान दोनों ही देशों के रिश्तों को और मजबूती देते हैं। मैं जब पिछली बार अमेरिका आया था तब भी भारत को बहुत सी पुरानी ऐतिहासिक वस्तुएं लौटाई गई थी। और आजकल दुनिया में मैं जहां भी जाता हूं ना, तो उनको लगता है ये सही व्यक्ति है। इसको सुपुर्द करो, सही जगह पे पहुंचेगी। ये दिखाता है कि भारत अमेरिका के बीच रिश्ता सिर्फ व्यापारिक ही नहीं बल्कि भावनात्मक रूप से भी मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया को फिर से बेहतर बनाने के लिए है। इस पार्टनरशिप में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस भूमिका को निभाने में आप कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपका ये भरोसा, आपका विश्वास मेरे दिल में पहले भी था, आज भी है, कल भी रहने वाला है। आप सब दूर दूर से आए, आप सबको मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला और यहीं से सीधा एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूं। तो जैसा भोजन के बाद आखिर में मीठी डिश होती है, ऐसी स्वीट डिश को खा करके मैं निकल रहा हूं। आप सब स्वस्थ रहें, समृद्ध रहें, इसी भावना के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, that was Prime Minister Modi's yet another spirited speech as he addresses the Indian diaspora in every way, crediting them for the kind of efforts they've put to build the country and of course the love and affection that they have for their home country. He thanks them for so much, while also listing out the kind of potential that India has, what India has done so far, on just how the kind of progress that India has seen over the years, specifically addressing the visa issue. He spoke about the H1B2 visa. H1B visa, the skilled workers visa, they do not have to anymore leave America to renew it. They can do it while staying in America itself. That's a huge move that would benefit a whole load of the population. Nearly 3 lakh H1B holders usually go from India every year. So that's a huge population there. Apart from that, he spoke about the consulates, a number of them that will be opened up, one in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. That's also what he addressed. Speaking of the relations between India and the United States to improve significantly. He's spoken about the kind of ties between the two nations and Indian culture and ethos, the people of the Indian diaspora taking that globally. He has credited them for building India's image outside of the country. So a mutual admiration that it was. The Indian diaspora, of course, crazy affection that they have shown for Prime Minister Modi, with cheers and chants for him, and the Prime Minister fittingly giving that affection back, returning the same love in the sense of praising them for all that they've done to achieve their American dream. That's Prime Minister Modi's last address and final one, as he now takes off to Egypt, where he's going to be meeting with the head of state in Egypt and touring. He will be visiting a mosque that's been refurbished by the Bora community from Gujarat. So a lot on the agenda still. But Prime Minister Modi's energy levels top notch. One really must notice how for the last 4 days, there really nothing like a jet lag that's hit him at all. Despite the 12-hour time difference from India to the United States, Modi has been super energetic, enthusiastic, spirited in every talk and meeting that he's carried for the last 4 days. Geeta Mohan joining us live right there at the Ronald Reagan Center. Geeta, tell us more. Prime Minister Modi, yet another spirited talk. Well, you know, it's just hard for me to fathom the kind of energy that he has. We've been pulling off an all-nighter, been live the whole through the night, and that energy levels are dipping. But that man, he just manages to, you know, surprise us every time. The kind of energy he has while addressing the crowds as well. He said that in fact, says that he's catching a flight now, and this was really the best goodbye he could have possibly got.
Right. Well, that's right. Like we were saying, Nabila, he saves the best for last. And that's what he said when he said that after a meal, one has a dessert. And this event was dessert for him. So that's the Indian community over here. It's very interesting, Nabila. They were not inside the auditorium, but every time he said something very significant, they all got up and were chanting Modi, Modi, and were saying Modi hai to mumkin hai. Modi magic?
Yes, ma'am. Modi magic. Absolutely. You can see it, what he had done.
Okay, and what do you make of his speech? He made some very important points.
There are a few points that are very important, belongs to us too, and we are happy because of that points.
He spoke about visas, and that certainly hit home. Visas, the immigration policy, the fact that they can get the visa stamped here and don't have to travel back. A lot of important policy decisions that he actually spoke about.
You know what? I waited 8 years to go back home because of the same stamping issues. This is a big thing. I don't have issues now, but then, that's a big thing for us to know that our people, down there who are following the H-1B pattern are going to be, stamping here.
Absolutely. That certainly is a huge thing. Not many people would understand who do not deal with or have not had to travel to India, to America or work in America, or 8 years just to get their green card processed or the visa stamped if you're working over here with the work permits. So significant statement, significant development when it comes to the working working community, the people who are working over here, Indians who come to work over here. Huge development, but I see some excited faces, the younger ones. How did you like Prime Minister's speech?
It was very good.
The exact name of the app in the app
I like
store
this
is
speech.
Narendra Modi.
What about you? A lot of important statements about India, about America, and about people who are working over here.
Yeah, so the best thing we heard was the consulate in Ahmedabad. That's where we are from. And the new consulate opening in Seattle. So it will help a lot of people. Plus the changes in the H-1B rules, that is a big welcome for the Indian community.
A change in H-1B rules, see, these are things that hit home for them. These are significant announcements that he's made. But not just H-1B visa. Increasing number of consulates in India and in America will certainly help them, because right now they actually have to travel to the city where a consulate or the embassy really is to get their interviews done. Nothing happens without that in-person interview, and that will change for many who will now be able to do it in Seattle, and for Indians who can now do it in Ahmedabad. So for a Gujarati or somebody hailing from Gujarat, it's a huge development.
I'm from Gujarat.
Okay.
I would like to add one more point regarding AI, artificial intelligence. Modi has given us a very different definition of AI, American, Indian, right? In context of that, I would like to add one more symbol or slogan. Shastri ji had given Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Modi ji has given Jai Vigyan. Aaj ka zamana hai. After AI definition, I would like to add one more slogan, Jai Sangyan. Jai Sangyan is it's a time of knowledge. Okay. We have to spread the knowledge, and thank you.
Time to spread knowledge, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi is okay. We'll just come to a few more people over here. What did you make of the speech?
I mean, he's doing everything for our country.
good and well. I mean, he's the best Prime Minister.
Okay.
And that's what I can say. I mean,
A lot of them have moved. Sir,
Yes. What you say?
what did you make of Prime Minister's speech?
The Prime Minister's speech is not only motivation for us, but it's also motivation for the Indo-American relationship. That's what it stands for.
Okay.
And that's what we are here for.
Okay. They were quite enthusiastic. We saw you all cheer. Now the room has quietened, but I'd want you to show the enthusiasm that you were showing when Prime Minister Modi made some important statements. What was the level of excitement and why were you that excited? What was the biggest takeaway for you?
Biggest takeaway was that even if he's being far from us, he feels all our pain point. And all the things he says, it looks like he's touching us. Everything he sees, it feels like he's so close to us.
Okay. And you, sir?
So one of the unique things about Mr. Modi is like, the way he connects with people. The simple things that he talks about, those are our every day-to-day, pain points. So that's one of the things that actually enables everybody to connect with him at a personal level. So that's very unique about him, and I think that's a very important quality that helps him lead the world. The other thing that he mentioned was, the mindset about the slave mindset, right? We have been under that for like couple of centuries, and we have just started to come out of it. And the way we are actually going to lead, that's actually true. We are going to lead as Indians wherever we stay. There's a very strong, cohesion about how we're going to lead the world.
Right. Also, stolen artifacts. The fact that they're all coming back, quite a few of the stolen artifacts have come back, in itself is a significant move by various countries, ensuring that what is India's goes back to India.
Yeah, so this is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I've never heard anybody doing that, returning artifacts, hundreds of them. It's only possible because Modi can do it. And it is not only that, as Modi ji said, it is the relationship. It's because of the trust that America, right, the warm relationship between America and India, it's going to grow more and more. This is a new chapter in our history, at least from a business perspective, from a relationship point of view. So we are going to see something new. I wish the Western media, the American media was here. Unfortunately, they are not there, but it is a message to them that they should cover this because it's not only for India, it's combined for America because things are changing now. So,
right. Yeah. What do you have to say, ma'am?
I'm here from Silicon Valley, and I'm a venture capitalist in life sciences, biotech, medtech. It was phenomenal to see how Modi ji said there's a new disruption of AI, and the AI is America, India, not only just artificial intelligence. And he summed it up by including women, including innovation, including immigration, economic entrepreneurship, and making sure that from tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, everybody is impacted. The best part is that he really cares. It comes through in spades. He cares about every Indian, whether they are living in India or myself as an American citizen. We love the fact that there's a home always in India for us, because he cares wherever he is.
He almost said that he saved the best for last and that this was a dessert.
This was the dessert. I mean, just those little things, they really changed the whole complexion rather than feeling we were the last. So I did attend several. I went to the joint session. I went to the White House. All of the different aspects that I could attend. And it was phenomenal. I was also did yoga with Modi ji in New York.
You actually traveled. What about you, sir? Anything that was a big takeaway for you?
I attended yesterday's joint Congress session as well, and you could see that the receptiveness of Modi ji, not just as a world leader, but he was very well welcomed in USA as well by both sides, Democrats and Republicans. That's a big phenomenon. It's hardly they get together with the bipartisan support, but you could see that Modi ji has that kind of, I would say, charisma and groundwork as a true world leader. He believes in peace and he has worked and he's been accepted by everyone.
He also does a very important thing in these diaspora events, Nabila, which is sums up what transpired in the country that he's traveling. Over here, in his speech, he spoke about the very important deals, whether it's the jet engine deal, whether it's the technology and defense cooperation. For that matter, the most important aspect in space collaboration he spoke about was the Artemis Accord. So he mentions all those achievements that he could sum up for the audience when it comes to India-US relations and his visit particularly this time around. So that's something that he does, but he also gives a world view of how India is perceived now by America and how America is perceived by India and the Indian administration. So a lot of positivity when it comes to the ties. And there was a lot of humor also that he added. But like most of them were saying, and if I could ask Kirpal to join me along, a lot of the human aspects for people over here, the pain points that they keep talking about was the visa issue. Your dinner has been served, so yes, a lot of people have started having the dinner, but the pain points have been visas. If I could come to you, ma'am, how did you like Prime Minister Modi's speech? What was the most important thing according to you?
I enjoyed his speech, even though I don't speak Hindi as fluently as anyone.
What do you speak? Gujarati?
Telugu.
Telugu? Oh, you're from Andhra.
Yep. But I could get the message, the intensity and the commitment he has for the growth of India. It's unparalleled. I am so impressed, and I've always been a Modi fan, but this has just strengthened my, all my affection and love and support for him.
He also adds a lot of humor to the conversation. He makes it conversational, which is why every now and again, when he adds something that makes a light comment about something, you see the audience inside was certainly standing up and chanting Modi, Modi. But the audience outside also was doing it, although they all knew that Prime Minister Modi was not actually seeing them or could see them. But is there any important takeaway from the speech?
So I've been following him for quite some time. I was at Kennedy Center before this event as well. So a lot of takeaways, especially he focused a lot on aviation and defense industry. And one thing that kind of struck my chord is where he said for Indian Americans like us, and for my children, because I'm very focused on not only my generation, my children's generation, next generation as well. He said he set the ground right for all of us. Now if it is up to us to kind of reap the benefits and also continue to sow. And I think that is something that I'll take it back to my children and say, hey, you have like somebody like a father figure or grandfather figure that has set everything right for you. We couldn't say that to 20 years back when we came to United States. So you really have to move this forward.
There is a forward movement and momentum that we've seen of the Indo-US ties for a while now. It's not new, but the trajectory certainly has become has taken a different leap altogether when it comes to the pace and the speed in which we're seeing the growth in ties. How did you find the speech? What was your biggest takeaway?
So the biggest takeaway is he has instilled a new level of confidence in Indian businessmen, the Indian academicians, the Indian students, the Indian engineering people here, that they all need to now connect with a different motivation and inspiration back to the motherland. And this new kind of aura that he has created of Indo-America partnership that has to be leveraged by all of us to strengthen not only the ties but for the economic development, for the social development and for the education development on both sides.
Well, that's again, Nabila, quite true. The fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaged a whole lot of people from various sectors, various fields and various expertise when it comes to focusing on in a particular area. He met with academicians, he met with scientists, Nobel laureates, astrophysicists in New York. Over here with business honchos, business tycoons. The business roundtable that he had included Indian businessmen like Mukesh Ambani. And the conversation, again, like the gentleman over here said, was clearly to ensure that there is a boost in confidence for the businessmen to look at and look to India, even if they're considering investing in India. So a very important aspect when it comes to confidence building. What about you?
Yeah, madam, see, we have some of the problems for centuries. For example, Ram Mandir, it's solved, and the major problem in US being H1B,
It's been pending for over, I would say, 30 years. See, the greatest quality of any leader is he has done everything, and every Indian is thankful for him rest of our life, but he has given back that credit to each American Indian. That is the quality and a true trait of a leader. When it is a successful venture, he has given back that credit to all Indians, all 1.4 billion Indians and all 4 million Indians. And when something is going wrong or bad, he takes the responsibility.
That was the theme over here. The overriding theme over here was the contribution of Indian Americans in building America and the American society. While they talk about shared values, both the countries, the leaders, and shared culture, the values and culture have been very, very different. But because of the growing Indian community's presence in America, there is a shared aspect of how Indian culture and Indian values have become a part of the American society as well. So a lot of people over here who got up to hail Prime Minister Modi. What was your biggest takeaway from the speech?
Well, it's a new era for the relationship between India and the United States now, right? So we've had prime ministers come and go, but what Modi ji has done in the last 9 years, it's a strategic partnership. It's a completely different type of relationship where U.S. respects India as an equal partner and wants to collaborate, wants to partner with the two largest democracies. It's a big shift in U.S. thinking about India as well.
So, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given also a world view, broadened it, zoomed out, and spoke about how India on the global map now looks different, and how countries view it also is very different. From this very stage, he said goodbye, and he left for Egypt. It's not like he's going home directly. There is another very important visit, and that is to Egypt. That also will carry a lot of weight and importance. India engaging North Africa, the Muslim world, and ensuring that Egypt, also inviting Egypt as a special guest at the G20, ensuring that Egypt, which is a very important country in that region, also is engaged with. President Sisi was the chief guest at the Republic Day function, and now we will be seeing the second leg of the two-nation tour of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But coming back to America and the major deliverables over here, looking at people, looking at how the entire visit has been viewed, it is indeed historic. A state visit, a very important visit at that when it comes to India and America. This is in the last year of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second tenure and the last year of President Biden's first tenure. Both will be looking at elections, and they're all prepared. Looking at their own constituency, they would have wanted a successful visit of Prime Minister Modi, and it really happened because this was a visit that had a lot of deliverables, especially in the defense cooperation sector. The thrust was not just technology sharing and the fact that there's going to be complete trust when it comes to technology transfer. It's also about how India has pushed for and asked America to ensure that if they're buying from India or if they're if they're selling to India, then when they're manufacturing, they should source from India. If they're manufacturing out of America and they're looking to sell stuff to India, then they should look at manufacturing in India. And that joint cooperation comes about with the GE F414 jet engine deal with HAL. So the B2B, B2Gs continue, but the G2G level has certainly gone really up when it comes to not just the deals, not just the strategic and the economic aspect, but also the personal aspect. We've not seen a president of the United States of America always go out of the way to meet an Indian premier on every occasion. in the past few occasions outside of the state visit, where President Biden did go out of the way with a private dinner, the Indian community in throngs on the south lawns of White House, and not like it has not happened in the past. During Manmohan Singh's time also, there was an Indian community event, but certainly not in the scale, the mass and scale of the event was unmatched. And of course, then the finer touches. First Lady looking into what the spread is going to be, taking into account the fact that International Milk Year was announced by India, that was part of the menu. The performances at White House included Indian American students from Pennsylvania University. They call themselves Penn Masala, taking from Penn Masala. So those were nuances in terms of personal ties, and that really reflects and translates into how people over here react. Let's go across. Before I toss back, let's go across. Just before you leave, I know you're almost done and you're calling it a night. Come on. What was your biggest takeaway from the speech that you heard?
No, it was very inspirational. I think this is kind of a pivotal moment for U.S.-India relations, and being an Indian American, it makes us very proud, just to see the two countries coming together and India coming so forward. I think India has a potential to be a superpower, just like the U.S. or any other country.
So I think, I totally agree with her, but being second generation from our parents from India and giving a lot of opportunity, just seeing that continued alliance and the commitment of that happening as well, like supporting women and how much like they're doing for in India now, like in supporting like technology and just really the infrastructure to create more financial strength. So I'm very happy with whatever I heard. Thank you.
Right. Just one more question. Prime Minister Modi, when he came last time around, and when he's traveled abroad, he's always asked the Indian community outside, Indian Americans outside, to convince your own friends over here to travel to India, explore India, see India. Have you done that with your friends since you're second generation here?
So my wife and I, last time we went was just about
a few
6 months ago.
Yeah.
4 months ago.
Right. We went to Ajanta, Ellora. Every time we go, we see something new, and it's such a beautiful.
Do you take American friends along? So you also are part of...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes many of our American friends have been, if there's a wedding, sometimes American friends will come along too, so.
Maybe for the summit, the G20 summit's going to be there, that we'll try to go back, so that'll be exciting. But we go all the time, and we try to encourage our friends as well, because there's a lot to see there.
Okay, so do you want to say something?
Yes, I'm a chairman of the Peripheral World Media. And
what is it that you? What was the biggest takeaway from the speech of the Prime Minister?
I think the speech of the Prime Minister says that there is a lot of understanding between President Biden or U.S. administration and Indian administration, and out of that, two highlights are: one is GE going to start manufacturing the engines, GE engine, fighter jet engine into the India. And that will give us India not only manufacturing facility, jobs, but in case of the war with the China, then we can use that fighter plane without...
I get it. Everybody over here now has started understanding the nuances of strategic importance of manufacturing in India, and that's why they say if ever China does something, then we should be prepared, and this is working towards that preparedness.
All right. What a fantastic 4-day state visit it's been. Thank you very much, Geeta. Of course, India Today has been really bringing our viewers every aspect of this very important strategic state visit of Prime Minister Modi to the United States. This is the first that he's been invited to. In every way, this was iconic, unprecedented, and has now established greater ties with the United States. When it comes to trade, bilateral talks, in every sense, this was one of the most important meets in recent times. I'm going to cut across finally as I leave you here with Prime Minister Modi's very spirited speech that he gave right towards the end. to the Indian diaspora, but he spoke about India's growth journey and where we could see it in the years to come.
Namaste. आप लोगों ने इस हॉल में एक प्रकार से भारत का फुल मैप बना दिया है। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने के लोग यहां नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहां दूर दूर से आए हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मिनी इंडिया उमड़ा है। अमेरिका में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की इतनी सुंदर तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, यहां अमेरिका में मुझे जितना प्यार, जितना स्नेह मिल रहा है वो वाकई अद्भुत है। और इसका श्रेय यहां अमेरिका में आपकी मेहनत, आपके व्यवहार, अमेरिका के विकास में आपके योगदान को जाता है। मैं अमेरिका में रहने वाली मां भारती की हर संतान का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का भी आभारी हूं। बीते 3 दिनों में लगातार हम साथ रहे। बहुत सारे विषयों पर हमारी खुल करके बातचीत हुई और मैं अनुभव से कहता हूं, वे एक सुलझे हुए अनुभवी नेता है। भारत अमेरिका पार्टनरशिप को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनका बहुत प्रयास रहा है और मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से उनके इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में भारत और अमेरिका के पारस्परिक रिश्तों की एक नई और गौरवशाली यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई है। ये नई यात्रा ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक इश्यूज पर हमारे कन्वर्जेंस की है। ये नई यात्रा मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, उसको लेकर हमारे कोऑपरेशन की है। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा आपसी सहयोग हो या फिर इंडस्ट्रियल सप्लाई चेन में बढ़ता तालमेल, दोनों देश एक बेहतर भविष्य की ओर मजबूत कदम उठा रहे हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी का भारत में फाइटर प्लेन के इंजन बनाने का फैसला भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर के लिए ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये समझौता करके अमेरिका सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ही शेयर नहीं करेगा, बल्कि म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट को भी शेयर करेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप से दोनों देशों के बीच पार्टनरशिप और गहरी होने वाली है। मैं इस यात्रा के दौरान माइक्रॉन, गूगल, एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी दिग्गज कंपनियों ने भी भारत में बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। माइक्रॉन द्वारा सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में $2.5 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को वर्ल्ड सेमीकंडक्टर चेन से जोड़ने वाला है। एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स द्वारा भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इक्विपमेंट के लिए $400 मिलियन का निवेश अब भारत में अपना ग्लोबल फिनटेक सेंटर खोलने जा रहा है। बोइंग ने भी भारत में $100 बिलियन के निवेश का ऐलान किया है। एमआरओ फैसिलिटी हो, पायलट्स की ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम हो, बोइंग कंपनी इस दिशा में भी अपना सहयोग बढ़ाएगी। ये सारे समझौते, ये सारी घोषणाएं भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ साथ जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथियों, भारत अमेरिका ने जो आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड साइन किया है, वो अंतरिक्ष में बहुत सारी संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। नासा का आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम मून से लेकर मंगल तक के मिशन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है। इस प्रोग्राम से भारत जुड़ेगा तो दोनों ही देशों को फायदा होगा। नासा के साथ मिलकर स्पेस में भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट भेजने को लेकर भी बात आगे बढ़ी है। इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन में भेजने के लिए नासा द्वारा भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट्स को एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। और इसलिए ही मैंने कल कहा, स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, ये सारे समझौते, ये एग्रीमेंट्स सिर्फ कुछ नीतियों को आगे बढ़ाना मात्र नहीं है। ये भारत अमेरिका के करोड़ों लोगों के भाग्य को नई ऊंचाई देने का काम हुआ है। Together, we are not just forming policies and agreements. We are shaping lives, dreams, and destinies. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहाँ आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है। इतना ही नहीं, इसके अलावा भी अमेरिका के 2 और शहरों में भारतीय कॉन्सुलेट खोले जाएंगे। मैं जानता हूं आपकी चिट्ठियां शुरू हो जाएगी, हमारे यहां हो, हमारे यहां हो। देखिए शुरू हो गया। आप लोग पक्का कर लीजिए। और एक बात अच्छा ये भी है कि अब अहमदाबाद और बेंगलुरु में भी अमेरिका के नए कॉन्सुलेट खुलने जा रहे हैं। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि से खुश होते हैं, उसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब दुनिया के इतने सारे देश यूएन हेडक्वार्टर पर योग दिवस के लिए जुटते हैं, आप गर्व करते हैं जब यहां के सुपरमार्केट्स में मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट दिखता है। आप गर्व करते हैं जब भारत के टैलेंट को दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नेतृत्व देते देखते हैं। और आप गर्व करते हैं जब नाटू नाटू की धुन पर पूरी दुनिया थिरकने लगती है। और आज आप ये भी देखकर गर्व से भरे हुए हैं कैसे भारत का सामर्थ्य आज पूरे विश्व के विकास को दिशा दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक है जहां अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर आपके भारत पर है। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे आखिर ये कैसे हो रहा है। ये किसने किया है? साथियों, ये मैंने नहीं किया है, ये मोदी ने नहीं किया है। भारत में हो रही इस प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत का आत्मविश्वास। एक 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का आत्मविश्वास, सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी ने ये आत्मविश्वास हमसे छीन लिया था। थैंक यू। आज जो नया भारत हमारे सामने है उसमें वो आत्मविश्वास लौट आया है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपना रास्ता पता है, दिशा पता है। ये वो भारत है जिसे अपने निर्णयों, अपने संकल्पों पर कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है। ये वो भारत है जो अपने पोटेंशियल को परफॉर्मेंस में बदल रहा है। साथियों, आज नए भारत की नई ग्रोथ स्टोरी हमारे सैकड़ों टियर 2, टियर 3 शहरों में लिखी जा रही है। छोटे छोटे शहरों में संभव है कि आप भी, कई साथी शायद ऐसे ही छोटे स्थान से ऐसे ही छोटे शहर से यहां आए होंगे, वहां का बदलता हुआ रूप आपको पता चलता होगा। आज जब आप अपने परिजनों को फोन करते हैं तो उनके पास बदलाव का कोई न कोई उदाहरण बताने के लिए वो बड़े उत्सुक होते हैं। नए नए बन रहे एक्सप्रेसवे, नई सेमी हाई स्पीड ट्रेन, एक से बढ़कर एक एयरपोर्ट, भारत आज अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर जितना इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। साथियों, भारत में पिछले वर्षों में जिस तरह डिजिटल क्रांति आई है वो तो अभूतपूर्व है। हो सकता है अब आप अपने गांव की किसी दुकान में जाए और वहां के आपके सामने बारकोड का बोर्ड हो सकता है आप कैश दें लेकिन दुकानदार कहे कि भैया मोबाइल फोन पर कोई डिजिटल पेमेंट ऐप नहीं है क्या? ये बदला हुआ भारत आपको हैरान कर देगा। आज भारत में कोई भी व्यक्ति कहीं से भी कभी भी 24/7 बैंकिंग कर सकता है। संडे हो या मंडे, बैंकिंग लेन देन पर इससे कोई फर्क नहीं होता। भारत में आ रहे ऐसे बदलावों को मैं इसके कितने उदाहरण आपको दे सकता हूं, समय कम पड़ जाएगा, लेकिन भारत की उपलब्धियां कम नहीं पड़ेगी। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। और अमेरिका आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का चैंपियन है। आज दुनिया इन दो महान लोकतंत्रों की साझेदारी को और सशक्त हुए देख रही है। अमेरिका हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, लेकिन अभी हमारी पार्टनरशिप का असली पोटेंशियल सामने आना बाकी है। इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी ने यहां बहुत नाम कमाया है। आपने अमेरिका के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। अब जब भारत ने आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है, तब आपसे अपेक्षा और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। ये भारत में अधिक से अधिक निवेश का सही अवसर है। मेरा आग्रह है कि आप भारत के एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप्स के साथ संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ाएं। हमारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करें। भारत की ग्रोथ में आपकी स्किल, आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी और आपके एक्सपर्टाइज बहुत काम आएगी। आपको पता है भारत में एक नई आधुनिक नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लागू की गई है। आप में से अनेक साथी अमेरिकन यूनिवर्सिटीज में महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर है। रिसर्चर्स और एकेडमिशियंस हैं। आप अपने अल्मा मेटर्स और दूसरे भारतीय एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ जुड़ेंगे तो उसका बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव होगा। वैसे आपके प्रयासों के बीच मैं आपको दो और बातें बताना भी चाहता हूं और जिनको सुनकर के आपको जरूर अच्छा लगेगा। पहली तो ये कि भारत में गूगल्स का एआई रिसर्च सेंटर 100 से ज्यादा भारतीय भाषाओं पर काम करेगा। इससे भारत में ऐसे बच्चों को पढ़ने में, काम करने में आसानी होगी जिनकी मातृभाषा अंग्रेजी नहीं है। और दूसरी ये कि भारत सरकार की मदद से यहां यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ह्यूस्टन में तमिल स्टडीज चेयर की स्थापना की जाएगी। इस चेयर से तमिल संस्कृति और दुनिया की सबसे प्राचीन तमिल भाषा का प्रभाव बढ़ाने में और मदद मिलेगी। और मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, जब कभी भाषा की चर्चा निकले तो सीना तान करके दुनिया को कहना कि दुनिया की, मानव जात की सबसे पुरानी भाषा तमिल भाषा है और वो हमारी भाषा है। ये गर्व से कहना चाहिए, दुनिया की सबसे पहली पुरानी भाषा होने का गर्व हमारे पास है। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि अमेरिकी सरकार ने भारत की 100 से ज्यादा एंटिक्विटीज, पुरानी मूर्तियां, चीजें जो हमारे यहां से चोरी हुई थी ना, से अधिक उसे लौटाने का फैसला लिया है। ये पुरातन वस्तुएं बरसों पहले कुछ सही रास्ते से आई होगी, कुछ गलत रास्ते से आई होगी, अलग अलग तरीकों से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पहुंच गई थी। इन ऐतिहासिक वस्तुओं को लौटाने के लिए मैं अमेरिकी सरकार का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। किसी दूसरे देश की भावनाओं का सम्मान, उसके लोगों की भावनाओं का सम्मान दोनों ही देशों के रिश्तों को और मजबूती देते हैं। मैं जब पिछली बार अमेरिका आया था तब भी भारत को बहुत सी पुरानी ऐतिहासिक वस्तुएं लौटाई गई थी। और आजकल दुनिया में मैं जहां भी जाता हूं ना, तो उनको लगता है ये सही व्यक्ति है। इसको सुपुर्द करो, सही जगह पे पहुंचेगी। ये दिखाता है कि भारत अमेरिका के बीच रिश्ता सिर्फ व्यापारिक ही नहीं बल्कि भावनात्मक रूप से भी मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया को फिर से बेहतर बनाने के लिए है। इस पार्टनरशिप में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस भूमिका को निभाने में आप कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपका ये भरोसा, आपका विश्वास मेरे दिल में पहले भी था, आज भी है, कल भी रहने वाला है। आप सब दूर दूर से आए, आप सबको मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला और यहीं से सीधा एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूं। तो जैसा भोजन के बाद आखिर में मीठी डिश होती है, ऐसी स्वीट डिश को खा करके मैं निकल रहा हूं। आप सब स्वस्थ रहें, समृद्ध रहें, इसी भावना के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition first this early Saturday morning. Prime Minister Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India is shaping world's vikas, hails India-US ties.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
US President Biden's special gift for Modi, a t-shirt with his quotes on AI. The print reads, "Future is AI, America and India." US Vice President Kamala Harris, State Secretary Antony Blinken host state luncheon for Prime Minister Modi. This after Biden's hosted a dinner for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi meets CEOs on final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. We have some news just coming in this morning. After action-packed visit to the US, the Prime Minister is now leaving for Egypt. He's going to Cairo. The Prime Minister is all set to visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque here during his two-day visit to Egypt. Beginning on Saturday, the Prime Minister's visit to the mosque is scheduled as the first event of the last day of his two-day program in Egypt's sprawling capital of Cairo. The Prime Minister will spend nearly half an hour at the Al-Hakim Mosque, a historic and prominent mosque in Cairo, named after Al-Hakim al-Bi Amra Allah, the 16th Fatimid Caliph. The Prime Minister is going to be in Egypt for 2 days now. He in fact has departed for Egypt. These are pictures coming in right now of the Prime Minister leaving for Cairo in these visuals. Well, after an action-packed visit to America, the Prime Minister is leaving for Egypt. He's all set to visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque here during his two-day visit. In fact, Egypt has also spoken about the fact that the Prime Minister's visit is indeed going to be a game changer for bilateral ties. Besides the co-production of military equipment, this is what really is on the agenda. The two sides to discuss Egypt's offer of a dedicated slot for India within the Suez Canal economic zone. Also, the Prime Minister's visit to Egypt is really being seen as a game changer for bilateral ties, with the two sides expected to put in place arrangements to ramp up cooperation in areas ranging from security to trade and investment. This is what the Egyptian ambassador has said. Besides the co-production of military equipment, the two sides will discuss Egypt's offer of a dedicated slot for India within the Suez Canal economic zone. Indian investments in green hydrogen and tourism are other areas with great potential, is what has been said by Egypt.
Yeah, just some of our favorite photos for the last weekend. So it's
The Prime Minister's mosque visit in Egypt also sending a message to Indian Muslims there, particularly Dawoodi Bohra Muslims, seen to be as supporters of the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister, of course, has had a very warm relationship with the Dawoodi Bohras for many years. He is visiting the Imam Al-Hakim Biamra Allah Mosque, which is a nearly 1,000-year-old structure in the heart of the Egyptian capital of Cairo. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on your screens right now, leaving for Egypt after his very, very eventful visit, two-day visit to the US. The Prime Minister is going to be in Egypt for 2 days. And this has been welcomed by authorities in Egypt, talking about the fact that this indeed is going to be a landmark step vis-a-vis the bilateral ties that India shares with Egypt. Also speaking about the fact that greater Indian presence in the Suez region is welcome. The Prime Minister is all set to reach Cairo today. He is now departed for Cairo. He is going to be in Egypt for the next 2 days. A series of engagements in New York and Washington that the Prime Minister just concluded, and will have a series of engagements in Egypt as well. He is visiting Egypt upon the invitation of President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. The visit holds immense significance that it marks Modi's first trip to Egypt ever and serves as the first official bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Egypt since 1997. Well, there have been intermittent visits in the past as well, but this one is particularly important because this is a state official bilateral visit. Particularly the visits in the past were multilateral visits. The Prime Minister's visit to Egypt also follows President el-Sisi's visit to India as a chief guest on Republic Day, signifying wholly the strengthening of bilateral ties and the mutual desire to enhance cooperation between the two nations. First, there is going to be a ceremonial welcome at the airport today, after which a brief interaction with the Egyptian Prime Minister, a roundtable with the Egyptian Prime Minister, interaction with the Indian community, meeting with the Grand Mufti of Egypt, and interaction with Egyptian thought leaders. Tomorrow, which is a Sunday, there is going to be a visit to the Al-Hakim Mosque, visit of the Heliopolis War Memorial, welcome of Prime Minister by the Egyptian President, and this is going to happen at the Presidential Palace, one-to-one meeting between the leaders, extended level talks, signing of strategic partnership documents or MOUs, press statements, and then of course conferring of the Order of the Nile. A lunch is going to be hosted by the Egyptian President. Tomorrow, sometime in the evening, the Prime Minister returns back home. An action-packed visit to America, the Prime Minister is headed for Cairo right now. He's going to Egypt. Let's now take a look at the top highlights from the Prime Minister's last day in the Washington, D.C. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted a luncheon for the Prime Minister at the State Department. Samosa, khichdi, mango halwa and masala chai were among the other delicacies at the White House. U.S. President Joe Biden gifted a special T-shirt to the Prime Minister with the Prime Minister's quote on AI. Early during his speech at the U.S. Congress, the Prime Minister quoted AI as momentous America-India ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met top business leaders including CEOs of Boeing, Amazon and Google. Also tech honcho Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. Modi's meeting with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun comes on the heels of Air India signing orders of over 200 jets earlier this week from Boeing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his address to young entrepreneurs at the Kennedy Center in Washington, hailed the technology handshake as a direct message to companies and businesses of both the countries. Award-winning international singer Mary Milvin performed the national anthem of India at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. On the final leg of the U.S. visit as a state guest, the Indian Prime Minister addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. His much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milvin rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the U.S. for an NH-1B visa from now. He also announced that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding the several deals during his maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced that India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside the building.
आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
On the final day of his U.S. state visit, the Prime Minister and President Biden participated in an India-U.S. high-tech handshake event at the White House. Several leading Indian and American CEOs of tech companies and startups took part in the event aimed at deepening technological collaborations between the two countries. The Prime Minister met Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, Apple CEO Tim Cook, among other business leaders. NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group CEO Anand Mahindra, Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath and Mukesh Ambani from Reliance Industries were also present in this event. He underlined the immense potential of harnessing Indian-US tech cooperation for socio-economic growth. President Biden gifted a special T-shirt to the Prime Minister with latter's quote on AI. Remember, the Prime Minister in his historic US Congress address had hailed the momentous development in AI, which is America and India.
एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सबको लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रेमंड को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs, helping digitize more small and medium-sized businesses, and then helping more Indian companies and products be able to be exported all around the world.
Most important takeaway is the Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him. He does have a specific interest in aviation and aerospace. It's a big vision. He would like for India to play a significant role, not just for India, but for the region broadly. And at Boeing, we support that 100%. I think it's great when technologies and opportunities align with the vision that a leader has for a country, and that's where we are.
India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan is in the US tracking all of those details. Geeta is now joining me live. Geeta, good morning to you from India. Give us an idea about what next for the Prime Minister. This has been an extremely eventful two-day visit to the US, and now, of course, he's headed to Egypt, the first state visit of an Indian Prime Minister since 1997.
Well, to begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F4 1-for deal with HAL. That is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on 2 occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit. Moving forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second leg of his 2-nation tour is Egypt. A very important tour, a very important country for India. President Sisi had come visiting India for the Republic Day, and then now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a long overdue visit, is going to be in Egypt for an official visit to the country, where he is going to engage the North African Islamic nation that holds a lot of sway in the region and is a powerful country. And is going to engage them on many quarters. Security is going to be very important and top of India's agenda. Economic and trade ties, given Egypt's position, geostrategic position. But what he is going to do is, apart from the bilateral meeting, he's engaging an India group that was constituted by President Sisi after he went from India, when he had come for the Republic Day. He went and constituted this group. He's also going to meet thought leaders of Egypt. He's going to go to the Grand Mufti Mosque in Egypt and the Al-Hakim Mosque. So a lot of messaging, a lot of symbolism, and a lot of substance. Symbolism and substance has been part of Prime Minister Modi's agenda in America. It will be so in Egypt as well. And then in Egypt, as he does in every country, he is going to engage the Indian community there as well.
Geeta getting us all of those details. Geeta, I'm going to thank you for the moment, for joining us and sharing that perspective and all of those inputs with us. Geeta Mohan there, reporting from the Ronald Reagan Center. That also brings us to the end of this edition. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Hello, welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we on India Today are going to celebrate the life and times of superstar Thalapathy Vijay as he turns a year older. To begin with, let's first bring you how the makers of his next film, Leo, shared the first look from his much-anticipated actioner in order to wish him.
Thalapathy varuvaru.
Thalapathy Vijay, an actor par excellence, every single time he's on the screens, he creates nothing but only magic. And when this mass hero turns a year older, fans turn on the celebration mode. Wishes poured in for Thalapathy from across the nation. That's not all. To mark the special occasion, the makers of his most anticipated film Leo too shared this first look poster in which he can be seen bashing someone with a sledgehammer. Ever since the film was announced, it has grabbed eyeballs for all the right reasons.
Bloody sweet.
The makers, however, have been smartly teasing this Tamil language action film with one element after the other. Held by Lokesh Kanagaraj, the Tamil actioner is currently in shooting phase and comprises of an ensemble cast including Trisha and Sanjay Dutt. As per reports, Sanjay Dutt, who is making his big Tamil debut with this film, will not only be playing the role of an antagonist, but his character has also been penned as Thalapathy's father in the film. Leo is special in ways more than one, as it also marks the second collaboration between the filmmaker and Vijay after Master. Moreover, Leo also marks the return of the hit pair of Trisha and Vijay after a really long time.
ஏன் இந்த அடிக்கு பெட்ல படுத்துட்டு இருப்பேன் நினைச்சியா?
அதான் பார்த்தனே. சார் பயங்கர ரொமான்டிக் மூட்ல இருந்தீங்க.
So as the poster has left everyone intrigued, one cannot wait to witness Thalapathy take down the bad guys in Leo. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Bloody sweet.
Not just Leo, Vijay is also making headlines for his next venture, tentatively titled Thalapathy 68. The actor, who was last seen in Varisu, shared details of his next film on social media. Here's more on that. Thalapathy Vijay is undoubtedly one of the busiest actors of current times. The superstar is smoothly juggling between one big project to another, and now Vijay took to social media to announce his next venture, tentatively titled as Thalapathy 68, which will be directed by Venkat Prabhu. film will reportedly be made on a grand scale and is slated for 2024 release. Backed by AGS Entertainment, Thalapathy 68 will also mark the second collaboration with the production house and the actor after their blockbuster outing Bigil.
Miguel, he's the pride of a nation.
பெருசு ஒத்தையா சிக்கின்னு இருக்கு செஞ்சிடலாமா
செஞ்சுட்டா போச்சு மைக்கேல் நான் பிகிலே.
Meanwhile, Thalapathy Vijay also has Leo, which is one of the most anticipated films of 2023. With back-to-back films in the pipeline, Thalapathy Vijay has kept his fans on tenterhooks as they eagerly await to witness him on the big screens after he delivered a blockbuster with Very Soon much recently.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம், ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Thalapathy Vijay has been ruling the showbiz as a mass entertainer from his first role as a child artist in 1984 till present. He's one of the most loved superstars. Let's take a look at his star power.
Mass entertainer, Vijay has had a dream run on the professional front.
மைக்கேல் நான் பிகிலே.
Superstar Vijay began his journey in films as a child artist back in 1984. And his first movie as a hero was Nallai Tiruppu in 1992 when he was 18-year-old. However, it was Puve Unakaga in 1996 that got him recognition. It was a blockbuster movie starring legendary actors like M.N. Nambiar and Nagesh. The 1997 movie Kadalukku Maryadai was not only Vijay's career best but also regarded as one of the classic hits of Kollywood. Interestingly, the female lead in the film was Shalini, Thala Ajit's wife. The movie was a remake of Aniyati Praavu, a Malayalam super hit. Vijay received Tamil Nadu State Award for Best Actor. In 2001, Siddiq directed Friends was released. Surya was paired up with Vijay and it was the first blockbuster for Surya. The movie ran for more than 175 days in theatres and was one of the top grossers for the year.
ஆமா நீங்க யாரு?
ஐயோ என்னாச்சு இவனுக்கு?
இது யாரு? உங்க வைஃப்.
Post a few career flops, Vijay bounced back as an action hero with Tirumalai. Which went on to be a blockbuster in 2003. And then came Gilli, also an action thriller directed by Dharan in 2004.
அவனை கொன்னுட்ட தரலட்சுமியை கட்டிக்கிட்டு தான் இந்த மண்ணில் நான் கால வைப்பேன்.
என்ன பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இறங்கிட்டேன்னா ஜெயிச்சாகணும்.
Vijay played the role of a kabaddi player, and this was Vijay's first movie to collect 40 crores at the box office. Pokri released on Pongal 2007. It was a remake of Telugu film Pokri, but the Tamil version was directed by Prabhudeva. Asin was the actress in this action movie.
நல்லவனா கேட்டவனான்னு யோசிக்கிறல்ல, கண்டிப்பா நல்லவன் கிடையாது.
The movie ran for more than 200 days in theaters.
ஒரு வாட்டி முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன்னா என் பேச்ச நானே கேட்க மாட்டேன்.
Later, this Vijay film was remade in Hindi as Wanted in 2009, which resurrected Salman Khan's career as an action star.
एक बार जो मैंने कमिटमेंट कर दी, उसके बाद तो मैं खुद की भी नहीं सुनता.
The first movie of Vijay which entered the 100 crore club was Tupaki in 2012, directed by A.R. Murugadoss.
Captain Arka, adukku enna kaaranam?
It was an action thriller in which Vijay played the role of an intelligence officer in the Indian Army.
I'm waiting.
This film too was remade in Hindi in 2014, with Akshay Kumar in the lead, titled Holiday, A Soldier is Never Off Duty.
मैं आ रहा हूं तेरे पास, जहां मिला खत्म कर दूंगा.
I'm waiting.
Katti was another A.R. Murugadoss movie in which Vijay acted in 2014. The film faced many controversies before its release, but earned more than 100 crores.
அரிசி பருப்பு காய்கறி கொத்தமல்லி கருவேப்பிலை வரைக்கும் கிராமத்துல இருந்து வரணும். ஆனா ஒரு கிராமத்தை செத்தானா?
Vijay played a double role and Samantha played the female lead. Like Tupaki, this Murugadoss film is slated to have a Hindi remake with reports of Akshay Kumar headlining it. His 2017 film Marsal was a blockbuster. Despite the controversy it caused, the film became a huge hit. In the movie, Vijay as the magician addresses the media and highlights the need for better healthcare facilities in Tamil Nadu. The film did not go down well with the government. Like Marsal, his film Sarkar too had its share of controversies, but it did not dampen the ticket collections.
Election day.
The film had a blockbuster opening across Tamil Nadu, and despite mixed reviews, the fans have given a thumbs up to the political flick.
இன்னும் ஒரு நாள்ல என்னென்னலாம் மாற போகுதுன்னு ஓரமா நின்னு வேடிக்கை மட்டும் பாருங்க. I'm a corporate criminal.
Sarkar reportedly made 225.3 crore at the worldwide box office in just 14 days. And this even when the full HD copy of Sarkar, which was leaked just hours after its release, and people were given free access to download the copy illegally. Sarkar made headlines when the producers reportedly agreed to remove or mute controversial portions critical of Tamil Nadu's AIADMK government after two ministers levelled sedition charges against them. Vijay was then seen in a sports drama Bigil in 2019, and the film turned out to be a blockbuster.
ஆனா எங்க ஆட்டம் வெறித்தனமா
Written and directed by Atlee, the film followed the story of Michael, played by Vijay, a former footballer who decides to coach a women's football team. Two years after Bigil, Thalapathy Vijay returned with Master in 2021. The superstar played the role of a college professor, John Dureraj, in this Lokesh Kanagaraj directorial. The film also starred Vijay Sethupathi, apart from Malvika Mohanan, and marked the maiden collaboration of Vijay and the filmmaker. Despite the coronavirus pandemic, Master opened to a fantastic start at the box office. However, the film's collection dipped after the opening day. Master was not only subjected to some negative reviews, but social media was also flooded with memes criticizing the action film. In fact, hashtags like Master Disaster, Flop, and Master Verdict Disaster also trended. But after receiving much flack from audience, the actor came back with a bang with Beast. Despite being panned by the critics, the film turned out to be a massive success and minted over 230 crores worldwide. Directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar, the action flick also featured Pooja Hegde and Selva Raghavan. Beast narrated the story of an ex-RAW agent who goes on a crusade to rescue people held hostage in a shopping mall by terrorists.
Because I'm not a politician. I'm a soldier.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
watching India Today.
Thalapathy Vijay is one of the biggest superstars. He has a massive fan following across the globe, yet is humble to the core. The actor who started off his cinematic journey as a child has been in the movies for almost 4 decades now. So let's take a look at his net worth and what makes him the superstar that he is today. Joseph Vijay Chandrasekhar, aka Thalapathy Vijay. One of the biggest superstars of Indian cinema, perhaps the most bankable too. And his fan following is unmatchable, just as his king-size life on and off screen. With no inherent show-off personality like one of those rare low-key celebrities, he surely and easily make it to the list of most grounded actors, but his name is also among those big shots who takes home a huge paycheck with every film, making his net worth something which often sweeps his fan base off their feet. That's right, while his acting prowess is enough to make his fans go berserk, what's also often talked about is his stature as the wealthiest actor in Indian cinema. According to reports, Thalapathy Vijay has a whopping net worth of $56 million, which is around 445 crore rupees, and earns an annual income between 120 to 150 crore rupees. Not many know that he reportedly charged around 100 crore rupees for Nelson Dilip Kumar directorial beast.
One of the best and the most notorious spies we have ever had.
Thereafter, he maintained his 100 crore club and took home a hefty pay of rupees 150 crore rupees in his next Very Soon, which was released in January 2023.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம், ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
Clashing at the box office with Ajit Kumar's Thunivu. Not just films, in fact, owing to his popularity, Thalapathy Vijay also makes smart choices when it comes to his collaborations with brands. According to reports, the actor earns an estimate of rupees 10 crores per year for his several brand endorsements. What's more, Thalapathy Vijay even is an owner of several expensive assets. He lives with his wife Sangeeta Sonalingam and 2 children, Jason Sanjay and Divya Shasha, at a lavish seaside bungalow located at Kasuarina Drive Street in Chennai's Nilakarai neighborhood. This luxury abode is apparently inspired by Hollywood actor Tom Cruise's beach house, which he saw during his visit to the US. That's not all, he also owns multiple luxury wheels, including a Rolls-Royce Ghost, which he got imported from England. Believe it or not, Thalapathy Vijay certainly has carved a lifestyle for himself and his family that one can only imagine, perhaps is also too good to be true. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Well, that's all we pack in our special broadcast. Keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, the Pari Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Cheers, bonhomie and the biggest global bond. World's biggest and oldest democracies unite. Modi, Biden, a new chapter in India's foreign policy. Watch all this and more on World Today, only on India Today.
Watching India Today.
A very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Our top focus again continues to be the Prime Minister's visit. First to the US, which is wrapped up, and now to Egypt for 2 days. We're getting you up to speed with every single development on that front. First, the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping the world's Vikas hails India-US ties.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
US President Biden's special gift for Modi, a t-shirt with his quotes on AI. The print reads, "Future is AI, America and India." US Vice President Kamala Harris, State Secretary Antony Blinken host state luncheon for Prime Minister Modi. This after Biden's hosted a dinner for the Prime Minister.
Cheers. Cheers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. The Prime Minister Modi wraps up the US visit en route state visit to Egypt, India-Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during the Prime Minister's key visit. Let's take a look at the top highlights on the Prime Minister's last day in the Washington, D.C. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted a lunch for the Prime Minister at the State Department. Samosa, khichdi, mango halwa and masala chai were among other delicacies at the White House. US President Joe Biden gifted a special T-shirt to the Prime Minister with the Prime Minister's quote on AI. Earlier during a speech at the US Congress, the Prime Minister quoted AI as momentous America-India ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met top business leaders including CEOs of Boeing, Amazon and Google and tech honcho Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. The Prime Minister's meeting with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun comes on the heels of Air India signing orders of over 200 jets earlier this week from Boeing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his address to young entrepreneurs at the Kennedy Center in Washington hailed technology handshake as a direct message to companies and businesses of both countries. Award-winning international singer Mary Milburn performed the national anthem of India at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. On the final leg of his US visit, as a state guest, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. His much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milburn rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He's also said that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding the several deals during the maiden visit, the Prime Minister announced India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside the building.
आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on two occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit.
On final day of his US state visit, the Prime Minister and President Biden participated in an India-US high-tech handshake event at the White House. Several leading Indian and American CEOs of tech companies and startups took part in this event aimed at deepening technology collaborations between the two countries. The Prime Minister met Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, Apple CEO Tim Cook, among other business leaders. NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group CEO, Anand Mahindra, Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath and Mukesh Ambani from Reliance Industries were also present at this event. The Prime Minister underlined the immense potential of harnessing Indian tech-US cooperation for socio-economic growth. President Biden gifted a special T-shirt to Prime Minister Modi with the latter's quote on AI. Remember, the Prime Minister, in his visit in the US Congress address, had hailed the momentous development in AI, that is, America and India ties.
उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सबको लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ और राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here, in terms of seeing the progress India has made, particularly around the vision of digital India and the economic opportunity. And I had met the Prime Minister in December, and we continued our conversation. And we shared Google is investing $10 billion in the India Digitization Fund, and we are continuing to invest through that, including in companies working on AI.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India. Very interested in helping create more jobs, helping digitize more small and medium-sized businesses, and then helping more Indian companies and products be able to be exported all around the world.
Most important takeaway is the Prime Minister's passion for India's development. The welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity is, I think, obvious not just to me, but to pretty much everybody who has interacted with him. He does have a specific interest in aviation and aerospace. It's a big vision. He would like for India to play a significant role, not just for India, but for the region broadly. And, at Boeing, we support that 100%. I think it's great when technologies and opportunities align with the vision that a leader has for a country, and that's where we are.
The US Vice President hosted a state lunch for Prime Minister Modi, where they raised a toast to India-US ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Antony Blinken and Kamala Harris spoke about their shared love for yoga, samosa and democratic values. In attendance were Indra Nooyi and top diplomats, among others. We'll get you that report in a moment from now. We have some news just coming in first. Let's go to that. News just coming in. Russia's Wagner chief faces mutiny charges in an astonishing escalation of infighting. Russia accused Wagner mercenary chief of calling an armed mutiny. Now, he said that his call to action against the Russian military was not a mutiny but a march for justice. The Wagner chief says he will go to the end to remove Moscow's military leaders. Column of military vehicles entering Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Wagner Group's chief Yevgeny Prigozhin claims his mercenary fighters downed a Russian military helicopter. Russian commander urges the Wagner fighters to obey will of the president and return to bases. details of Russia's Wagner chief facing charges of a mutiny. This is an astonishing escalation of infighting within Russia, where Russia has accused Wagner mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin of calling for an armed mutiny. Prigozhin said that his call to action against the Russian military was not a mutiny but a march for justice. The Wagner chief says he will go to the end to remove Moscow's military leaders. A column of military vehicles entering Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Wagner Group's chief Yevgeny Prigozhin has claimed his mercenary fighters have already downed a Russian military helicopter. It appears to be an infighting that seems to have broken out among Russia's military chiefs, where the Wagner Group and Russian military are at odds. Alexander from Moscow is getting us up to speed with the very latest developments. Alexander, give us a sense really of what is going on. Is this some sort of an infighting that has broken out among Russia's military chiefs?
Yeah, the situation is actually calm in Moscow, where I am now. But as we hear reports from Russian media, as Wagner Group mercenaries have sort of declared an armed mutiny against the political power of President Vladimir Putin. The mercenaries, as they have said, have pronounced different ultimatums to the military, including Defense Minister Shoigu, and they have entered the city of Rostov, according to the media reports. In news, there are reports that the governor of Rostov region, Mr. Gladkov, has said to calm down, and the situation is under control. However, it's very difficult to say what's going on right now, and President Putin, according to his press secretaries, is aware of the situation. And the prosecutor's office in Russian Federation has opened a case against Mr. Prigozhin, Mr. Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is a notorious heavyweight and a military commander of the private Wagner Group. So right now the situation is actually might get tense in Rostov region. However, in Moscow, there have been reports on military taking various buildings under control to calm down the situation. And I am here in Moscow in a very quiet area where I live, so I don't see, it's 5 o'clock in the morning almost, and I don't see any signs of unrest or anything like that. So the situation is calm right now.
All right. But what we see are pictures, in fact, of coming in of tanks being moved inside cities. Alexander, I also want to ask you, this does appear really the beginning of a larger insurgency against the Putin regime, doesn't it?
It's very difficult to say right now. People in Moscow, and so the experts have said if Mr. Prigozhin has declared this statement, this radical statement, if there are some people behind him, some people within the political regime of Vladimir Putin who might be backing him, because a person alone could not actually do this, because as we know from the past, usually the military people or paramilitary people always have backers within the political system, those who might be against. There are also critics of Mr. Prigozhin who are saying that right now, but Russia is fighting Ukraine, and it's that Mr. Prigozhin actually makes things worse for the Russian army, which is currently in a fighting, right? So he's open up some lines, and it's going to be difficult for the Russian soldiers.
Undoubtedly, huge ramifications for Ukraine. Give us a sense of how both Ukraine and also the U.S. are looking at the developments from Russia.
Well, I haven't heard any reaction from Ukrainian side, but the Ukrainian political elite and Ukrainian military always valued Mr. Prigozhin as a serious commander, because he has used some of the former military men, some of the former prisoners, but his force was the most advanced, and actually they've been holding the city of Bakhmut. By the way, Mr. Prigozhin has also said positive things about Mr. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, saying he's a strong man, serious man, and you have to respect your enemy. Also, before starting his mutiny, Mr. Prigozhin has said very openly that the war in Ukraine has started because of the corruption of several people within the political. He openly blamed, and when I heard this statement, he openly blamed several people within the political of Russia, while actually avoiding criticizing Mr. Putin directly. And when I heard the statement, I thought this guy may be someone behind him, because he's saying some open words. He's saying very critical words about serious people, about Mr. Shoigu, not only criticizing him, but openly calling to raise arms against the defense minister of Russian Federation. It is very interesting also to say that almost 30 years ago, Mr. Shoigu himself defended the Russian White House when President Yeltsin was president against the coup plotters who ousted President Gorbachev. That's the only recent history of Russian coup in the Russian history, when President Gorbachev was ousted while he was in Crimea on vacation, and the emergency committee, including several people from the political elite, took power. And that thing lasted only for 3 days, but following the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Also, Alexander, I want to ask you, for our viewers, give us an idea about the Wagner Group. This, of course, is the private military contractor, has been in news earlier in the past as well. Controversial in many which ways. Tell us a little about that group.
The Wagner Group is actually called, you bring the name, and when you hear the Wagner Group, the composer, Richard Wagner. That's true, because it was started by a paramilitary man called Mr. Utkin, whose nickname was Wagner. That's why it was called Wagner. The group actually gained notoriety in Africa, where it fought as a paramilitary group against some of the insurgents on the side of African governments, for example, in Central African Republic, where it held its stronghold. But Mr. Prigozhin himself is actually a very controversial figure. He was known as Mr. Putin's cook, because he who spent some time in prison for hooliganism in the Soviet Union, almost 8 years after Gorbachev perestroika started in the Soviet Union. He was freed. Then he became a restaurant owner, a very popular restaurant owner, where he hosted Mr. Putin and celebrities. That's how he actually befriended Mr. Putin. It is very funny fact of Mr. Prigozhin's own life. Almost 30 years ago, he wrote a children's book. He has 2 children. He has a wife and 2 children, and he is also, as Mr. Navalny, Mr. Putin's critic, called him as a billionaire, having a lot of wealth that he inherited and he made over because of his connections. But Mr. Prigozhin also became very popular in a recent time while he was fighting in Ukraine, and he became very a notorious fighter. Also, as Mr. Prigozhin has a private military company, the private military companies officially are banned under Russian law. So Mr. Prigozhin is actually in the sort of a gray area of law. His company, his Wagner Group, officially does not even exist, although it has a lot of people. Some of them are former prisoners, but he actually was given the green light to get people out of prison. Some of them actually went to front instead of serving. And those people can be serious. It's not the people who just stole cars or maybe plotted small drugs. Those are people who committed several crimes, right? Even the heavy crimes, right? Some of the people, what he holds is actually a former military man. Mr. Prigozhin is also known for charisma. He speaks very openly. He has sort of an appearance, and even some of the people from the liberal side are now praising Mr. Prigozhin for for breaking this situation. So, he's an interesting person to see.
All right. Alexandria, I'm going to thank you for the moment for joining us with your information on that important story that we are tracking from Russia. Gaurav Sawant, our managing editor, is also with us. Gaurav, it does clearly appear that at least in one part of Russia, if not Moscow, this is Rostov-on-Don, where military forces are on the move, and there is some sort of an infighting that has broken out between Russia's military forces and the head of the mercenary group. Gaurav, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Gaurav, in fact, I was asking you that there is in fact an infighting which we see that seems to have broken out among Russia's military chiefs here.
You're absolutely right, and it's a huge setback.
Okay, we'll try and connect that line with Gaurav Sawant in a moment from now, but we're getting you details of what seems to be an infighting among Putin's lieutenants. The head of a mercenary force appears to be now wanting to take over and says that they're not going to allow civilians to be killed in this fashion. It's time for a quick commercial break here. We're getting you much more news in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
This month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले प्रिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था, क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो उसे फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी 2 बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहते हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of It's Gone Viral. I'm Sneha Mordani. In the next half an hour, we will be showing you some of the images and videos that have gone viral last week and created some buzz.
recently released Adipurush may be facing criticism from certain sections, but the film is still a talking point. An artificial intelligence artist recreated looks of lead actors from the film, leaving netizens in awe. Actors such as Prabhas, Kriti Sanon, Sunny Singh and Saif Ali Khan are seen in modified looks, and some commented looked better than portrayed in the film. Yoga is not limited to only land, and this practitioner proves the same. From Rameshwaram in Tamil Nadu, these trained yoga experts perform water yoga to mark International Yoga Day. They are seen floating on water with eyes closed and maintaining the asana. Many netizens were surprised that this was a possibility too in ancient yoga practice. He is commonly known as the philanthropist and an actor. Sonu Sood recorded this video to share his conversation with a corn seller en route Manali. While chatting, when Sood realized the bhutta seller is not married, he quickly shared his revenue details and urged people to find him a suitable match to marry such a hardworking man. The man too supported Sonu Sood's offer.
बाद में करके लड़की ढूंढ रहा है, लेकिन मैं जो भी लड़की वाले मैं बता दूं, शेष भाई हमारे जौनपुर के हैं, 50 रुपए का भुट्टा बेचते। कितने भुट्टे बेचते रोज? रोज एक बोरा बेचता है। एक बोरे में कितने आते हैं? 100 पीस। 100 पीस? जी सर। वेरी गुड। देख मेहनती है, घर छोड़ के बैठा हुआ है। लड़की वालों, ये लड़का है, हिमाचल में रहता है, एक बोरा भुट्टा बेचता है, 100 भुट्टे। बोल दे लड़की वालों को। हाँ जी। लड़की की तलाश जारी है? हाँ, ध्यान देना मेरे को जरा। ध्यान देना भैया।
You do not need money to enjoy in life. This video shared on social media shows women participating in a fun competition by creating a Jugadu bowling alley. Each woman throws an attempt and audience erupts in laughter with an animated supervisor reacting to the game. Eventually, one woman manages to score and receives a prize of an oil bottle. Netizens are loving the effort and cheered on the participants. This video shows a man doing push-ups on top of a road signboard while shocked drivers continue to drive past. The traffic turns slow, trying to notice the man's innovative workout regime. The video was reportedly taken in Patnagarh, a town in the Bolangir district of Odisha, and has led to mixed reactions. You decide whether this should be encouraged or is he proving to be danger to road safety. Everyone loves an ice cream, especially to beat summer heat. Curiosity and innovations, however, may not always yield best results. In this viral Instagram video, milk is processed and thickened to create the ice cream base. Mixture is then poured into molds, sticks are inserted, and ice cream is demolded and collected. Step-by-step preparation shows where melted chocolate is blended with a surprisingly high amount of oil, resulting in syrup-like liquid. The ice cream is dipped into the chocolate syrup and frozen again. While the video has over 6 lakh views, not everyone is impressed with this experiment. To go to the washroom is no easy task if you are traveling in such a train compartment. This video shows a man resorting to 1,000 moves resembling an adventure sport. There is clearly no room in the aisle for him to walk through, as many passengers are sitting on the floor. Indians love to experiment new combinations with food dishes, but this time a street food seller is going viral for his distinctive serving techniques for Rajnikant-style dosa. In this video, the owner makes the dosa in unusual fashion and then suddenly swirls it towards the customer, who catches it just in time. The video has collected over 4 lakh views, showing appreciation for the dosa maker and his delivery in Rajnikant style. A 17-year-old Philadelphia High School for Girls graduate chose to dance when her name was announced to accept the diploma. But the incident was reacted to in a surprising manner when the teacher refused to give her the diploma and asked her to return to the seat instead. Hafsa Abdur Rahman cried out of embarrassment of how a dance move led to denial of graduation certificate. Netizens reacted in support of the girl. This viral video reminds love can be playful at any age. This old man can be seen nudging his wife, who is busy sorting leafy veggies. She looked irritated on disruption, but the old man continues to poke her with the stick. The man wants clearly more attention from the wife, and netizens too are showering the elderly Bengali couple with love.
Meet world's fastest accountant, Eugene Amodadze, who blazed through the track with an astonishing 9.93 seconds in the 100-meter run, becoming Europe's fastest this year. He has now joined the ranks of British sprinting legends. Number crunching in professional life, 30-year-old Dadze picked up athletics 4 years ago and now can add another number to his track achievements. Dr. Robert Moore of California has loved dogs all his life, and when he turned 100, he enjoyed the party of a lifetime. His daughter organized a surprise for his 100th birthday with a dog parade in his honor. Over 100 dogs showed up at this centenarian's party. The viral video of dog playing fetch with homeless children is winning hearts online. While the dog is on the other side of gate in a house, the kids throw the ball, which he's happy to fetch and return, both enjoying a little break and possibly forging a new friendship. This video is winning hearts on the internet.
The eyes are ink. They are black. They are very black. I like it.
Rolf Buchois has won the Guinness World Record for most body modifications by male. According to Guinness World Record, the 62-year-old has 560 piercings, and the numbers are increasing over the years.
A lot of people think I am the devil, but I don't believe in the devil.
Surat celebrated International Yoga Day on 21st June by bringing 1,05,000 people together for a collective yoga session. This drone video of a flyover in Surat captured the participants participating yoga asanas with enthusiasm to mark the special day. Prime Minister Modi also congratulated Surat for setting world record on Yoga Day.
This Instagram user turned out to be super lucky as she found a perfectly round egg. The chances of discovering such an egg are 1 in a billion. The egg is estimated to be worth around $1,400 because of its unique shape. As India is enjoying the mango season, locals in Bihar organized a mango festival. As a part of the festival, a mango eating competition was also organized. Locals enthusiastically participated in the festival. This bride's unique Sangeet performance left not only her groom but also the netizens astonished. She wanted to surprise the groom by giving a dance performance while wearing roller skates. The audience cheered on as she lifted her lehenga to reveal her skates underneath. Remember the Kacha Badam song sung by a humble peanut seller that went viral? Now a Pakistani mango seller has come up with his version of Shakira's Waka Waka song that is doing rounds on the internet. Various videos of people dancing in Delhi Metro went viral not very long ago, prompting DMRC to issue strict guidelines prohibiting such behaviors. Now a video of a girl straightening her hair in the metro is circulating on social media.
This viral video from New York City shows a pizza unit and a worker looking out through a window. And suddenly this man flicks the box toward an adjacent building. Stationed on a platform, construction workers catch the box just in time, receiving in turn cheers and applause. Next image shows the workers relishing their pizza slice. The video has already gained over 2 lakh views and clearly could be the fastest delivery of a pizza. This video is incredible and scary. An orca bit off the rudders of this delivery boat in the middle of the sea at the Straits of Gibraltar. The video is fascinating, but netizens, however, are giving mixed reactions, with some wondering if this is again the issue of animal-human conflict. This bloody video is going to blow your mind. At an altitude of 10,000 feet, an unexpected visitor entered into the cockpit mid-air. The crash of this bird led to blood being spilled on the Ecuadorian pilot, who continued to maintain control of the aircraft throughout the ordeal. This is what possibly a bird-hit aircraft looks like. This video is bound to break your heart. A grieving mother elephant is seen trying to revive her dead baby, even keeping the body in a moving stream. The elephant herd carried the baby for days, refusing to let go, as is elephant behavior to not leave theirs behind. The video brought emotional reactions from Twitter users expressing empathy with the mother elephant. A terrifying video captured by a passenger shows a plane's cargo door opened mid-air in Brazil. Passengers are sitting inside the airplane while heavy wind is blowing. Brazilian singer and songwriter Thierry was on board the flight along with his teammates, and strangely, all passengers appeared calm, one even looking out through the window while the cargo door is still open. No injuries were reported so far.
This now viral video of a man named Sebastian Arias saving 25 dogs from a building under fire is winning hearts online. Sebastian can be seen climbing a building that has caught fire and rescuing 25 dogs who have been stuck inside. The incident happened in Peru. Before the flames engulfed the structure, the hero drops the dogs down safely, making the internet happy. It doesn't matter what shape, size or age they belong to. Cats are such pets that will never let you be. Now there are several videos available on the internet that showcase how these felines are not only stubborn but prefer to establish their supremacy in the household. A video shared on Instagram by Viral Hog shows a similar situation where a kitty establishes its position as the head of the family. The clip starts with a woman trying to practice her skills on a flute, but her cat had other plans. As the woman plays a few notes, the stand set in front of her containing the notes suddenly shifts back. The woman brings back the stand close to her. But after a few seconds, a small furry paw can be seen inching towards the stand. As the internet is obsessed with Vicky Kaushal's recent dance video of the Punjabi song Obsessed, a man in US has now posted a video of himself dancing and recreating the same. Ricky Pond recreated the dance moves successfully and the internet is awestruck. A video of a lioness carrying her cub in her mouth amid traffic at Kruger National Park in South Africa has gone viral online. In the clip, a lioness can be seen carrying her cub in her mouth while tourists stop their cars to admire the beauty. The incident happened in Kruger National Park while the lioness was looking for a new den.
Have you come across a video or an image that has shocked you but something doesn't feel right about it? And no need to worry. India Today's fact team has got you covered. In our next report, we have busted some lies that are doing rounds on social media. Take a look.
The dramatic search of 5 people who boarded the submersible vessel Titan ended on June 22nd after pieces of the vessel were found on the ocean floor. According to the US Coast Guard, there seems to have been a catastrophic implosion. Soon after this news broke, the internet was flooded with the alleged photos of the Titan debris. Among these was a collage of 4 images. The first 3 showed the wreckage of the submersible lying underwater. The fourth featured a pair of shoes and a comb lying on the sandy ocean floor. However, India Today found that none of these images showed the actual debris of the submersible Titan. The viral photos were AI generated. An eerie video related to the Titan sub has been making the rounds on social media. Purportedly, the video showed the exact moment when the controller of the missing sub stopped working. The viral clip also showed the wreckage of what appeared to be the Titanic underwater. The clip contained the logo of Ocean Gate Expeditions. However, India Today found that this video is old and shows a Titanic expedition from 2022.
Station. We have just been beaten up while we were catching dogs. Somebody came and spoke to our staff badly as usual.
A disturbing video which recently went viral on social media shows a blood-covered woman narrating the ordeal of how she and her team were assaulted by people when they went to catch a stray dog. This video comes in the wake of the perceptible rise in dog attacks. However, India Today found that this incident is nearly 3 years old.
This is the state of our car.
Does burning a copy of the Quran earn you the death penalty in Russia? A postcard featuring President Vladimir Putin and the text, "Anyone found guilty of burning the Quran in Russia will be given the death penalty as per the Sharia law," has been making the rounds on social media. However, India Today found that Putin has not given any such statement. Furthermore, there is a moratorium on capital punishment in Russia. A massive explosion in a building in Paris on June 21st left at least 50 people injured, some critically so. About 275 fighters contained the fire within 2 hours. Soon after the incident, a video purportedly showing the explosion started making the rounds on social media platforms. The video shows an enormous fireball shooting into the sky. However, India Today found that this video is neither from Paris nor recent. It is from a 2020 explosion in Russia.
You are watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
experts are now saying that we are in a bull market. And markets have been doing well, and especially in the month of April and May. So how to really make money in this type of market?
Actually, you have raised a very important question. This is the billion-dollar question. That whether it's a bull market or bear market, tell me how to make money. Because ultimately, we all are here to make money, right? So, in a bull market, the structure of making money is far more easier than in a bear market. In a bear market, a trader makes money because a trader knows how to short the market, how to sell the market and buy at a lower level. For that, a trader uses derivatives, futures and options to build a short position in the market. But in a bull market, all you need is cash. Because when you go into the market and buy shares in cash segment, you need to give them money, right? And all of us have money. All of us may not have shares to sell, but all of us have money. So currently the structure of Indian market, or for that matter now global equity market, has gone into the bull market because it is a function of the interest rates. Because interest rates have kind of plateaued now and it is expected that it will go down in coming 1 to 2 years, market is very dynamic. So market is saying that because interest rates will go down, I want to go up. So that's why there's a bull market. So everything is so related, the business cycle, the interest rate cycle and the market expectation. Everything is so related. So bull market is there. My simple benchmark of bull market is whenever Nifty trades above 200-day moving average. Okay? That means the market is positive. Okay? So the 200-day moving average is around say 17,000 odd. Now the market is around 18,200. So it's a bull market. Now how do you make money? So if you are a trader, you want to buy first and then sell. You don't want to sell first. Okay? If you are an investor, you keep on building your portfolio by regular SIP. The only savior for retail investor is SIP. One should not think of, I have 50 lakh, now I want to put into the market. No, pace it out. Stagger the whole investment journey, then you will create wealth out of it.
Watching India Today.
It appears to be massive escalation and some sort of an infighting in Russia. We're getting you all the details on that big international story that is developing up ahead on the show. A very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's tell you what the top stories are this Saturday early morning first. Massive escalation and infighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of mutiny. Military tanks roll on streets of Russia. Wagners call it March for Justice. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping world's vikas, hails India-US ties.
Bharat Mata ki! Bharat Mata ki! Bharat Mata ki!
US President Biden's special gift for Modi, a t-shirt with his quotes on AI. The print reads, "Future is AI, America and India." Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on final day of US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Prime Minister Modi wraps up his US visit en route state visit to Egypt. Now India-Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during Modi's key visit. We're getting you the top story at this hour, and it seems to be a mutiny which is brewing in Russia as a mercenary group, the Wagner, has vowed to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Russian mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin Wagner has claimed that his fighters had crossed the border into Russia from Ukraine and were prepared to go against Moscow's military. The Wagner Group is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. Tension has been brewing between them over the war and how the war has been fought, with Prigozhin launching vocal criticisms of Russia's military leadership in recent months. On Friday, Prigozhin had accused the military of launching a deadly missile strike on his troops and vowed to punish them. Authorities have denied the strike and demanded the halt with his legal actions and accused him of armed mutiny. Gaurav Sawant is in fact joining us, a managing editor, with the very latest on that. Gaurav, from what reports seem to be suggesting, all clearly isn't well. There seems to be some sort of a major infighting that has broken out. Has this been brewing for a while? Give us an idea.
It was brewing for quite some time. In fact, Wagner forces have been at the forefront of the assault in Ukraine, and especially parts of eastern Ukraine. If we were to recently talk of that massive offensive that had taken place in the Bakhmut area, that's where the Wagner forces had led the charge. But the Wagner forces were extremely cut up with the Russian military leadership, including with Defense Minister Shoigu, saying that the backup that they wanted, the resources that they wanted were not coming. In fact, accusing the Russian forces of absolute incompetence, leading to the death of hundreds of Wagner fighters. Now, this is a private army. It's a private army that does not believe in the rules of the game or rules of war as they carry out perhaps the most brutal offensive, forcing the Ukrainian forces to step back in many instances. Now, these are forces that have now been turned to target the Russians, and one report seemed to indicate that they've taken over the Russian, not just the military office, but also the internal security office in Rostov. And that there were claims that a Russian military helicopter had been shot down. So much so, Sneha, the situation is so bad that the deputy commander of all Russian forces in Ukraine, General Surovikin, he had to issue a statement telling Wagner forces to only obey commands given by Moscow and not their leader, because this would indicate that there's a mutiny, and this mutiny would very directly be advantage Ukraine at a time when Ukraine says that their real counteroffensive is yet to begin.
You know, Gaurav, give us an idea about the affected areas herein, because from what I understand, it's not like many areas have been affected or Wagners have taken over major cities. It does appear that right now this conflict is confined to Rostov-on-Don, where military forces are really on the move. What more can you tell us?
You're right. So while this is restricted to Rostov, while this is restricted to Russia's east, but the fact remains this is an area which actually would be a vital supply line for offensive that's taking place in Ukraine, or for the defense of territory that has been taken. Now, the question remains, why have Wagner forces been turned around? Forces that had been so fighting so strongly in Ukrainian territory, ensuring that the Ukrainian forces were unable to advance, so much so there were some reports that seemed to indicate that the counter-offensive, the first phase of counter-offensive that had been mounted by Ukraine had been decimated. Ukrainian forces had been decimated. Some accounts in Russia seem to indicate that just moving 700 meters forward, just 700 meters, less than 1 kilometer, almost a brigade plus of Ukraine had been eliminated. The second brigade was stalled. The breakthrough brigade couldn't even come in. Some analysts were arguing that the Ukrainian counteroffensive was virtually stillborn. At that time comes this news that Wagner forces have turned around Russian and are targeting Russian forces. There are tanks now on the streets in Rostov. There are military helicopters that are flying. And if the Wagner forces have actually either been turned for whatever reason,
Yes,
it would
Gaurav.
actually be a blow to the Russian offensive, and this would be a setback to President Putin.
You know, also what I want to ask you is that it does appear, from what reports are suggesting and from the pictures, dramatic visuals that have been coming in, that this is the Russian president who appears to be just so much more weaker, or perhaps the weakest that we've ever seen him. so far in so many years, isn't it? Even after the Ukraine offensive, he hasn't really appeared to be this weak.
So, if you were to look at the bigger picture, the Russian president is fighting not just Ukraine, but an offensive where NATO countries are actively assisting Ukraine, where NATO forces are ensuring, when the pipeline went up, efforts were made to ensure that his finances were curtailed. In a lot of ways, yes, Russia is fighting with its back to the wall, but in many other ways, the fact that Russia is still fighting, still in a position to carry on the fight, and the fact that Ukrainian counteroffensive till a couple of days ago was being argued, wasn't able to, they weren't being able to make much headway. So it still remains to be seen, how long will this offensive continue. But you're absolutely right. The longer this offensive continues and the counteroffensive continues, it's not good news for Moscow if Wagner forces are turned, if Russian forces are facing these problems. The fact that analysts are saying a very large number of Russian population, especially their young men who could be fighting this war, have actually fled the country. They've gone. Their economy is taking a hit. So overall, absolutely not good news for Russia when something like this happens at a time when Ukraine says that the real face of their counteroffensive is yet to begin. But the fact also remains, Russia remains in control of 1/5 of Ukraine.
Yes, 1/5 of Ukraine. Gaurav, I also want to ask you about the Wagner group. You did say that this has been brewing for a while now. This is a private military army. Talk to us a little about their strength and how big are they in that sense? Are they in a position to give a real challenge to Putin as what it appears to us right now?
When you're fighting a war with your back to the wall, every resource is required, and the 25,000 strong forces that are available to Russia, forces that they're not actually working as an auxiliary force, but the main strike force in some areas. The Wagner forces, it gives Russia plausible deniability. It helps Russia with these private mercenary groups, private militias carrying out, the most brutal of offensives, not following the rules of war, not being bound by various international conventions on war. They've actually succeeded in pushing the Ukrainian forces back in multiple areas. Bakhmut, for example, you have the Wagner forces carry out one of the worst offensives against the Ukrainian forces, forcing them to retreat. It was a bloody battle. It was more a battle of prestige, according to some American analysts saying that there is no strategic value of this area. But both Russia and Ukraine wanted to hold Bakhmut for prestige. Russia continues to do so for now, and the Wagner forces had a very major role to play in it. However, they've now been turned, which would mean that more Russian troops, more Russian military troops would be required. There have been reports that Russia is trying to desperately raise additional forces for the new phase of this conflict. Should that happen, and without the Wagner forces, one, it's advantage Ukraine. Two, Wagner forces know the vulnerabilities in the past 15 odd months of the Russian forces, and they can exploit that. They've just made this announcement that they've shot down a Russian military helicopter. So, when you're fighting an adversary across and then you have enemies within, it's a setback for the Russian forces.
Well, absolutely. Kremlin, of course, has ordered for the arrest of the boss of Wagner. Is what we know is whereabouts at the moment. What reports suggest is unknown. Gaurav, I'm going to thank you for joining us with your views and perspective on that story. And we're staying with developments from Russia. Now, tensions between Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Russian defense military are finally coming to a head, with the Wagner leader threatening to attack Russian troops in retaliation for what he says was a deadly strike against his own paramilitary forces. Listen in.
The head of Russia's Wagner Group mercenary organization is, for the first time, publicly rejecting Moscow's official justification for the war in Ukraine, saying the reason for the invasion was based on lies, running directly counter to President Putin's own statements, and marking a new milestone in the months-long feud between the Wagner founder, Yevgeny Prigozhin, and Russia's top military brass. This is part of Prigozhin's video, which was posted on Telegram.
Why was the war needed?
Война нужна была для того, чтобы
The war was needed so that a handful of scumbags could have a blast and get PR attention showing how strong the army is.
она была нужна ради
The war was needed not in order to return Russian citizens to our bosom, and not in order to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine.
психически больной.
It was needed for one star with additional embroidery, so that one mentally sick man could look good on a coffin pillow. Shoigu lives by the principle that a lie must be horrific for people to believe it. That's when the lies come.
Prigozhin's referring to Russia's defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, a constant target of his criticism. He's often accused Shoigu and other military leaders of incompetence, but rejecting the core reasons for the war is new for Prigozhin. He says Shoigu's deceiving President Putin and that the war was also used to enrich the ruling elite. Prigozhin also specifically uses the word war in the video, not the phrase special military operation used by the Kremlin. Prigozhin's enjoyed unusual freedom in publicly criticizing Moscow, although not Putin himself, whom he relies on for support.
All right, now the final leg of his US visit as the state guest, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister's much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milben rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He's announced that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding several deals during the maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside this building.
To unite, yoga. आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time for an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress, in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on two occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi's two-day Egypt tour begins today. Well, after a power-packed three-day visit to the United States of America, the Prime Minister is gearing up for his Egypt visit. This will be Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Egypt, and also this would be the first official bilateral visit of the Indian Prime Minister to Egypt since 1997. Upon his arrival at Cairo, the Prime Minister will hold a roundtable meeting with the Egyptian Prime Minister, followed by an interaction with the Indian Diaspora community members as well as the Egyptian thought leaders. During his two-day visit, the Prime Minister will visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque, historic and prominent mosque in Cairo. He will visit Heliopolis War Grave Cemetery to pay tributes to the Indian soldiers who made the supreme sacrifice fighting for Egypt during the First World War.
we are having for the first time a roundtable between Honorable Prime Minister and the Egyptian Prime Minister. After President Sisi's highly successful visit to India in January 2023, both countries agreed to elevate the relations to a strategic partnership, and on his return, President Sisi constituted a special India unit in his cabinet, which consists of senior ministers, and they have been tasked to improve relations with India. So Prime Minister will be having a meeting with the India unit, and I'm sure that this will lead to very concrete outcomes and further deepen bilateral relations.
Moving forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second leg of his two-nation tour is Egypt. A very important tour, a very important country for India. President Sisi had come visiting India for the Republic Day, and then now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a long overdue visit, is going to be in Egypt for an official visit to the country, where he is going to engage the North African Islamic nation that holds a lot of sway in the region and is a powerful country, and is going to engage them on many quarters. Security is going to be very important and top of India's agenda. Economic and trade ties, given Egypt's position, geostrategic position. But what he is going to do is, apart from the bilateral meeting, he's engaging an India group that was constituted by President Sisi after he went from India, when he had come for the Republic Day. He went and constituted this group. He's also going to meet thought leaders of Egypt. He's going to go to the Grand Mufti Mosque in Egypt and the Al Hakim Mosque. So a lot of messaging, a lot of symbolism, and a lot of substance. Symbolism and substance has been part of Prime Minister Modi's agenda in America. It will be so in Egypt as well. And then in Egypt, as he does in every country, he is going to engage the Indian community there as well.
The story and much more up on our website too. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app for all news and updates. That brings us to the end of this edition. Health 360 follows. Do stay on for that. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years, and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much, because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump, and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England, and help humanity.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Yoga Research and Development Center. Health 360 is telling you all about India's gift to the world. a divine journey from self to true self. And to find that true self, India Today is in Bengaluru city. We are at the Akshar Yoga Research and Development Center. And as we commemorate Yoga Day celebrations across the country, we're going to tell you all about yoga. In every sense of the word, yoga is India's gift to the world. I'm Sneha Mordani, watching Health 360.
Yoga is not just about body postures or flexibility or another way of exercising or moving your body. It goes much beyond, much deeper. It's a very deeper connection with your own self.
Nostril breathing, close your right nostril with your thumb. Inhale from your left nostril. Close your left nostril and exhale from your right. Many people, they say, I feel suicidal, like domestic abuses, the many things that happened at the time. And I used to get the phone calls and I was scared. And what can I do? What should I do at this time? This is happening, what should I do? And only thing at that time I knew is this will help. And then be strong right now and log in the morning. Few months later, I remember this person, the same lady who called me, who was saying that I was feeling suicidal, and they called me after 3 months and she tells, मैं कहाँ मरने की सोच रही थी and now मैं headstand कर रही हूँ. That was kind of liberating.
The myth about yoga just being something which can be equated to exercise is absolutely something that we need to move away from, and regular practices will make us believe, and results will tell us that it is something beyond just exercises.
Complete focus on your breath. It really works on rewiring your brain in such a way it will help us grow as a person. As I told you before, no matter what profession that I am in, I might not be a yoga teacher or anything. I can be the best in everything I do. That's what yoga does. 3, 4, 5, 6.
If there's a group of friends and one of the person is known to have a very frequent anxiety attacks or very frequent panic attacks, what the others would advise is that just breathe, relax, you should not take too much of pressure, you should just chill, right? But what is happening inside, only that person knows. The best part of yoga is that it doesn't force anything that you should come out. It's not a toxic positivity.
Everybody give me a smile, a cheeky smile. A big one, big cheeky smile. There you are, looking so beautiful.
When we are talking about yoga asanas, like yoga asanas would directly work with your blood flow. And when your blood flow is impacted, then we are talking about not just flexibility or strength or just at that level. We are talking about something beyond that.
Inhale, Bhujangasana, roll your shoulder back, drop your head behind. And exhale, Adho Mukha Svanasana, push your heels down.
The practice of yoga is believed to have started with the very dawn of civilization. The science of yoga has its origins from thousands of years ago, long before religions and belief systems were born. In the yogic lore, Shiva is seen as the first yogi or Adi Yogi, and the first guru or Adi Guru.
doubt that Himalaya is the origin of yoga. And that's the reason why people from all over the world, they are inclined towards these divine mountains. In our practices, when we are, we say that we practice or train on mountains, for us, yoga is a time immemorial practice. Giving any specific time, it'll always will be a kind of conflict. But still, when we go with the documents, so documents like Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Bhagavad Gita, Patanjali Yoga Sutra and Rig Veda, they have immense information about yogic practices, and each these scriptures, they have their own method and way to teach us about the principle and the science of yoga.
The beginnings of yoga can be traced to the Indus Saraswati civilization in northern India over 5,000 years ago. Around the time of 1800s and 1900s, yoga masters began traveling to the West, attracting attention and many followers. In the year 1893, Swami Vivekananda traveled to Chicago, attending the Parliament of Religions, preaching to the attendees about yoga and the universality of religion. He wowed the audience there, and thus began the journey of yoga moving out of India's shores. More than 100 years later came India's moment in 2014, when yoga was consciously popularized by the Indian government. The idea to tell the West that yoga is India's gift to the world, undoubtedly a symbol of India's soft power.
योग हमारी पुरातन पारंपरिक अमूल्य देन है। योग मन व शरीर, विचार व कर्म, संयम व उपलब्धि की एकात्मता का तथा मानव व प्रकृति के बीच सामंजस्य का मूर्त रूप है। यह स्वास्थ्य व कल्याण का समग्र दृष्टिकोण है। आइए हम एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस को आरंभ करने की दिशा में कार्य करें।
With the acceptance of yoga from international platforms, when you have the whole world involved in yoga, not emotionally, now it's kind of official announcement all over the world that International Yoga Day, 21st June, and the whole globe celebrates this. So people, those who are involved, for sure, it's an achievement for them. But those who are not aware, they also got the information. And collective consciousness will help to go more deep in this science. And that's what we are seeing from past 8 years.
The 21st day of June is celebrated as Yoga Day world over. 300 million people globally have embraced this practice, reaping benefits for their bodies and their minds.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people, they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England, and help humanity.
Those who've embraced it tell us how yoga is possibly the most holistic wellness and health practice.
The whole science of chemical is yoga. My anger, my happiness, my joy, my stress, everything is yoga. If I'm able to take a benefit, for sure I would like to share with my family. And that's what the philosophy of yoga is, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We believe that whole world is our family. So it's very important to share this gift with everyone.
Yoga can be used in every way. Even as I told you, I myself joined to lose weight. The way you do any particular asana or the combination of asanas that we do, then how you combine asanas with each other and how you do with the breath, it matters. Another person who wants to get rid of the stress or anxiety or want to become flexible, everything works because of the combination that you're doing. It is asanas along with the breath techniques that we do.
When you do an asana, and you're not doing just an asana for your postures or building your strength or your flexibility, but you are doing it along with using your breath, you're doing it completely mindfully. You are in the present moment. There are 72,000 channels in our internal life force, unconscious body. What does it mean? Ayurveda speaks about it. Our rishis, munis have spoken about it long back, thousands of years back. What does it mean and how do they get blocked? Yoga is something that works on these channels.
When we talk about yoga, people don't even know that there is something called yoga for vision. Like your eyesight can be impacted with regular practices of yoga. Again, the same concept of channelizing your blood flow, and there are certain postures which trigger that more than the others. So when we are talking about inversions, or when blood is directly flowing towards your face or towards your upper body, then these kind of practices, when done regularly, will definitely result to a healthier vision and staying away from basic lifestyle disorders that we may have otherwise. Pressing certain pressure points with your fingers, they again stimulate your blood flow in a way that it would provide glow to your face. And again, regular practices. In fact, some of the face yoga practices can also be combined with breathing techniques like pranayama.
Diabetes is not just a problem of your body, it is a problem of your hormones, it is a problem of your stress levels, it is a problem of your spirit. You have to work on all forms. You have to work with your food, you have to work with your activity levels. There are particular asanas that work on your particular organs. There's accumulation of energy in your system which needs to be removed, and yoga works on that. So there are a lot of things that, and we have seen, I have seen in my personal practice also that yoga is really helpful and very holistic when it comes to reversing diabetes.
28-year-old Parth Patel, a practicing doctor who's battled depression and bipolar disease, tells us that his weapon has been yoga.
I've done my MBBS from Gujarat, and while I was doing the MBBS, the whole purpose of me becoming a doctor was to incorporate the healthy lifestyle into the society. But as I went into the deeper version of deeper layers of dealing with the patients, I got to understand that it was not providing health in the real terms. Rather, it was creating more illness in terms of side effects, in terms of putting a hole in the pocket. And that realization really got me thinking, really got me question about a lot of my choices about becoming a doctor. And those questions I didn't have the answers to, got me into that, not just depression, but the bipolar disease, that I used to become a little bit maniac about thinking how would I deal with this, because I really wanted to serve the society, but there was no real way I could find to actually do it. That was for me at least. And on the other hand, I used to feel very helpless, thinking that what am I going to do as one person against the entire system, the healthcare system that we have, and how even if I take certain steps, how those steps are going to make a difference into the world. And that's when I started practicing yoga for myself, and that's when I found the results. Not just in the physical body, of course, I really gained some good strength, stability and flexibility. My mental stability also increased. I was able to be in a lot more peace with myself.
Hoshidar Dubash, a hotelier who fought hard against alcoholism, says that yoga came to his rescue.
When I was a hotelier, I was working in hotels, so nearly that time, weekends or we finish our work on the weekdays, and meeting friends and just having a drink was giving me that confidence that this is life. But nearly then I felt like does it make sense? Because my purpose, I'm not understanding my purpose, like why am I doing all these things? So the journey was, after joining the yoga, I really felt like, that alcohol is not allowing me to grow. It is just giving me that, a rush of happiness, peace, and that wasn't I was actually looking out for. But then when I started practicing Vitaksha Yoga, and the most important is the guidance of my guru, it nearly changed my life.
The world found itself in the middle of a pandemic in the year 2020. The pandemic has truly robbed us of our mental peace and physical well-being. But the quest for solutions is still on.
This announcement itself was a panic, because no one is trained to live an isolated life. And what need to be done, what I should do, this kind of thoughts, this kind of lifestyle, it was natural to go through with the stress, anxiety and depression. Because yoga is having the mechanism to treat mind. Yoga is having that technique to engage you. People, those who got involved in this process, you see their outcome is totally different. When we meet people, in that fun part, they say that those were beautiful days. Why? Because morning they were able to practice, evening they were able to practice, and they were engaged. My 1 hour is dedicated for my physical practice. So pandemic time, people, they became super conscious about their health.
That brings us to the end of this edition of Health 360. We're signing off from Bengaluru City. Until next time, stay safe and do take very good care of yourself. Bye for now.
Watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today.
Cheers, bonhomie, and the biggest global bond. World's biggest and oldest democracies unite. Modi-Biden, a new chapter in India's foreign policy. Watch all this and more on World Today, only on India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
नमस्ते। आप लोगों ने इस हॉल में एक प्रकार से भारत का फुल मैप बना दिया है। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने के लोग यहां नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहां दूर दूर से आए हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मिनी इंडिया उमड़ा है। अमेरिका में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की इतनी सुंदर तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, यहां अमेरिका में मुझे जितना प्यार, जितना स्नेह मिल रहा है, वो वाकई अद्भुत है। और इसका श्रेय यहां अमेरिका में आपकी मेहनत, आपके व्यवहार, अमेरिका के विकास में आपके योगदान को जाता है। मैं अमेरिका में रहने वाली मां भारती की हर संतान का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का भी आभारी हूं। बीते 3 दिनों में लगातार हम साथ रहे। बहुत सारे विषयों पर हमारी खुल करके बातचीत हुई और मैं अनुभव से कहता हूं, वे एक सुलझे हुए अनुभवी नेता है। भारत अमेरिका पार्टनरशिप को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनका बहुत प्रयास रहा है और मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से उनके इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में भारत और अमेरिका के पारस्परिक रिश्तों की एक नई और गौरवशाली यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई है। ये नई यात्रा ग्लोबल स्ट्रैटेजिक इश्यूज पर हमारे कन्वर्जेंस की है। ये नई यात्रा मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, उसको लेकर हमारे कोऑपरेशन की है। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा आपसी सहयोग हो या फिर इंडस्ट्रियल सप्लाई चेन में बढ़ता तालमेल, दोनों देश एक बेहतर भविष्य की ओर मजबूत कदम उठा रहे हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी का भारत में फाइटर प्लेन के इंजन बनाने का फैसला भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर के लिए ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये समझौता करके अमेरिका सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ही शेयर नहीं करेगा, बल्कि म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट को भी शेयर करेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप से दोनों देशों के बीच पार्टनरशिप और गहरी होने वाली है। मैं इस यात्रा के दौरान माइक्रोन, गूगल, एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी दिग्गज कंपनियों ने भी भारत में बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। माइक्रोन द्वारा सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में $2.5 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को वर्ल्ड सेमीकंडक्टर चेन से जोड़ने वाला है। एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स द्वारा भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इक्विपमेंट के लिए $400 मिलियन का निवेश अब भारत में अपना ग्लोबल फिनटेक सेंटर खोलने जा रहा है। बोइंग ने भी भारत में $100 मिलियन के निवेश का ऐलान किया है। एमआरओ फैसिलिटी हो, पायलट्स की ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम हो, बोइंग कंपनी इस दिशा में भी अपना सहयोग बढ़ाएगी। ये सारे समझौते, ये सारी घोषणाएं भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ साथ जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथियों, भारत अमेरिका ने जो आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड साइन किया है, वो अंतरिक्ष में बहुत सारी संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। नासा का आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम मून से लेकर मंगल तक के मिशन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है। इस प्रोग्राम से भारत जुड़ेगा तो दोनों ही देशों को फायदा होगा। नासा के साथ मिलकर स्पेस में भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट भेजने को लेकर भी बात आगे बढ़ी है। इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन में भेजने के लिए नासा द्वारा भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट्स को एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। और इसलिए ही मैंने कल कहा, स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, ये सारे समझौते, ये एग्रीमेंट्स सिर्फ कुछ नीतियों को आगे बढ़ाना मात्र नहीं है, ये भारत अमेरिका के करोड़ों लोगों के भाग्य को नई ऊंचाई देने का काम हुआ है। टुगेदर we are not just forming policies and agreements. We are shaping lives, dreams, and destinies. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि से खुश होते हैं, उसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब दुनिया के इतने सारे देश यूएन हेडक्वार्टर पर योग दिवस के लिए जुटते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब यहां के सुपरमार्केट्स में मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट दिखता है। आप गर्व करते हैं जब भारत के टैलेंट को दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नेतृत्व देते देखते हैं। और आप गर्व करते हैं जब नाटू नाटू की धुन पर पूरी दुनिया थिरकने लगती है। और आज आप ये भी देखकर गर्व से भरे हुए हैं कैसे भारत का सामर्थ्य आज पूरे विश्व के विकास को दिशा दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक है जहां अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर आपके भारत पर है। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे आखिर ये कैसे हो रहा है। ये किसने किया है? साथियों, ये मैंने नहीं किया है, ये मोदी ने नहीं किया है। भारत में हो रही इस प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत का आत्मविश्वास। एक 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का आत्मविश्वास, सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी ने ये आत्मविश्वास हमसे छीन लिया था। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। और अमेरिका आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का चैंपियन है। आज दुनिया इन दो महान लोकतंत्रों की साझेदारी को और सशक्त हुए देख रही है। अमेरिका हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, लेकिन अभी हमारी पार्टनरशिप का असली पोटेंशियल सामने आना बाकी है। इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी ने यहां बहुत नाम कमाया है। आपने अमेरिका के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। अब जब भारत ने आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है, तब आपसे अपेक्षा और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि अमेरिकी सरकार ने भारत की 100 से ज्यादा एंटिक्विटीज, पुरानी मूर्तियां, चीजें जो हमारे यहां से चोरी हुई थी ना, सौ से अधिक उसे लौटाने का फैसला लिया है। ये पुरातन वस्तुएं बरसों पहले कुछ सही रास्ते से आई होगी, कुछ गलत रास्ते से आई होगी, अलग अलग तरीकों से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पहुंच गई थी। इन ऐतिहासिक वस्तुओं को लौटाने के लिए मैं अमेरिकी सरकार का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। किसी दूसरे देश की भावनाओं का सम्मान, उसके लोगों की भावनाओं का सम्मान दोनों ही देशों के रिश्तों को और मजबूती देते हैं। मैं जब पिछली बार अमेरिका आया था, तब भी भारत को बहुत सी पुरानी ऐतिहासिक वस्तुएं लौटाई गई थी। और आजकल दुनिया में मैं जहां भी जाता हूं ना, तो उनको लगता है ये सही व्यक्ति है। इसको सुपुर्द करो, सही जगह पे पहुंचेगी। ये दिखाता है कि भारत अमेरिका के बीच रिश्ता सिर्फ व्यापारिक ही नहीं, बल्कि भावनात्मक रूप से भी मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया को फिर से बेहतर बनाने के लिए है। इस पार्टनरशिप में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस भूमिका को निभाने में आप कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपका ये भरोसा, आपका विश्वास मेरे दिल में पहले भी था, आज भी है, कल भी रहने वाला है। आप सब दूर दूर से आए, आप सबको मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला और यहीं से सीधा एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूं। तो जैसा भोजन के बाद आखिर में मीठी डिश होती है, ऐसी स्वीट डिश को खा करके मैं निकल रहा हूं। आप सब स्वस्थ रहें, समृद्ध रहें, इसी भावना के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
This month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले टिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था, क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो उसी फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी दो बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम जब भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहते हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की उस डिजीज की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं, जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके, उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
क्योंकि हमारी लड़ाई एक बंदे से है। हमारे रेसलिंग प्रेसिडेंट है, वो जिम्मेदार रहेंगे।
अरे संसार में कोई पैदा ही नहीं हुआ जो दाग लगा दे।
कितने साल से आप कर रहे हो कुश्ती?
मैम 6 साल से कर रही हूँ।
6 साल से?
यस मैम।
यहाँ टूट भी गया है?
ये तो मैम टूट ही जाता है, सबका टूटता है।
सबका टूटता है? सबसे मुश्किल क्या है कुश्ती में?
मुश्किल तो मैम देखो कुछ भी नहीं है, वो तो प्रैक्टिस पे निर्भर है। जो भी प्रैक्टिस करेगा उसको तो
हो जाएगा ठीक, जो भी प्रैक्टिस करेगा।
ये तो पहलवानी की निशानी है। हाँ। जो पहलवानी करेगा 1 साल में, 6 महीने में, 2 साल में, उसके तो टूटने ही हैं।
टूटने ही है? हाँ।
कई बार मैट पे घिसट वगैरह लग जाती है तो उससे ये फूलने लगता है जैसे, तो उसमें पानी बन जाता है। पहचान होती है, मतलब कोई देखता है तो दूर से पहचान लेता है कि पहलवान है ये। ऐसे कहते हैं कि पहलवानी में चोट लगना श्रृंगार है, तो वो श्रृंगार तो सभी को पहनना पड़ता है, चोट तो उसलिए लगती है।
मन में कब आया कुश्ती करनी है? घर में कोई और है कुछ जो करते हैं कुश्ती?
यस मैम, पापा भी हैं।
पापा करते हैं? तो उनको देखा बचपन से? आपके घर में कौन करता है कुश्ती?
कोई भी नहीं करता, मैं ही हूँ बस।
कोई नहीं करता? फिर ये मन में कैसे आया?
स्कूल में, हमारे स्कूल में स्पोर्ट्स था, तो वहाँ मतलब लड़कियाँ रेसलिंग करती थी ना, तो उनको देख के मतलब मन किया करने का। और दंगल मूवी नहीं आई थी तब, उसको देख के हुआ था मतलब।
देखिए पूरी पिक्चर देखी दंगल?
हाँ।
एक बार, कई बार?
कई बार देखी है।
कई बार?
पर मेरे पेरेंट्स तो नहीं थे ऐसे, तो उन्होंने मतलब लड़का लड़की, जैसे पहले तो ये था कि लड़का लड़की में मतलब करते थे फ़र्क, पर ना तो मेरे पेरेंट्स ने ऐसा कुछ किया।
तो माँ बाप को कन्विंस कैसे किया? क्या बोला?
मेरे पापा ने ऐसा मतलब सपना था कि मेरा एक बेटा या बेटी कोई स्पोर्ट्स करे, तो मेरे भाई ने मतलब किया नहीं, उसकी मतलब रुचि नहीं थी, तो मेरी थी, तो मेरे पापा ने मेरे को स्टार्ट कराया था। मेरा भी नहीं था रेसलिंग में, मैं तो वैसे आई थी, बस फिजिकल फिट होने के लिए आई थी।
आते हैं, देखते हैं, शाबाशी देते हैं?
हाँ।
क्या बोली?
ऐसे बोले, धमकाते भी हैं, तब कुछ गलती करते तब तो धमकाते ही हैं।
कौन? पापा धमकाते हैं?
हाँ।
क्या बोलते हैं?
कि ऐसे करना चाहिए, तूने ऐसे नहीं किया।
पहलवानी के बारे में तो कुछ पता नहीं था। पापा ने कहा करते कि पढ़ना को नहीं, पहलवानी करनी है, तो बस नो होया करता, स्कूल में ना जाना, बैठे स्कूल का काम ना करना, तो मतलब इंटरेस्ट बन गया कि जल्दी तक खाड़े में छोड़ दे, स्कूल का पेंडा छूट जाएगा और पहलवानी करनी। फिर
लड़कियां ज़्यादा करती हैं कुश्ती, लड़के ज़्यादा करते हैं?
अब तो लड़कियां भी लड़कों के बराबर ही करने लगी हैं।
करने लगे हैं? अच्छा, अगर लड़के के साथ दंगल हो तो कौन जीतेगा? लड़की या
लड़की?
लड़की। अच्छा, यहाँ विनेश फोगाट के कितने फैंस हैं? अरे भाई साहब, बहुत
कीमती है। जो हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब थे वो ये कर रहे थे।
हमें तो पता चले कि हम गलत थे, कौन गलत था, वो सब अंधेरे में है। सबसे फेवरेट रेसलर कौन है?
इंडिया में तो विनेश फोगाट है।
अच्छी लगती है विनेश फोगाट?
हाँ।
क्या अच्छा लगता है उनका विनेश फोगाट?
स्पीड ज़्यादा है उनमें, स्पीड बहुत पसंद है उनकी।
आप अध्यक्ष जी को मेरे सामने लेके आइए, तो मेरे सामने 2 मिनट बिठा दीजिए और वो आंखों में आंखें डाल के बोल दीजिए कि हमने कुछ गलत नहीं किया है।
एक टाइम वो आ गया था साक्षी दी के पास कि अपने जूनियर से हारने लगे थे वो, तो कोई भी रेसलर हो इसमें टूट जाता है, मींस डिमोटिवेट बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, पर उन्होंने ऐसा नहीं किया, वो अपनी मतलब प्रैक्टिस कंटिन्यू करते रहे, तो इसलिए मैं साक्षी मलिक को कह सकती हूँ फेवरेट रेसलर।
वो खुद पीड़िता रही हैं, उनके साथ वो खुद शोषण का शिकार रही हैं, तो आप समझ सकते हो कि हर स्टेट में फैले हुए हैं।
बेदाग क्या होता है? दाग क्या ऐसे रहेगा? ज्यों की त्यों धय दीनी चुनरिया, कबीर दास ने ऐसी ओढ़ी है, ऐसे सफेद सफेद रहेगा।
बजरंग पुनिया का सबसे अच्छा क्या लगता है?
मतलब कति टाइगर की जूं इतनी स्पीड था, चला को अगले ने बिल्कुल थका दिया है, उसने दिखने का, आँख खोलने का मौका ना देता, इतनी स्पीड और इतना इंडोरेंस, मैंने तो उसका सबसे बेस्ट इंडोरेंस लगता है।
पहले तो 1-2 लड़कियां थी, अब हमारे साथ 5 से 6 लड़कियां हैं। किसी सरकार से लड़ाई नहीं है, नहीं हमारी किसी विपक्ष से लड़ाई है, हमारी लड़ाई सिर्फ ब्रजभूषण से है।
Brijbhushan Sharan called me separately to his dinner table. He placed his hand on my breast. He touched me on the pretext of a breath test. He groped my breast repeatedly, 3 to 4 times. He touched me inappropriately on my thighs and my shoulders.
हमारी जो है ना बहन बेटियों का सलाम करता हूँ। खेल में जो है ना आप अब चलोगे, अब थोड़ा सा ध्यान हो गया सबका कि खेल में ऐसा ऐसा भी होता है, तो ये तो एक ट्रेलर है, इससे आगे आगे बहुत बड़ी चीज़ें ऐसी ऐसी नज़र आएंगी जो एक खेल की दुर्गति की हुई है कई चीज़ों से।
आप लोग कोचेस हो, अखाड़े सारे बहन बेटियों के साथ खड़े हैं?
सभी अखाड़े नहीं, सभी लोग जो है ना बहन बेटियों के साथ खड़े हैं, अंदर खाता है, सभी की भावनाएं जो है ना इन बेटियों के साथ है, इन खिलाड़ियों के साथ है।
आपके हिसाब से अभी हिंदुस्तान में सबसे अच्छे रेसलर कौन कौन है?
ये तो धरने बैठे हैं सारे रेसलर तो।
अच्छे रेसलर मानते हो आपको लगता है? साक्षी मलिक
सब बढ़िया रेसलर हैं, ऐसे थोड़े, ये तो हिंदुस्तान की शान है।
देखो इन जो रेसलर बच्चों जो हिम्मत करके जो ये
उठा दिया इसके खिलाफ आवाज़। आज वो जो है भुगत रहे हैं। जो आज जो एशियन गेम होने थे आगे, उसकी तैयारी में लगे थे जो मेडलिस्ट थे, मेडल के प्रबल दावेदार हैं ये, और आज वो सड़क पर मेहनत नहीं करे, जो रोटी नहीं खा सकते, सो नहीं सकते, आज उस कितना जो आज कष्ट हो रहा है।
और एक बात और मैं ये क्लियर कर देना चाहता हूँ, न हमारा किसी सरकारों से कोई इंटरेस्ट, कोई सरकार आओ कोई सरकार जाओ, लेकिन हमारा ये है कि भी हमारा जहाँ हर रोज़ फेस होना पड़ता है वो फेडरेशनों से फेस होना पड़ता है। उस फेडरेशनों के अंदर जो है ना मान लिया एक अच्छा माहौल सुनिश्चित किया जाना चाहिए। खिलाड़ियों के लिए जो बहुत सी और भी त्रुटियां हैं वो सब जो है ना सरकारों ने देखनी पड़ेंगी। और इसमें अकेला एक ब्रजभूषण की बात नहीं है, इसमें अनेकों ब्रजभूषण अलग अलग उनमें बैठे मिलेंगे।
क्या मैं अगर मेरे को कुछ हो जाता है, मेरी फैमिली क्या करती है, मतलब मेरे बाद। पर मैं आज भी बोल रही हूँ, अगर किसी भी खिलाड़ी को कुछ भी हो गया रेसलिंग में, तो प्रेसिडेंट, देश जो हमारे रेसलिंग प्रेसिडेंट है वो जिम्मेदार रहेंगे, हमारी फेडरेशन जिम्मेदार उस चीज़ की।
लेकिन आपकी मन की बात के पीछे खिलाड़ी लगातार वहां पर खड़े और कह रहे हैं सांसद ही छूटे तभी कुछ होगा।
सांसद मैं उनकी कृपा से नहीं बना हूं, सांसद मैं अपनी जनता के कृपा से बना हूं, चुनाव लड़ करके जीता हूं और उसका अधिकार उन्हें नहीं है।
और उनकी छवि खराब करने की जो है कोशिश की जा रही है।
नेता की पहचान नेताजी की वजह से तो है।
आप भी खड़े हैं
जी, नेताजी के लिए हम लोग धरना देंगे और क्या।
मेरे गाँव गोंडा में सब लोग बहुत मानते हैं नेताजी।
हाँ, मानते हैं नेताजी को।
सिर्फ गोंडा में कि आसपास भी?
बाहर भी, आप बाहर क्षेत्र पूछिए,
नाम आप सुने होंगे
पूरे यूपी में।
1991 में जब ये पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के टिकट पर चुन करके सांसद बने, तभी से इनका एक अभियान शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में शुरू किया और अपने आवास के पास में ही नंदिनी नगर महाविद्यालय की स्थापना की। जब भी इनका चुनाव होता रहा है, लोकसभा का चुनाव जब होता है, तो इंटर कॉलेज और डिग्री कॉलेज में इतना बड़ा स्टाफ इनको मिल जाता है तमाम, चूंकि बच्चे भी जो डिग्री कॉलेज में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे होते हैं वो सब एबव 18 ईयर के बच्चे होते हैं, जो निश्चित रूप से खुद तो वोटर होते ही हैं, साथ साथ में वो इनके लिए समर्थन जुटाने का और प्रचार करने का काम भी करते हैं। और इसी का नतीजा है कि कोई भी लोकसभा का चुनाव जो आता है वो चाहे जिस संसदीय सीट से लड़े, का एक जो देवीपाटन मंडल है उसमें इस पूरे क्षेत्र में इतना बड़ा प्रभाव है कि अपने उस प्रभाव का इस्तेमाल ये अपने चुनाव जीतने में करते हैं।
बजरंग जो आज कूद रहे हैं नेताजी के खिलाफ, नेताजी उनको यहीं से पढ़ाए हैं सर, यूनिवर्सिटी में अपने नाम लिखवा के। पहली शिक्षा बजरंग की यहीं से हुई है और यहीं से उन्होंने गोल्ड लिया है ऑल इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी में।
कुश्ती तो उन्होंने बचपन से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी। इनका कुश्ती का शौक था, खेल कूद में अभिरुचि लेते थे, कुश्ती में बहुत आगे नहीं बढ़े, लेकिन एक अपना ये था कि नहीं हम पहलवान हैं तो हम कुश्ती को आगे ले जाएंगे। एक तो ये हमको जरूर स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा, इन्होंने कुश्ती को ऊंचाइयों पर तो जरूर पहुंचाया है।
आज मैं बड़े जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह सकता हूं कि दुनिया में कोई भी देश हमारे मुकाबले सुविधा नहीं दे रहा है, तो हमारी मांग है कि भारत का कोई राष्ट्रीय खेल होना चाहिए, उसमें कुश्ती नंबर 1 पर है।
इस एकेडमी को तैयार करने के लिए नेताजी ने अपना खून पसीना पूरा लगा दिया था। कुश्ती के में फंड नहीं था कि टीम बाहर जाए, हर खिलाड़ी अपने पैसे से बाहर जाता था। जब से नेताजी ने कार्यभार संभाला, हर पहलवान को फेडरेशन के पैसे से बाहर जा रहा था।
नंदिनी नगर की एकेडमी में ऐसा क्या है? नेपाल, पटना, बंगाल, यहाँ से लोग चले आ रहे हैं, ऐसा यहाँ पर क्या मिल जा रहा है बच्चों को?
देखिए, कहने के लिए बहुत कुछ है। देखिए, ट्रेनिंग होता है यहाँ पे, बहुत अच्छा ट्रेनिंग होता है। हमारे सर जी हैं, बेलारूस से कोच हैं, जो कि वो खुद ओलंपिक खेले हुए हैं। कि रहने खाने का एकदम उत्तम व्यवस्था है।
हर व्यवस्था यहाँ पे नेताजी ने प्रोवाइड किया है। यहाँ हमारे पास 6 मिनट का हॉल भी है और जिम है हमारे पास। नेताजी आते हैं, कुश्ती देखते हैं, अगर उन्हें कुछ गलत सही या कुछ लगता है टेक्निक के लिए, वो टेक्निक बताते हैं कि इसमें क्या कमी है, कौन सी प्रैक्टिस करनी है, हमें क्या डाइट लेना है, इन सब की जानकारी देते हैं।
बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था कर रखी है नेताजी ने, ऐसी व्यवस्था कहीं नहीं रहती। अभी हम लोग गए थे खेलने हरियाणा में, तो वहाँ पे न खाने का दे रहे थे, न रहने की सुविधा दे रहे थे, जबकि वही कंपटीशन हो रहा था। और जब यहाँ नेताजी करवाते हैं कंपटीशन, तो हर चीज़ का व्यवस्था देते हैं, खाने का, रहने का, हर चीज़ का व्यवस्था देते हैं।
सपोर्ट मिलता है, जैसे पिता एक सपोर्ट करता है ऐसे भी करते हैं।
ऐसा हो जाते, डांट देते, मार भी देते हैं।
तो पिता के सामान जैसे पिता है वैसे भी डांट देते हैं, बस और कुछ नहीं।
Brijbhushan Sharan called me towards his bed and hugged me forcefully. To fulfill his sexual intentions, he tried to bribe me. He offered me supplements in exchange for sexual favors.
अब मैंने बोल दिया है, जो बोलना था बोल दिया है। अब मेरे लिए कुछ रहने दीजिए।
सर ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर आपने इस्तीफा नहीं दिया तो आपसे कराया जाएगा जबरदस्ती।
तो भूचाल आ जाएगा, ऐसा क्या वो मुंह खोलने वाली है?
और हो सकता है हम खोल दें तो सुनामी आ जाए।
सच सच बताइएगा, आप जब आए यहाँ पे माहौल कैसा लगा? कभी असहज महसूस किया लड़कियों को लेकर के? कुछ रवैये में परिवर्तन या माहौल यहाँ कैसा है?
बिल्कुल भी ऐसा नहीं है, बहुत अच्छा है यहाँ पे सर। मुझे 2 साल हो गया, आज तक ऐसा कभी भी फील नहीं हुआ।
कहते हैं वो गलत तरीके से छूते हैं, उनकी निगाह गलत होती है, गलत तरीके से बात करते हैं।
ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है सर। अगर ऐसा होता तो कुछ तो फील हुआ होता हम लोगों को, ऐसा कभी नहीं लगा।
मेरे से बड़ी सिस्टर है, वो भी यहाँ पे पहलवानी करी है, उन्होंने यहाँ से इंटरनेशनल खेली है, उनका विदेशों से भी मेडल है और मेरा भी नेशनल है। मैं उनके साथ आई, अगर उन्हें ऐसा कभी लगता तो वो मुझे क्यों लेके आती?
इतनी बड़ी ओलंपिक की खिलाड़ी हैं, वो गलत क्यों बोल रही हैं?
तो वही हैं सिर्फ, और भी तो है इंडिया में प्लेयर, 3 ही प्लेयर थोड़ी ना है पहलवान, और भी तो पहलवान है पूरे भारत में, सिर्फ एक ही घर के पहलवान है, ये 3 ही पहलवान है इसमें।
बहुत दुख की बात है कि नेताजी के ऊपर गलत आरोप लगा रहे हैं। इतना कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देते बावजूद भी लोग गलत आरोप लगा रहे हैं, तो गलत है।
बृजभूषण जी को बाहुबली कहा जाता है। आपका भी वार्तालाप हुआ, इतनी जगह आप मिले हो, क्या कारण है ऐसा, क्या लग रहा है आपको?
अब ऐसा है जी, हमें तो पहले तो इतना नहीं पता था, बात से पता था कि बाहुबली। अब ये ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड निकालिए आप, वो मान लिया 50 60 जो मुकदमे, हर तरीका कोई भी ऐसा वो नहीं बच रहा जिसमें मुकदमा ना लग रहा, तो वो अपने आप में क्या साबित कर रहा है?
13 की बात है ये। तो गीता अपने जो है उस लड़की का, मैं पंजाब की लड़की, उसका नाम तो आपके सामने नहीं दे सकता मैं, तो उसने जो है कुछ हरकत की होंगी, तो उस लड़की ने जो है गीता को बोला अभी ये छेड़ना, हरकत, टोंट कसना, ऐसी ही बातें।
किसी कोच के द्वारा ऐसा हो रहा था?
नहीं, जो फेडरेशन अध्यक्ष है ना, उसके जो ब्रजभूषण के शब्द हैं ये, इसके बारे में जो है गीता के उस लड़की ने बताई, गीता ने जो है मम्मी आगे बताई।
ट्रेनिंग कहीं चलती है तो वॉलंटियर भी वही बन जाते हैं, रेफरी भी वही बन जाते हैं, कोच भी वही बन जाते हैं।
स्टेज पर बैठ करके माइक हाथ में लेकर के भीड़ को भी कंट्रोल खुद ही करना, और कुश्ती को भी जो है ना, एक आधी कुश्ती उसमें पूरा टूर्नामेंट में 2-4 कुश्तियाँ ऐसी आ जाती थी जिसमें रेफरी को भी लताड़ लगानी होती थी, कोच को भी खुड़काना धमकाना होता था। तो इस तरह के वो सारे काम जो है ना कर देते थे, उसके लिए कोई इस तरह की कोई बड़ी चीज़ नहीं थी, और ऐसा हर कंपटीशन के अंदर था।
जो बड़े खिलाड़ी थे वो पहले क्या करते थे कि नेशनल वो नहीं लड़ते थे, वो डायरेक्ट ट्रायलों में जो फर्स्ट आता था, जैसे 4 में 4 को कुश्ती हुई और वो फर्स्ट आ गया, एक जो फर्स्ट आया उसमें ये अकेले ट्रायल देके फर्स्ट आ जाते थे। नेताजी ने परंपरा तोड़ दिया, तो इनको फोगट परिवार और बड़े पहलवानों को बहुत तकलीफ हुई।
क्या इसकी जो शुरू से मानसिकता है, जो मैं तो बहुत कम मिला हूँ, क्यों मेरे ऐसे जो सुनूँ तो मेरा उस आदमी से वैसे हो जाती, एलर्जी हो जाती है, नफरत सी हो जाती है। आज कोई बोले या न बोले, लेकिन इसकी जो करतूत है, इसके सबको पता है कितना घटिया आदमी है, कि इसकी लड़की के प्रति कैसी नज़र है।
कई बार जैसे अब हम बाउट करते हैं तो कई बार शाबाशी देते हैं। हाँ। तो अगर किसी ने शाबाशी दी तो इसके अंदर भी क्या वो डिफरेंस कहीं फील होता है, या लगता है शाबाशी तो गुरु की शाबाशी होती है?
नहीं, डिफरेंस मतलब गुरु की शाबाशी लगती है, क्योंकि हमारे सर है जो मतलब अपने पेरेंट्स, हमारे पेरेंट्स की तरह ही रहते हैं हमारे साथ, तो शाबाशी देते हैं हमें, तो अच्छा फील होता है कि सर ने हमें शाबाशी दी है, अच्छा ही फील होता है। बाकी गलत फील तो कुछ नहीं होता हमें।
आपको लगता है कि पेरेंट्स के दिमाग में डर बैठ गया है?
पेरेंट्स का डर जायज़ है, होना भी ज़रूरी है। ये मेंटलिटी पे भी होता है कि हमारा बच्चा ऐसा नहीं कर सकता या ऐसा है। अगर बच्चे के साथ भी कुछ ऐसा हो रहा है तो पेरेंट्स को भी थोड़ा फ्रैंक होना चाहिए बच्चों के साथ, ताकि वो अपनी सारी बात शेयर कर सके।
बाहर ऐसे इतने सारे अखाड़े हैं हरियाणा में, ऐसा ज़्यादा कुछ कभी आपने सुना नहीं है?
छोटी मोटी खबर तो सुन लेते हैं भाई, ऐसे कॉन्टैक्ट न्यूज़पेपर, न्यूज़ में तो फ़ोन अलाउड नहीं है, तो ज़्यादा पता नहीं। घर पे जाते हैं तो न्यूज़ नाच देखते हैं, तो ये लड़कियों कंपटीशन में जाते हैं तो लड़कियां थोड़ी बहुत बताती है। तो ये
जो लड़कियां बाकी अखाड़ों की कहानियां बताती हैं उसमें क्या थोड़ा बहुत क्या बताती हैं? उनको ऐसा लगता है कि अखाड़ों में कुछ गलत होता है?
हाँ, अखाड़ों में मतलब दूसरे अखाड़ों में एक आधी बताती है कि खादा कोचेस अच्छा नहीं है हो, ऐसे मतलब उनको फील होता है तो बता देती है। टच उनको फील मतलब टच करते तो फील अच्छा नहीं होता है, ऐसे बताती हैं वो कभी कभी।
कोच कोई कैसा है, चाहे जिस तरह हमारे स्कूल कॉलेज में जाया करती थी, तब भी मेरे पूरा विश्वास था लड़कियों पर। आपने दंगल मूवी देखा भी होगा, क्यों एक लड़के ने कोई हरकत कर दी थी, जो ने गिर के जो बबीता ने कूट दिया था, और वो आज भी जो है अगर कोई उनको बोल दे तो आज भी बर्दाश्त नहीं करें। वो कोई गलत हरकत करे तो तुरंत चमाचा धर देंगे।
क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है कि थोड़ा सा माँ बाप में थोड़ा सा डर आया है अभी, या
अब आया थोड़ा सा? जो नए बच्चे आएंगे ना, उनके माँ बाप सोचेंगे भाई भेजें या ना भेजें, हमें कुश्ती में तो ऐसे होता है, तो थोड़ा सा फर्क पड़ेगा।
अगर आपको लगता है किसी अखाड़े में कुछ गलत हो रहा हो तो क्या उसकी बदनामी होगी?
बदनामी तो होती है, जो गलत होगा तो बदनामी होगी।
तो लगता है हरियाणा में लोगों में गुस्सा होगा अगर कोई कुछ ऐसी गलत?
बहुत गुस्सा होगा, अब भी गुस्सा हो रहे हैं।
कि यार ये इस तरह का काम, जिस चीज़ के हम भरोसे बैठे हैं, जिन लोगों के भरोसे बैठे हैं, जिन लोगों के साथ अपनी बहन बेटियों को हम भेज रहे हैं, जहाँ कैंपों में हैं वहाँ उनके भरोसे पे हम भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर विश्वास कहाँ रहेगा? बहुत छोटे लोग जो है ना, इसमें खेती वाले, मजदूरी वाले, रिक्शा चलाने वाले, ऑटो चलाने वाले, जो बहुत जो नीचे स्तर का जो एक जिसको हम तबका बोलते हैं, उस तबके से खिलाड़ी आते हैं, और वो इस देश का तिरंगा पूरी दुनिया में फैला के आते हैं। कोई मंत्री या कोई एमएलए दुनिया के अंदर तिरंगा लहरा के नहीं आते।
इस्तीफा कोई इतनी बड़ी चीज नहीं है, लेकिन अपराधी बनकर नहीं, अपराधी बनकर के नहीं, मैं अपराधी नहीं हूँ, और मैं ऐसी बहुत विपत्ति देखा हूँ। मैं अपने आप को जानता हूँ, मैं अपने आप को जानता हूँ, मैं अपने आप को देख रहा हूँ, और आपसे फिर मिलेंगे, गारंटी के साथ मिलेंगे, और साफ सुथरा होकर के मिलेंगे। दावा है मेरा, नोट कर लीजिए।
उनके कहने से तो ये होगा नहीं कि नेताजी फेडरेशन में ना रहे, नेताजी सांसदी में ना रहे, नेताजी कुश्ती में ना रहे। नेताजी को वो लोग तो थोड़े बनाए हैं, नेताजी को जनता चुन के भेजी है। कुश्ती बहुत ऊपर गई है सर, जब से नेताजी आए हैं कुश्ती बहुत ऊपर चली गई है। हर चीज़ नेताजी ने बदल दिया है, लेकिन अच्छी चीज़ किसी को अच्छी नहीं लगती सर। ये लोग चाहते हैं कि नेताजी को किसी तरह से बदनाम करके हम अपना फेडरेशन हरियाणा में ले जाएं।
क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है, जो आपने पॉलिटिक्स की बात करी, हरियाणा और यूपी की पॉलिटिक्स बन गई है
ये किसी की पॉलिटिक्स नहीं बनी। पॉलिटिक्स तो बनाने वाले कुछ लोग होते हैं, उनको बनानी पॉलिटिक्स है। ये ब्रजभूषण का काम पॉलिटिक्स का ही है, वो खिलाड़ी तो है नहीं। पॉलिटिक्स मेरे 6 बार का सांसद है, पॉलिटिक्स तो है उसके पास। अब पॉलिटिशियन जो आदमी है वो पॉलिटिक्स ही नहीं करेगा तो और क्या करेगा फिर वो?
मैं तो यही जानना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे दिल्ली हुआ, पंजाब हुआ, मध्य प्रदेश हुआ, यहाँ के भी बच्चियाँ भी तो लड़ती हैं, क्या इनके साथ नहीं हुआ? इनमें से तो कोई विरोध नहीं करने आया, बस यही फोगट परिवार जीजा साली का ही धरना जीवी लोग ही आए।
ये एक परिवार के ऊपर लगाना, ये मानसिकता कमजोरी का परिचय है। एक आदमी आगे होने वाला तो होता है, जो साक्षी मलिक है और जो लड़कियां हैं जो 10-12, तो क्या वो एक परिवार हो गया?
Along with the other protesters who were trying to march forward, there was a scuffle. We saw Sakshi Malik being dragged and detained by the Delhi police. The kind of visuals that we saw, extremely disturbing for likes of Sakshi Malik. These are our nation's pride. These are players that have got us medals.
इतना सब सबने देख लिया, इतने सारे वीडियोस आ गए, फोटोज आप लोगों ने देखी, कि आपको लगता है लड़कियां पीछे हटेंगी अब रेसलिंग से?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जिसको आना है वो अभी भी आएगी। कॉन्टैक्ट स्पोर्ट है मान लिया, पर कॉन्टैक्ट मतलब इस तरीके से भी नहीं है। रेसलिंग में तो देखो होगा ये ऐसा तो, पर ये नहीं है कि हम किसी को ऐसे सोचे कि ये गलत तरीके से हो रहा है। वो हमारे ऊपर थोड़ा डिपेंड होता है कि हम उस बंदे को कैसे ट्रीट कर रहे हैं, हम और वो बंदा हमारे साथ कैसे ट्रीट कर रहा है।
ये ज़िंदगी को उतार चढ़ाव से भय ना मानो, अपनी बच्चियों को जो है सुदृढ़ मजबूत बनाओ और उसका माइंड वॉश करो भी। अगर कोई गलत हरकत करता है तो उसको तुरंत जवाब दो।
तो जो पूरा ये चल रहा है दिल्ली के अंदर, क्या आपको लगता है इसे खत्म हो जाना चाहिए जल्द से जल्द?
इंडिया वाले उनकी ना सोचते, इतने दिन हो गए उन्हें सड़क पर पड़े, ना उनकी डाइट मिलती, ना प्रैक्टिस होती, इतनी बुरी हालत कर रखी है। वो तो सब देखा है, इतने मेडल लेकर आए अपने देश खातर, इतनी बुरी अवस्था कर वेत के इंडिया खातर मेडल लेकर आएंगे। मेरी आशा तो वही मैट पे ना चढ़ा है, मेडल तो लेने दूर की बात गई।
ये नहीं होना चाहिए था, क्योंकि एक रेसलर है वो अपने देश के लिए करता है जो करता है, एक लेवल अचीव करता है, तो जब सारा देश उनके साथ होता है तो अब क्यों नहीं?
तो आपको लगता है उनके करियर में भी दिक्कत हो रही है?
हाँ, मेरे को तो लगता नहीं कि अब उनके साथ ऐसा हुआ है तो वो वापस मैट पे आएंगे।
Watching India Today.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition first. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping the world's Vikas, hails India-US ties. Singer Mary Milvin touches the Prime Minister's feet after singing the national anthem.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. The Prime Minister has wrapped up his US visit. Now he is on his way to Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during the Prime Minister's visit. Manipur on the boil. Home Minister Shah calls all-party meeting at 5 p.m. Congress says no Modi, no meeting. Massive escalation in infighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of mutiny. Military tanks roll on the streets of Russia. Wagner's call in march for justice. Some breaking news just coming in. Another stabbing horror from the national capital. Accused Mohammed Zaid has stabbed a 20-year-old accused of absconding. Efforts to arrest him underway. Up goes all guns blazing against the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. Worsening law and order situation under the governor is what AAP has said.
ये बाहर आज कहीं खा रहे थे तो वहाँ एक लड़का चौक में खा रहा था नशे में और वो लड़का क्या लगा इधर पे इन्होंने कहा क्या बात है भाई उसने चाकू मार दिया लड़के के।
हमें पता नहीं कुछ भी, मतलब बस यही मुझे तो खबर पड़ी थी वहाँ से कि उसके चाकू लग गया है, तो हम भागे भागे गए थे सारे।
जिसको चाकू लगा वो कौन?
वो मेरा भाई है।
कितने लोगों को चाकू लगा?
2 लोगों के।
दोनों की कैसी हालत है?
एक तो ठीक है और एक ज़्यादा सीरियस है, आईसीयू में है।
तो चाकू मारने की वजह क्या थी?
वजह तो कुछ नहीं थी, बस मोचोदी ऐसी हुई थी, उसी ने ऐसे में चाकू मार दिया।
क्या काम करता है
भाई? सप्लाई करता है चिप्स वगैरह।
और जो आपके मामा का लड़का है जिसको
ये गांधीनगर में काम करता है प्रेसिंग का।
रोड पे बैठे हुए थे ये युवक, एक युवक आता है दूसरे समुदाय का और पता नहीं इनको क्या कहासुनी हुई है, उसके ऊपर वो चाकू घोंप देता है इसको। स्थानीय लोग इकट्ठा होते हैं, उन्होंने पकड़ लिया उसको, पकड़ करके उसको बैठा लिया, वहाँ पुलिस को फ़ोन कर दिया। उससे पहले ही पता नहीं कहाँ से नाल मुस्ताबाद से लगभग 50 के करीब लड़के आते हैं और वहाँ से छुड़ा करके उसको ले जाते हैं।
Himanshu Mishra is getting us more details on that story. Joining us from the spot right now. Himanshu, इस केस के बारे में बताइए। दूसरा ये स्टैबिंग इंसिडेंट है, कुछ ही दिनों में हमने पहले भी एक स्टैबिंग इंसिडेंट देखा था। डिटेल्स क्या है इस केस में?
देखिए, फ्राइडे तकरीबन 9:30 बजे की ये बात है जहाँ पर हम खड़े हैं। ये दयालपुर, नॉर्थ ईस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट का दयालपुर इलाका है जिसमें ब्रिजपुरी है। अंदर ही घर है, गली के अंदर। राहुल और सोनू दोनों कजिन ब्रदर हैं। रात में डिनर के बाद वो आते हैं आइसक्रीम खाने के लिए, यहीं बैठे रहते हैं। तभी किसी मामूली बात पर मोहम्मद जैद, जो कि उनका पड़ोसी ही है, अगली गली में उसका घर है, उससे कहासुनी होती है और इसी दौरान मोहम्मद जैद ने चाकू निकाला और सबसे पहले राहुल को मारा पेट के निचले हिस्से में। जब सोनू बीच बचाव के लिए आया तो उसको भी दोनों हाथों पर, सोनू को भी चोट के निशान लगे। इसके बाद चूंकि 9:30 का इलाका है, काफ़ी घना इलाका है ये, तो फिर लोग जब थे तो जैद भागता है और ये आप जो दुकान देख रही हैं, इस दुकान के अंदर वो भाग करके जो काउंटर है उसके पीछे बैठ जाता है। तभी राहुल भी जाता है और राहुल चूंकि उसे चाकू लगा था इसलिए राहुल वहीं गिर पड़ता है। तो राहुल को उठा करके पास के लोग हॉस्पिटल ले गए और इस शटर को बंद कर दिया क्योंकि अंदर जैद था। लेकिन आरोप है कि उसी दौरान बड़ी संख्या में तकरीबन 15, 20, 25 लोग आते हैं, शटर खोलते हैं और जैद को छुड़ा के ले जाते हैं। और इसके बाद जब पुलिस पहुंचती है तो पुलिस को आरोपी नहीं मिलता। फिलहाल पुलिस ने इस मामले में आर्म्स एक्ट और हत्या के प्रयास की कोशिश के तहत मामला दर्ज किया है और आरोपी की तलाश कर रही है। राहुल हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है जहां पर उसका इलाज किया जा रहा है।
जी, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। हिमांशु getting us all of those details from Delhi city. As far as that recent, very recent incident of crime is concerned, a man has stabbed another young man in Delhi. More news coming in. Union Minister Giriraj Singh has taken a dig at the opposition for this meeting that has been called by Home Minister. Tukde Tukde gang with dreams of becoming the Prime Minister. Nothing will come out of the opposition's meeting. Okay, this has got to do with the opposition's meeting that was held yesterday in Patna. That's what Giriraj Singh, the minister, is saying.
हमारे नेता ने कहा फोटो सेशन, एक फोटो सेशन ममता बनर्जी बिहार आके नीतीश कुमार को क्या मदद करेगा? अब मैं पूछता हूं फारूक अब्दुल्ला यूपी जाके क्या मदद करेंगे? अखिलेश यादव फारूक अब्दुल्ला के यहां जाके क्या मदद करेंगे? ये लोग सब प्रधानमंत्री के सपने वाले टुकड़े टुकड़े हैं, इसीलिए ये फोटो सेशन चला है, इससे कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
All right, so you heard in fact from Giriraj Singh, who's taking a dig at the opposition. Remember, the opposition 15 parties came together just yesterday for a meeting in Patna to discuss and to chart out the strategy as far as the next Lok Sabha elections in 2024 is concerned. Aditya Vaibhav is getting us more details. Aditya, already the BJP was going guns blazing against all of these opposition parties, and all the more reason because there was no consensus really at yesterday's meeting, isn't it?
Well, exactly, Sneha. As far as the last day's meeting of the opposition is concerned, of course, the BJP was at all loggerheads as far as the opposition meet is concerned, and they were actually taking jibes, even the dulha jibes, who will be the groom, who will be the leader of the opposition, if at all it unifies in the near future. But then, after Lalu Yadav technically retorted in his epic characteristic reply, wherein he technically suggested Rahul Gandhi to get married, and this is the fresh volley that is now coming in from Minister Giriraj Singh, who has technically described the entire political meet as nothing but a tea party, and he technically went ahead and said that the opposition satraps technically gathered here. It was a rendezvous planned in Patna so that the Tukre gang technically comes ahead and chooses a prime minister among themselves. So you can categorically see the way Union Minister Giriraj Singh has been slamming the opposition post its meet in Patna. Sneha.
Thanking you for the moment. Aditya Vaibhav getting us those details. Meanwhile, uneasy calm prevails in Manipur. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has called for an all-party meeting today to discuss the situation in the state. This is going to be the first all-party meeting since the clashes broke out in the northeastern part of the country. The meeting is going to take place at 3 p.m. in Delhi. The motive of the meeting is to mull over the current situation and the ways to restore normalcy in the strife-torn state. The Congress has attacked the Prime Minister over his silence on the violence in Manipur and his visit to the United States at a time when Manipur has been rocked by violent ethnic clashes in the past 1.5 months. Over 100 people have died in these clashes so far. Opposition has slammed the meeting, arguing that the Prime Minister's absence makes this exercise meaningless.
ऐसे दर्दनाक स्थिति में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक शब्द नहीं बोला। कर्नाटक के चुनाव के बाद भारत में भी रहे, अब अमेरिका में डेमोक्रेसी की बात कर रहे हैं। अब मणिपुर जल रहा है। अब इतने दिनों के बाद में ऑल पार्टी मीट बुलाई, जबकि पहले से मांग हो रही है। ऑल पार्टी मीट मिलने के बाद क्या फैसला होता है वो उसके बारे में वो आने के बाद ही बताया जा सकता है कि क्या इसकी दवा है।
एक सांप्रदायिक स्थिति पैदा करने की साजिश जगह जगह हो रही है और जिससे समाज की एकता प्रस्तुत ये कार्यक्रम आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उनके साथियों का और इससे सामना करना हो तो मिलकर सामना करना चाहिए। बाकी कुछ न कुछ मतभेद के हो सकते हैं मगर नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए बाकी कोई भी आपस की समस्या हो वो नजरअंदाज छोड़कर हमने आगे जाने का तय किया है।
Congress has in fact said that this exercise, a meeting with the opposition and the other parties at this time, is pretty meaningless. For over a month and a half now, the Prime Minister is silent. Why did he not then cancel his visit to the US is the question that the Congress is asking. Should the Prime Minister not intervene and do what is possible to stop the ethnic violence in Manipur that we've been seeing for over 100 days now? In fact, 100 people have died and many others have been injured in the violent clashes that Manipur has seen. On the final leg of his US visit as a state guest, the Indian Prime Minister addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister's much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Melvin rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He said that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding the several deals during his maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced that India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside this building.
Yoga is truly universal. आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. One pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. We saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very, very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit.
Well, the US Vice President also hosted a dinner, a lunch in fact, for Prime Minister Modi, where they raised a toast to the Indian-US ties. Prime Minister Modi, Antony Blinken and Kamala Harris spoke about their shared love for yoga, samosas and democratic values. In attendance were Indira Nooyi and top diplomats, among others.
Make those hopes a reality. Cheers.
The clinking of glasses, more than a simple gesture.
Whether we call it the American dream, whether we call it the Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. That no matter who we are or where we come from, we can make something more of ourselves.
Their toast embodied the diplomatic triumph of unity and progress. Indian-American author Jhumpa Lahiri, American actress Mindy Kaling of Indian descent, Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh debuting at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival this year. The hall embraced the Indianness flourishing across United States.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Jhumpa Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga.
The lunch hosted by the US State Department in honor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a profound affirmation of interconnectedness.
The historic number of members of the United States Congress with Indian heritage. Representatives Ami Bera, if you're here, please stand. Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, Raja Krishnamurti, and Sri Danda. Under your leadership.
The words of US Vice President Kamala Harris carry the essence of her cherished childhood memories of southern India, invoking her ancestral roots with passion and pride.
More expansive than it. Every morning consisted of taking long walks on the beach with his retired buddies. I remember them talking about the importance of fighting corruption and fighting for equality. Throughout these walks, I recall my grandfather teaching me lessons about not just what it means to have a democracy, but to keep a democracy.
The Prime Minister thanked the hosts for their gracious reception.
उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एकमत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
Talent, technology and diplomacy came together earlier in the day. The Prime Minister and President Joe Biden met top CEOs of the US and India at the White House.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India.
The Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity.
Microsoft's Satya Nadella, Google's Sundar Pichai, NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group Chairman Anand Mahindra, Reliance Industries, Mukesh Ambani and several others present.
हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं.
President Biden once again emphasized the significance of Indian-US relationship.
And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So we look forward to continuing working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
Unparalleled warmth, heartfelt camaraderie. American hospitality for Prime Minister Modi leaves an indelible mark on India-US relations. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, we're getting you details of another big international story that is developing. We're talking about a massive escalation in fighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of mutiny. Military tanks roll out on the streets of Russia.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. There's a mutiny brewing in Russia's mercenary group Wagner vows to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Russian mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin Wagner has claimed that his fighters had crossed the border into Russia from Ukraine and were prepared to go against Moscow's military. They've captured military installments and the airbase in Rostov. The Wagner group is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. Tension has been growing between them over how the war has been fought, with Prigozhin launching vocal criticism of Russia's military leadership in the recent months. On Friday, he had accused the military of launching a deadly missile strike on his troops and vowed to punish them. Authorities have denied the strike, demanding that he halt his illegal actions and accused him of armed mutiny.
Мы били по ним, они били по нам, и это происходило все эти долгие 8 лет, с 14 по 22. Иногда нарастало количество различных перестрелок, грубо говоря, обмена боеприпасами, обменом выстрелами, иногда уменьшалось. На 24 февраля ничего сверхординарного не было. Сейчас уже Министерство обороны пытается обмануть общественность, пытается обмануть президента и рассказать историю о том, что со стороны Украины была безумная агрессия, и они собирались вместе со всем блоком НАТО на нас напасть. Поэтому спецоперация, так называемая 24 февраля, она была начата совершенно по другим.
All right, let's now take a look at the top developments from Russia. The owner of the Wagner private military contractor made his most direct challenge to the Kremlin, calling for an armed rebellion aimed at ousting Russia's defense minister. Wagner forces have made it to the southern military district headquarters in Rostov. These are visuals from Russia's Rostov-on-Don, where military forces are on the move. Security has been heightened in Moscow and in Rostov-on-Don, which is home to the Russian military headquarters for the southern region. It also oversees the fighting in Ukraine. The Wagnerites also seized the buildings of the head office of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the FSB department, the administration of Rostov, and one of the police departments. Moscow is on high alert. Anti-terrorist measures are being taken to strengthen security measures. Additional control has been introduced on the roads. Public events may also be restricted owing to the simmering tensions. Soldiers, apparently part of Wagner, are taking positions in Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Machine guns have been deployed at the headquarters of the southern military district in Rostov-on-Don. It is reported that there are up to 300 Wagnerites in the center of Rostov. We're tracking that story and much more on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app for all the news and updates. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
These lethal long-endurance, medium-altitude drones may soon be the new weapons in the arsenal of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council gave its nod for the acquisition of the Sea Guardian drones. The Army, the Navy and the Air Force are looking at 10 drones each. The Indian Navy has already leased 2 MQ-9 Sea Guardians, the naval version of the drones, for intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance operations since 2020.
ये जो डील है ये हमारे देश की मैरीटाइम और ओवरऑल सिक्योरिटी के लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि सर्वेलेंस सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण स्थान रखता है, क्योंकि हमें चाहिए कि हम अपनी एरिया में जहाँ एरिया ऑफ ऑपरेशंस है वहाँ निगरानी रख सकें, और ये क्षमता इस कैपेबिलिटी से हमें मिलती है।
The MQ-9A Reaper drones were used for the precision targeting of Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul. These unmanned combat aerial vehicles, apart from a number of sensors, cameras and radars, are also capable of carrying 4 Hellfire missiles for precision targeting of high-value targets. Both the Army and the Air Force are looking at these drones for high-risk operations to destroy strategic assets of the adversary without risking the lives of pilots. These hunter-killer drones can carry 4 Hellfire missiles. They're also capable of carrying 2 laser-guided bombs and 2 joint-action JDAMs. These drones can fly at an altitude of 40,000 feet and remain airborne for over 36 hours. They're also capable of loitering in the sky, scanning the ground below for the enemy. The MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones come with both maritime surveillance, reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare capabilities. The drones are capable of providing over-the-horizon surveillance and reconnaissance support both to warships and surface units. With increased Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean region, coupled with Chinese aggression along the LAC, these UCAVs will help keep an eye on the adversary both in the Himalayas and in the Indian Ocean region, and take out strategic targets when needed. Bureau Report.
It is wonderful to see the entire world come together again for yoga.
Welcome to this special broadcast from Washington, D.C., where I'll bring you glimpses of what the world has been talking about. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 4-day visit to the United States of America, which was full of color, hard negotiations, big deals and discussions on geopolitics, trade and health. Day 1 started in New York, where mega Musk-Modi meeting took place. Prime Minister Modi spoke with a lot of top honchos in New York, but the big conversation was with Elon Musk when I asked him a question on ex-Twitter chief Jack Dorsey's comments on India. This is what he had to say.
I am a fan of Modi, so...
Billionaire, visionary, world's richest man, and latest addition to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's large fan list. Tesla chief and Twitter owner Elon Musk confessed that he's a big fan of Prime Minister Narendra Modi after he met him in New York.
I am a fan of Modi, so, so I have to say that.
Musk richly lauded Modi's transformation of India.
I can say he really wants to do the right thing for India. He wants to be open. He wants to be supportive of new companies, and obviously, but at the same time, make sure it accrues to India's advantage.
Endorsing Prime Minister's vision for India, Musk, who has been scouting for location of Tesla's next factory, hinted at his next possible foray into India.
Obviously, India is great for solar, and the amount of land area you actually need to generate enough electricity to power India is very small. I believe it'd be probably 1 or 2% of the land area of India. So it's very doable. And then you need to pair that with stationary battery packs because the sun doesn't shine at night. And then you need electric vehicles, and then you have a sustainable energy future.
Modi appreciated Musk's efforts at making cutting-edge technology accessible and affordable for the masses.
Your reaction to Jack Dorsey's statement, Elon?
Speaking exclusively to India Today, Musk trained guns on ex-Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey, who had claimed gag order by Modi government.
India is a country that had many requests of us around the farmers' protest, around particular journalists that were critical of the government, it manifested in ways such as we will shut Twitter down in India, which is a very large market for us. We will raid the homes of your employees, which they did. We will shut down your offices if you don't follow suit. And this is India.
One cannot just apply, America to Earth, because Earth is not. They have different rules and regulations and different forms of government. But we'll do the best to provide the freest speech that is possible under the law.
After the much-awaited Modi-Musk meet, all eyes will be on Musk's business venture in India. With Geeta Mohan and Rahul Kawal in New York, Bureau Report, India Today.
June 21st is celebrated as International Day of Yoga. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in New York at the United Nations headquarters after 8 years. And he performed asanas with the top notch of the city. Here are details of the event.
Prime Minister of India leading representatives of 180 countries in celebrating Yoga Day at the United Nations headquarters in New York. The biggest flex of India's soft power.
Breathe out. Let the
A stunning start to the Prime Minister's momentous America visit.
Being followed by many people.
The Prime Minister kicked off Yoga Day celebrations by paying tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and thanking the world for recognizing June 21st as International Yoga Day.
Almost every nationality is represented here today. What an amazing cause to bring us all together. Yoga. Yoga means to unite.
Now we'll bend forward.
Joining the Prime Minister at the UN headquarters lawns were several prominent faces, from Hollywood legend Richard Gere to singer Mary Milburn, all chanting Om together.
One more breath in, come a little higher.
The Yoga Day celebrations lasted nearly an hour and created a Guinness World Record for people of most nationalities doing yoga together.
Yoga comes from India, and it is a very old tradition. But like all ancient Indian traditions, it is also living and dynamic. Yoga is free from copyright, free from patents, and free from royalty payments.
The theme this year for Yoga Day was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, World is One Family, and the Prime Minister's message was for a peaceful world.
Let us use the power of yoga to build bridges of friendship, a peaceful world, and a cleaner, greener, and sustainable future. Let us join hands together to realize the goal of one earth, one family, one future.
Those who attended the event were thrilled. From New York to New Delhi, India has shown how yoga can unite the world. With Rahul Kawal in New York, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a short break. On the other side, the special broadcast of Modi's visit to the United States of America continues.
quality today. In Delhi, 212. In Mumbai, 53. In Kolkata, 55. In Bangalore, 54. In Chennai, 84. In Hyderabad, 21.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
I've long believed that the relationship between the United States and India
दोनों देश साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है।
The second leg of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit began here in Washington, D.C. with a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora right outside his hotel. It was followed by a private dinner with the Bidens at White House right behind me. And we're being told that the First Lady directed her in-house chef to prepare a spectacular vegetarian meal for the Indian Premier.
Day one of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Washington, D.C. was all about Desh Bhakti, delectable delicacies, with the Bidens and Desi Diaspora dhamaka. Modi arrived at the Joint Base Andrews in Washington, D.C., where he was given a ceremonial guard of honor in heavy rains. The Prime Minister, who was wearing a raincoat, stood throughout in rapt attention for the national anthems of the two countries, unmindful of the torrential rains. From the airport, Modi travelled to the hotel where large and boisterous Indian diaspora members were waiting for him.
I came to welcome Modi, and he is a global leader and doing an extremely good job for global good. We are proud of him.
I'm so excited Prime Minister Modi is coming. This is truly an honor and a great way for us to showcase our culture and to welcome him to Washington, D.C.
The Indian American community staged cultural programs including Garba and folk dance outside the hotel in Washington, D.C., where Modi is staying. In his first public interaction in the U.S. Capitol, Modi and U.S. First Lady Jill Biden then visited the National Science Federation and interacted with students.
हमारी वर्तमान और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने के लिए ये हम सभी का दायित्व है। इस उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आवश्यक है एजुकेशन, स्किल, इनोवेशन और भारत में हमने इस दिशा में कई प्रयास किए हैं।
If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Education is the cornerstone of the bond between India and the United States.
President Biden and First Lady Jill then hosted Modi for an intimate dinner at the White House. Jill Biden was seen personally supervising the dinner table and the delectable vegetarian spread laid out for the Prime Minister. Modi and the Bidens were seen sharing hugs, handshakes and warmth. Prime Minister Modi met immediate family members of President Biden. Modi and Bidens exchanged exquisite gifts, which included a lab-grown 7.5-carat green diamond for Jill Biden from the Prime Minister. An enamored Jill was seen trying out the diamond on her ring finger.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi also met prominent tech czars here in Washington, D.C. The Indo-US collaboration in the tech sector, the software sector, is going to be crucial for a resilient supply chain in the electronics industry. And that is something that the two countries are looking at, particularly because of China.
Intimate dinner. Key bilateral meet. Technological collaborations. And big-ticket tech talks. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US is high on substance. A visit that offers an opportunity to the United States to strengthen its economic and security cooperation with India. Ahead of the intimate dinner with US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, Modi met leading tech czars in Washington, D.C. In a series of high-profile back-to-back meetings, Prime Minister Modi met Gary E. Dickerson, the president and CEO of semiconductor giant Applied Materials, inviting his company to boost the chip-making ecosystem in India.
We will be announcing soon a new innovation center in India. With Applied Materials, we'll also bring global partners into this new innovation center. And this innovation center will really be focused on innovation in the equipment. And we have very high confidence that working together with India, we can create a tremendous success.
Amid jet engine deal buzz, PM Modi met the chairman and CEO of General Electric, H. Lawrence Culp Jr. GE is likely to sign a pact with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to manufacture jet engines in India. Prime Minister Modi also met Sanjay Mehrotra, the president and CEO of American chipmaker Micron Technology. During the meeting, Modi invited Micron Technology to manufacture semiconductors in India.
Had an excellent meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Very impressed with the vision that he has for India and the advances that India is making. We discussed a wide range of topics, and we really look forward to greater opportunities in India.
Modi's active wooing of global businesses of the future can potentially redefine business ties with the US. With Geeta Mohan and Rahul Kanwal in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi made history by becoming the only Indian premier to address the joint meeting of the US Congress twice. a rare honor accorded only to a few world leaders. He mentioned and he spoke about a lot of issues covering climate, democracy, rights issues, and the fact that India and the United States of America need to stand together. Take a look at the few important snippets from the Congress address.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's historic second address to the US Congress. The Prime Minister walked into loud cheer and applause as lawmakers welcomed him. Flanked by US Vice President Kamala Harris, the Prime Minister received a rock star welcome. Lawmakers stood up and applauded as he walked up to the podium to deliver his address. Chants of Modi Modi from members of the Indian American lawmakers and members of the Indian diaspora reverberated the Grand House Chamber at the US Capitol.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
In a scathing attack on Pakistan, Prime Minister reiterated that there can be no double standards in dealing with terror. He called on the world to act against state sponsors of terror.
More than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror.
Prime Minister Modi also referred to China amid its aggressive military maneuvering in the strategically vital Indo-Pacific region.
The dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. We also remember,
noting that the Ukraine conflict
others
is causing great pain in the region,
work
Modi
for
said that this is
liberty,
not an era of war,
equality,
once again appealing for dialogue and
justice.
diplomacy.
This is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering.
Modi paid rich tribute to the Indian American community's success and cited
Every
Vice President
100
Kamala
miles.
Harris as a glowing example.
There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who
Prime Minister Modi also hailed woman power and said that they will lead the world towards a better future.
women's sages compose many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future.
Modi sang a couplet written by him to stress India's steely resolve in the global arena.
आसमान में सिर उठाकर, आसमान में सिर उठाकर, घने बादलों को चीरकर, रोशनी का संकल्प ले, अभी तो सूरज उगा है.
Modi received 15 standing ovations and 79 applauses during his hour-long speech.
I think more than anything, he talked about the future and the future alliance between the United States and India, how great that's going to be. And it was a very moving speech.
The message from the Prime Minister is very positive and very exciting to see the relationship between the United States and India.
God bless America. Jai Hind. Long live India-US friendship. Thank you.
Amid Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants, the Prime Minister was mobbed for selfies and autographs both by US lawmakers and Indian Americans. With Rahul Kaval and Geeta Mohan in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all in the special broadcast from Washington, D.C. News and updates will continue on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned to India Today and thank you for watching.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
उन लोगों को सोचना चाहिए यार ये लोग किन्नर है तो हम लोगों को इन लोगों का मजाक नहीं उड़ाना चाहिए, इस तरह से रिएक्ट इन लोगों के साथ नहीं करना चाहिए।
दोस्त बन के रह लो लेकिन शादी लड़के से करो।
सेल्फ एक्सेप्टेंस बहुत ज़रूरी है कि मैं क्या हूँ, कैसा हूँ, ये मुझे पता होना चाहिए।
आज नहीं तो कल वो चीज़ बदलेगी, क्योंकि मैं उस गलत तरीके से या उस चीज़ से नहीं, मैं अपना नाम बना के वो चीज़, अपनी रिस्पेक्ट पाना चाहूँगी।
So when you're lying about one identity of yours already, and then you're like also questioning your queer identity.
Constitution requires recognition of same-sex marriage, or what I call marriage equality.
The Pride Month is about acceptance. The Pride Month is about equality. It is all about celebrating the word LGBTQ+ individuals and raising awareness about issues faced by the community. But first, let's see what does LGBTQ+ stand for. L stands for lesbian, G for gay, B for bisexual, T for trans, Q for queer, and finally, the plus. Plus is an inclusive symbol for all gender identities. Pride is all about being proud of who you are, no matter where you come from or who you love. But it is important to know, why do we celebrate June as the Pride Month? Well, in the 1960s, gay bars and clubs in the US were often raided by the cops, the police. On June 28, 1949, a similar raid happened in Manhattan's Stonewall Inn, a popular gay bar. In this raid, the members of the community resisted arrests and fought back. Riots went on for 3 days. A year later, the first Pride March was held to commemorate the Stonewall Uprising. It was called the Christopher Street Liberation Day March. In 1999, President Bill Clinton officially declared June as the Pride Month. Five years ago, in a historic verdict, the Supreme Court of India overturned Section 377, which criminalized same-sex relationships between consenting adults in India. This community, the LGBTQ+, which was once a taboo for a large portion of Indian society, even amongst the youth, is now a celebration. This month, that is exactly what we're going to do at India Today. Celebrate the power of love and, importantly, the power of acceptance.
Historic and momentous day when the Supreme Court declared that gay sex was not illegal.
Images of a landmark day, a historic verdict by the Supreme Court finally decriminalizing Section 377.
It's been a big victory for the LGBTQ community after the Supreme Court decriminalizes gay sex in India.
As an individual who identifies outside the gender and sexuality binary.
We had a fear in our heart that whether what judgment will be. But we are very happy to say that we are not criminals now.
It is a long fight, but finally we have achieved a goal and we have won this whole thing. And thank you Supreme Court, thank you Constitution Bench.
We used to think of two women, as merely friends, but times have changed. And now when I talk about Payal and Yashvika, we may also think of them as partners, a couple. Here is their story.
मैंने बोला मैं ऐसे बाहर नहीं जा सकती बिकॉज शी इज़ माई हस्बैंड. मैडम हस्बैंड वाइफ में तो लड़की और लड़का ही होता है. मैंने बोला नहीं, हम दोनों लड़कियां हैं लेकिन हस्बैंड वाइफ हैं.
बेसिकली जब मुझे पता चला कि मेरा जो इंटरेस्ट है वो लड़कियों में है, तो मैं उस टाइम पे 8th क्लास में थी और मुझे लड़कों से ज़्यादा मतलब लड़कियां ज़्यादा पसंद आने लगी थी। फीमेल की तरफ मेरा जो अट्रैक्शन था वो ज़्यादा था उस टाइम पे।
तो मैंने मेल को कभी एज अ पार्टनर नहीं देखा। तो अगर मैं बात करूँ तो 2012 में मुझे ये चीज़ लगी कि नहीं, मेरा इंटरेस्ट लड़कियों में है और मुझे लड़की के साथ ही रहना है।
तू है तो मुझे फिर और क्या चाहिए, तू है तो मुझे फिर और क्या चाहिए, किसी की ना मदद ना दुआ चाहिए, तू है तो मुझे फिर और क्या चाहिए।
हम लोग 5 साल पहले टिकटॉक पे मिले थे। मैंने इनका एक रील आया, मैं रील्स देखती थी उस टाइम पे, तो इनका रील आया सामने, तो मुझे एक्सप्रेशन बहुत अच्छे लगे, तो मैंने वहीं से इंस्टा पे एक मैसेज ड्रॉप कर दिया कि मुझे आपसे बात करनी है।
फिर धीरे धीरे करके बहुत ज़्यादा बातें होने लगी। फिर हम लोग मिले, हरिद्वार में फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग मिले थे। फिर उसके बाद हमारे बीच पहले कोई कमिटमेंट नहीं थी, पहले ऐसे ही था कि हम लोग देखते हैं कि कैसा मतलब हम लोग साथ में रह सकते हैं कि नहीं।
जब हमने डिसाइड किया दोनों ने कि हम अपनी फैमिलीज में बताएंगे, तो बहुत सारी चीजें मेरी मदद के साइड से सामने आई कि मतलब तुम ये चीज़ें क्या बोल रही हो, या तुम्हारा ब्रेन वॉश हुआ है, या ये सारी चीज़ें। तो स्टार्टिंग में बहुत मुश्किल था उनको इस चीज़ के लिए समझाना, उनको चीज़ें प्रॉपर कन्वे करना, क्योंकि वो उनकी नज़रों में 2 लड़कियों का होना सिर्फ दोस्त, क्योंकि उन्होंने हमेशा वही देखा है, वो उसी सोसाइटी में रही हैं, उनका माइंड वही सेट था कि शादी हमेशा लड़का और लड़की की होती है, 2 लड़कियों के बीच में सिर्फ दोस्ती हो सकती है। तो मुझे 4 महीने लगे उनको ये चीज़ें समझाने में, पूरा बताने में कि ऐसा है ऐसा है। उसके बाद जाके चीज़ें थोड़ी थोड़ी ठीक होनी शुरू हुई। फिर भी बीच बीच में मेरी मम्मी का ऐसा आता था कि अरे ठीक है ना, तुमको पायल के साथ रहना है, तुम रह लो, दोस्त बन के रह लो, लेकिन शादी लड़के से करो। एंड फाइनली उसके बाद उन्होंने उस चीज़ के लिए एक्सेप्टेंस दी, उन्होंने समझा कि हाँ, यहाँ ये प्यार है। LGBTQ कपल की शादी थी, तो नॉर्मली कोई वेन्यू नहीं मिल रहा था हमें, हमने काफ़ी सारे सिटीज़ में ट्राई किया, तो फाइनली हमने अपनी वेडिंग को डेस्टिनेशन बनाया और हमने डेस्टिनेशन वेडिंग की लोनावला में, तो वहाँ का हमको इजीली वेन्यू प्रोवाइड हुआ।
एक ऐसी शादी की थी कि लोग देखें कि एक लेस्बियन कपल होके भी ऐसी शादी कर सकते हैं, तो वो एक तरह से जो हमारी जो यूथ है, मतलब LGBT कम्युनिटी की जो यूथ है पूरी, उसको इंस्पायर करना था कि आप नॉर्मली शादी करो ना यार, आप क्यों दुनिया से खुद को अलग समझते हो, आप कर सकते हो, आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो, आप कोई अलग नहीं हो, या फिर आप इस दुनिया के कोई अलग प्राणी नहीं हो, आप भी इन्हीं लोगों के जैसे हो और आप जो चाहे वो कर सकते हो।
ओम यजुर्वेदाय नमः, ओम सामवेदाय नमः, ओम अथर्ववेदाय नमः। अभी पूरा छोड़ दीजिए लास्ट वाला। ओम बम बौराय नमः।
जहाँ पे भी तू है वहाँ पे सुकून है, अब तो वही हम हैं।
That the Constitution requires recognition of same-sex marriage, or what I call marriage equality. If 2 people love each other, there is no reason why they cannot get married to each other, the way if 2 straight people love each other and get married to each other. This is not about religion, this is not about caste or class, this is just about 2 people wanting to get married and having society recognize it so that they can get the same advantages that any straight married couple has.
Disowned by a royal family, forced to endure years of conversion therapy, faced death threats, but still proudly holding on the title of the first openly gay prince in the world. India's Prince of Rajpipla, Manvinder Singh Gohil, shares his strength of love with us.
Though I was attracted towards the same sex at childhood, but I did not know my identity, I did not know my sexuality till I became 30, and it's that time I came to know that I am gay and I am homosexual, and that is my identity. It was very difficult, very challenging to come out openly as gay, and especially with the family, because we are always in the public life. We are considered as role models. We are considered as icons in our geographical areas. People of Rajpipla were furious. They were never expecting that I will take this kind of a stand, because I came out openly as gay, and they thought I brought shame and humiliation to the family and to the culture, Indian culture, and to all the royal families. So coincidentally, the day I came out was the festival of Holi. And they took my images from newspapers and they made effigies and they threw it in the fire, saying that he is the evil person. He should be burnt. He should be outcasted. He should be stripped of his title. He should be excommunicated, not be invited to any events, because he has brought bad name and bad reputation to the Indian culture. My coming out to my parents happened through a nervous breakdown. After I opened up to my parents, the marriage pressure, of course, was there. But more than that, they thought it was a disease, and they thought it was a mental disorder, and they wanted to cure me. So they took me to psychiatrists, doctors. They even thought of taking me to America, and where they were planning to perform a brain surgery on me, and they also thought about giving electroshock therapy, but that did not work. For almost 3 years, they took me to different parts of India, Baba, Sadhu, Sannyasis, saints, all over the country. I was taken to them. This is not a disease, this is not a disorder, so you cannot cure anyone just because taking them to Baba or Sadhu, or it is not going to help. Since the time I have openly come out as gay, I think a lot of changes have happened in the society. A lot of people have started talking about this subject, which was not spoken previously. The fact that sex itself is a taboo in this country. It's not spoken about openly, and it's always considered to be something evil, something bad. So sexuality and homosexuality, these issues were never spoken about openly. So when my coming out actually started a lot of talks, discussions, debates on this issue, which is existing in our culture and yet not spoken about. So that discussion has brought about a lot of change in the mindset of the society, and now people have started understanding us, and they are starting to accept us.
To be able to sort of be fully entrenched into the fabric of society. I think that the community can't just be looked at people that are just coming alive in June Pride Month, or people that we will use for tokenism, or we will use to basically put a rainbow flag on and just sort of forget about the rest of the year. I think the community needs to feel loved and feel accepted in every aspect of what makes a society and what makes a nation. And I think that's where we're at. I think I'm hoping that changes as the months come along.
We've also often heard that love knows no boundaries. Love is not limited to one gender. Love is something to be felt. Our next story is of someone who believes that love transcends the gender binaries.
I'm as proud of my sexuality as I am of all other parts of my identity. I am sexually and romantically attracted to my own gender, which is female, as well as other genders. I think I started discovering about my identity when I was a teenager. I would trace it back to the time when I watched Pirates of the Caribbean, and I fell in love with Keira Knightley, and then a lot of things started playing in my head. And then as time went by, I watched a lot of queer cinema, TV shows, and I read a lot about it, and then I realized that I do identify with all of these things. Women's sexuality is something that is looked down upon in this country and something that isn't valued or even doesn't exist for a lot of people. A woman being attracted to more than one gender becomes more of a problem for an orthodox country. When I was around 22 years old, that was very easy, honestly, because my friends were very supportive. Yes, some of them were not very supportive. I had judgmental remarks and comments and questions, and I was called abnormal by someone. I was called confused by someone, and a lot of those things. I think the major point in my coming out journey was last year when at the age of 26, I came out to my mother, and I honestly did not expect a lot from her because I don't blame her for not understanding the community. As a person from a different generation, I really do not blame her, and she has been trying to understand it. I would not say that she understands me completely, and that hurts me. The queer community also makes me feel heard and understood, and I can share my feelings and experiences with them better than I would with non-queer people. We do not always want to have polyamorous relationships. Just because we are attracted to more than one gender does not mean we want more than one partner all the time. I want people to understand that we are as normal and want to be as included as straight people, gay people, lesbian people, anybody. We just have more to love, that's it. Through love's great power to be made whole in mind and body, heart and soul. Through freedom to find joy, or be by dint of joy itself set free, in love and in companionhood. This is the true and natural good. To undo justice and to seek, to quash the rights that guard the weak, to sneer at love and wrench apart the bonds of body, mind and heart, with specious reason and no rhyme. This is the true unnatural crime.
The rainbow flag was first used in 1978. It was designed the same very year. Harvey Milk was the first gay elected figure in the United States. He had commissioned artist and designer Gilbert Baker to create the pride flag. They decided on a rainbow design. The rainbow symbolizes today the unity of the LGBTQ+ people of various races, religions, ages, genders, and backgrounds. Every color in the pride flag has a meaning. Red for life, orange for healing, yellow for sunlight, green for nature, blue for serenity, purple for spirit, black and brown for people of color.
Watching India Today.
This month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, Right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले प्रिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था, क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो उसी फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी 2 बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम जब भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो भले बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहती हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today. People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible deceased donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की ज़रूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की, उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं, जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके, उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Cheers, bonhomie and the biggest global bond. World's biggest and oldest democracies unite. Modi Biden, a new chapter in India's foreign policy. Watch all this and more on World Today, only on India Today.
So sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा ये डीलों के दिन कुछ हिसाबों के दिन कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ मिलेगा कहाँ ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा
You are watching India Today.
When we hear the term transgender, the first picture that comes to our mind is that of a hijra, crudely termed hijra. So to give you more clarity on this, we've covered 3 categories which fall under the term transgender.
मैंने अपने आप को टूटते हुए देखा है, मैंने अपने आप को कांच की तरह बिखरते हुए देखा है, कि मैंने अपने आप को टूटते हुए देखा है, मैंने अपने आप को कांच की तरह बिखरते हुए देखा है। लोग तो मरते हैं एक बार, लोग तो मरते हैं एक बार, मैंने खुद को खुद के लिए रोज़ मरते हुए देखा है। क्या ज़रूरी है खुद को बदलना, समाज के बनाए हुए ढांचे में डलना? एक लड़का होने के लिए या एक आदमी होने के लिए आपको किसी सर्जरीज की ज़रूरत नहीं है। आप अपने आप में अगर एक लड़का अपने आप को महसूस करते हो तो वो बहुत बड़ी बात है, बिकॉज सेल्फ एक्सेप्टेंस बहुत ज़रूरी है। आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ एज अ ट्रांस मैन एंड माई प्रोनाउंस आर ही हिम हिज। ट्रांसमैन वो होते हैं हु बॉर्न एज अ फीमेल, जिनके जेनेटिक्स जो होते हैं वो फीमेल होते हैं, एंड दे आइडेंटिफाई देमसेल्फ एज अ मैन। दुनिया की नज़रों में और मेरे स्कूल में जो टीचर्स हैं या मेरी जो स्कूल में फ्रेंड्स हैं, उनको मैं ये लगता था कि मैं लड़की हूँ, बट मुझे पता था कि मैं एक लड़का हूँ अंदर से। तो जो वो फर्स्ट पीरियड आया ना, तो उसके बाद जो फिर मैं अपने आप पे सेल्फ डाउट करने लगा। मतलब आई वाज लाइक यार मुझे कोई बीमारी तो नहीं है, क्योंकि स्कूल में इतने बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, मैं इकलौता एक ऐसा लड़का हूँ जिसको पीरियड्स आ रहे हैं, जिसके सर्टेन पार्ट्स ग्रो अप कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद जब भी पीरियड्स मुझे आता था, आई यूज्ड टू लॉक माई सेल्फ इन अ रूम फॉर अ वीक, क्योंकि मुझे डर था कि कहीं अगर मेरे दोस्तों को पता लग गया, जो मेरे मेल फ्रेंड्स उनको पता लग गया, कहीं वो मुझसे बात करना बंद कर दें, कोई मुझसे उल्टा ना बोले। सत्यमेव जयते आया था जिसमें LGBT के कम्युनिटी के बारे में बात हुई थी, तो वहाँ पर मैंने एक पर्सन को देखा था, गज़ल ढालेवाल। तो उनको देख के मुझे पता लगा कि यस, मतलब मैं इकलौता नहीं हूँ जो ऐसा है। हो सकता है इनके बाद मैं दूसरा इंसान हूँ जिसको ये सब चीज़ें हैं, बट मुझे वहाँ से सेल्फ डाउट ख़त्म हो गया था। एज लाइक ठीक है, दुनिया में सर्जरी होती है, मतलब मैं बीमार नहीं हूँ, मुझे कोई मेंटल इलनेस नहीं है, बट मुझे टर्म नहीं पता था कि ट्रांस मैन बोलते हैं। मुझे पता लगा कि इंडिया के फर्स्ट ट्रांसमैन बॉडी बिल्डर हैं आर्यन पाशा, उनके बारे में मुझे पता लगा। तो मैंने उनकी स्टोरी पढ़ना स्टार्ट कर दिया कि किस तरीके से उन्होंने अपनी लाइफ में चीज़ों को किया है, फैमिली को कैसे बताया है, ताकि मैं मतलब मेरा माइंड ये था कि पापा जो भी क्वेश्चन पूछें मेरे पास उनके हर क्वेश्चन का आंसर होना चाहिए था। मतलब मैं एक इवेंट में गया था, वहाँ पर वो सारे ट्रांस लोग थे, तो आई वाज सो एक्साइटेड क्योंकि वो एक ऐसी जगह थी जहाँ पर सिर्फ मैं था, मुझे ना प्रिटेंड नहीं करना पड़ता था जो मैं बाकी की सोसाइटी के सामने करता था। तो वहाँ पर बाकी के लोग थे, ट्रांसमैन ट्रांस वुमेन थी, वो एक ब्यूटी पेजेंट था। पापा के फ्रेंड ने देख लिया, इन्होंने पापा को जाके दिखा दिया कि आपकी बेटी ये किन्नर के साथ, हिजड़ों के साथ घूम रही है, तो कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि आपकी बेटी भी ऐसी हो जाए। मेरे पापा ने कहीं मेरे पे हाथ नहीं उठाया था। फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम ही स्लेप्ट मी। मेरा फ़ोन ले लिया, मुझे घर से बाहर निकलना बंद कर दिया। एंड 1.5 साल बाद, मतलब वो 1.5 साल एक ऐसा था कि पापा और मेरे बीच में कोई बातचीत नहीं होती थी। एक दिन ऐसा आया, मैंने पापा को बोला, मैं पापा एक काम करते हैं, मैं ऐसा फील करता हूँ, ये डॉक्टर्स हैं जिनके बारे में मैंने पता किया है, एक काम करते हैं, हम एक बार डॉक्टर के पास चलते हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं। क्योंकि मेरा मोटिव ये था कि पापा को किसी भी तरीके से डॉक्टर के पास लेके जाना है, बिकॉज अगर वो नहीं जाएंगे, डॉक्टर उनको नहीं समझाएगा, तो मैं फिर ट्रांजिशन कभी स्टार्ट नहीं कर पाऊँगा। पापा ने कहा कि नहीं जाना, पापा एक बार चलते हैं, उसके बाद आई प्रॉमिस इस टॉपिक पे आज के बाद इस घर में कभी बात नहीं होगी। तो इस लाइक कि ठीक है, ओके फाइन। उस 1.5 साल के मेरे जो मेहनत थी, पापा से बात करना, उनको दिन रात मनाना एंड डॉक्टर के पास जाने के बाद, उसके बाद फिर पापा ने मुझे अलाउ किया कि ठीक है फाइन, अब तुम अपना ट्रांजिशन स्टार्ट कर सकते हो। ट्रांसमेंस की 2-3 सर्जरीज होती हैं। फर्स्ट होती है ब्रेस्ट रिमूवल, जिसे हम मस्टेक्टमी बोलते हैं, जिसमें ब्रेस्ट रिमूव होती है। सेकंड होती है हिस्टेक्टमी, जिसमें फीमेल ऑर्गन्स रिमूव होते हैं, यूट्रस हो गया, फैलोपियन ट्यूब हो गया, आपका ओवरीज हो गया। एंड थर्ड होती है आपकी बॉटम सर्जरी, विच इज़ फैलोप्लास्टी और मेटेडोप्लास्टी। एंड फॉर फेशियल हेयर की बात है और वॉइस की बात है, तो हम 21 डेज़ में, मैं स्पेशल 21 डेज़ में एक हार्मोन्स का इंजेक्शन लेता हूँ जो डॉक्टर ने प्रिस्क्राइब किया है मेरे को। तो हर बॉडी का अलग अलग होता है। कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जिनकी फेशियल हेयर 6 मंथ में आ जाती है, कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो 3 साल तक भी नहीं आते। लाइक मेरी फेशियल हेयर 3 साल बाद आनी स्टार्ट हुई है। तो सिर्फ सर्जरीज आपकी एक ही बार होती हैं, बट हार्मोन्स आपको लाइफ टाइम देने पड़ते हैं। लाइक अगर मैं अब हार्मोन्स ले रहा हूँ तो लास्ट जो डोज होती है वो 21 डेज़ में आपको, एवरी 21 डेज़ आपको इंजेक्शन्स अपने लेने पड़ते हैं फॉर लाइफ लॉन्ग, जिससे कि आपकी बॉडी में जो हार्मोन्स है वो बैलेंस रहे। एंड बिकॉज ऑफ हार्मोन्स ओनली ये फेशियल हेयर आना, बॉडी का स्ट्रक्चर चेंज होना, वॉइस हैवी होना, ये सब बिकॉज ऑफ हार्मोन्स ओनली। इसके लिए कोई सर्जरीज नहीं होती हैं, बिकॉज वो जो सर्जरीज होती हैं फेशियल हेयर के लिए होती हैं वो ट्रांस वुमेन की होती हैं। ट्रांसमैन के लिए ऐसे कोई सर्जरीज नहीं होती हैं। 3 महीने बाद आई वाज लाइक कि मैं हमेशा अपने आप को मिरर में देखता था, ओ माय गॉड मेरी मुस्टैच आ रही है, ओ माय गॉड मेरी वॉइस चेंज हो रही है, ये तो शक्ल ही बदल रही है। तो वो जो इनिशियल टाइम होता है ना, वो मैंने बहुत इन्जॉय किया। लाइक अभी भी अगर मैं अपने आप को देखता हूँ कि यार कुछ भी तो हैंडसम तो है।
Once you do come out, you need support, especially as children, where there can be bullying, which is prevalent, not just for lesbian and gay people, but particularly for trans children. It can be a very traumatic time. So you need awareness. And that awareness is not just about sex education. I think children will get sex education one way or the other. We don't give it in India just now very comprehensively, yet children know what they need to know, or they find out. What is needed beyond sex education is a kind of education about empathy and understanding about what it means to be queer and how to be good allies, how to be good friends. I think it's time we take the debate beyond sex into acceptance and culture. I think that's what's really needed in India.
मेरा नाम बॉबी है, मैं आम आदमी पार्टी से यहाँ से काउंसलर हूँ, वार्ड 43 से, सुल्तानपुर माजरा विधानसभा। किन्नर है, किन्नरों का क्या काम है? किन्नर का तो नाचना गाना होता है, बधाई वगैरह लेना होता है, यही काम होता है। मैं 15 साल से सोशल वर्क करती हूँ। बहुत सारी 100-150 गरीब लड़कियों की, मैंने जो विधवाओं की लड़कियों की शादी करवा चुकी हूँ, और बहुत सारे यहाँ दिव्यांग आते, ब्लाइंड आते, सबकी मदद करती, राशन से, पानी से, कपड़े लत्ते से, हर चीज़ से मैं जो मेरे से हो सकता है वो उनकी मैं यहाँ से मदद करके भेजती हूँ। और ये जिस क्षेत्र में मैं रहती हूँ सब लोग जानते कि मैं यहाँ क्या काम करती हूँ, और जनता की हमेशा मैं सेवा ही करती हूँ, और ये सेवा करना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है कि मैं किसी गरीब के काम आई। खुश हूँ, कोई बात नहीं। अब देखो, जो भगवान ने ज़िंदगी दी है, जो लाइफ दी है, उसको तो जीना पड़ेगा। और खुश इसलिए हूँ क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी से जो हमारे माननीय अरविंद केजरीवाल ने इतना एक घास कूड़े को आज क्या कहते हैं निगम पार्षद बना दिया, तो उनके लिए हमेशा शुक्रगुजार रहूँगी अपने मुख्यमंत्री जी। आज मुझे देख के और जो किन्नर उनको अंदर भी एक आत्मविश्वास बढ़ रहा है कि हमारी जो पहली दिल्ली की किन्नर पार्षद हुई है, तो उनके मन में भी ये चाव हो रहा है कि हम भी कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी पार्टी से जुड़े और भी कहीं किसी और पार्टी से भी जुड़े, ताकि आज जो इसको बॉबी को इतना मान सम्मान मिला है, आज ये निगम पार्षद बनी, तो कहीं ना कहीं हम भी निगम पार्षद बने जनता के हित में और समाज हित में। जो बॉबी अच्छा काम कर रही है, कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग भी अच्छा काम करके दिखाएं, ताकि समाज के प्रति, किन्नरों के प्रति जो समाज में भावना है, वो गलत धारणा है, वो कहीं ना कहीं खत्म हो जाए। रोड पे भी हम लोग निकलते तो समाज, कुछ लड़के और कुछ इस तरह से रिएक्ट करते जैसे कि हम कोई इंसान नहीं है ऊपर से, जैसे कोई हम ऊपर से टपके हो, या हमारे 2-4 हाथ पैर हो, 4-5 आंखें वगैरह, इस चीज़ की लोग रिएक्ट करते हैं। कई बार मजाक भी बनाते हैं हम लोगों का, मगर कहीं ना कहीं बड़ा दुख होता है ये सारी चीज़ें देखते हुए। कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, इसीलिए चुप रहते, हमसे अपने रूठ न जाए, हमसे अपने रूठ न जाए, इसीलिए चुप रहते। कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, इसीलिए चुप रहते।
शायद से मैं थोड़ा सा लहरा के बात कर रही हूँ, तो शायद से मैं मीठा हूँ, हलवा हूँ, इस तरीके से मुझे आइडेंटिफाई किया जाता था। एक ट्रांसमैन हूँ, मेरे प्रोनाउन शी हर हैं। ट्रांसजेंडर्स होते हैं, बट ये 2 हिस्सों में बांटे जाते हैं। जो हिजरा कल्चर फॉलो करते हैं वो लोग, और एक वो जो हिजरा कल्चर फॉलो नहीं करते। मीन्स जैसे कि जिसको, जो लोग अपने आप को एक एज अ ट्रांस गर्ल या ट्रांस वुमेन आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं। हिजरा कल्चर में जैसे कि गुरु चेला वाली जो रीत होती हैं, कोई ट्रांस कम्युनिटी की कोई है कि जो अपने आप को आइडेंटिफाई करती है, वो उस इलाके में रह रही है, तो उसको उस इलाके में रहने के लिए उसको वहाँ पे उसी घर के, मीन्स एक घराना जो बोलते थे, एक घराने में चेला होना पड़ेगा, वहाँ रहना है तो, नहीं तो अदरवाइज वो वहाँ नहीं रह सकती। किन्नर समुदाय जो थे वो क्या बोलते थे कि बेटा तू किसके नाम की चेला है, यहाँ नहीं रह सकते, कौन है तेरा गुरु। वो सारी चीज़ रही, वो सारी चीज़ मैंने फेस भी करी, यहाँ तक कि मैंने उनके हाथ का चांटा भी खाया जब मैंने नहीं बताया। तो फिर हार के मैंने सोचा कि चलो ठीक है, होना ही है तो मैं हो जाती हूँ, बट उस लाइफ से बेटर मेरी ये लाइफ बहुत अच्छी है। और जो ट्रांस वुमेन्स है वो उस लाइफ को जीना पसंद नहीं करती, क्योंकि शायद से उसमें वो सारी चीज़ें होती हैं, जैसे टोली बधाई, पैगिंग करना, बत्ती मांगना, या हम सेक्स वर्क की बात करें तो ये सारी चीज़ें इसमें इन्वॉल्व रहती। तो वो चीज़ करने से अच्छा कि अपनी सिंपल लाइफ जियो। जो रहीम उत्तम प्रकृति का करी सकत कुसन, चंदन में विषयापत नहीं लिपट रही थी। जब मैं 12 साल की थी तो मैंने अपनी मम्मा के साथ ये बातें शेयर करी थी, क्योंकि मैं खुद इन चीज़ों के बारे में नहीं जानती थी। जब मैं अपने आप को औरों से मैच करने की कोशिश करती थी, जब मुझे लगता था कि शायद से मैं उन लोगों से अलग हूँ, कि जैसे मैं अपने आप को समझना चाह रही हूँ वैसे मैं बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि बायोलॉजिकली मेरी बॉडी एक मेल की है, बट मेरी जो मेरी सोच, मेरे विचार, मेरी भावना, मीन्स कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि मेरा जो दिमाग है वो मेरे शरीर से मैच नहीं कर रहा। तो ये सारी चीज़ मैंने अपनी मम्मा को बताना स्टार्ट करी, बट मेरी मम्मा का ये था कि अभी तुम बच्चे हो, शायद से ये चीज़ तुम्हारा बचपन ही में चल रहा है, धीरे धीरे आने वाले कलों में तुम सीख जाओगे, ये सारी चीज़ ठीक हो जाएंगी। बट ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। मैंने अपने फादर को इस चीज़ों के बारे में बताया नहीं था कि मैं इस टाइप की हूँ, पर मैंने उनको वो सारी चीज़ें सुनाई थी, कि मैंने उनको बोला था ये देखो ऐसे भी होता है। गे कपल्स को दिखाया, मैंने लेस्बियन कपल्स को दिखाया, मीन्स मैंने लक्ष्मी नारायण त्रिपाठी जी का एक इंटरव्यू था वो भी दिखाया। मीन्स ये सारी चीज़ें मैंने उनको दिखाई। देन उनको था थोड़ा सा, कहते हैं ना कि एक उनको मैंने हिंट दी, तो वो चीज़ उस समय वो थोड़ा सा मैच करने की कोशिश करते थे उस समय। मैंने लास्ट दिसंबर मैंने अपने फादर को कम आउट किया कि मैं ट्रांस हूँ। मेरे फादर का रिएक्शन बहुत अलग था, क्योंकि शायद से ये चीज़ उनके लिए अलग थी, क्योंकि कोई भी माँ बाप होते हैं वो जानते हैं कि चीज़ें होती हैं, बट इस कदर होती है। आज तक उन्होंने नॉर्मली उन लोगों से मिले थे जैसे कि जो हिजरा कल्चर्स जो फॉलो करते हैं, बट उनके लिए ट्रांस वुमेन को जानना, उनको समझना वो बहुत नया था। वो चीज़ मैंने उनको समझाई, वो चीज़ उनको मैंने ऐसे बहुत से उदाहरण दिए अपनी लाइफ के, जिनके साथ मैं खुद इतना इन्वॉल्व रही हूँ, तो उन चीज़ों के साथ मैंने उनको समझाया। पर चीज़ें बहुत अनकम्फर्टेबल थी उनके लिए, कि वो मानने के लिए राज़ी नहीं थे कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। तो शायद से मुझे अपने घर से 2 दिन के लिए भागना पड़ा। करत करत अभ्यास से जड़मत हो तो सुजान, रसरी आवत जाते ही सिर पे पड़त निशान। चलो ठीक है, तुम्हें जैसा रहना है तुम रहो, बट आपको अपने लिए और हमारे लिए थोड़ा सा टाइम देने की ज़रूरत है। शायद से ये चीज़ हमारे लिए नहीं है और हम सीखेंगे भी ज़रूर, बस आपको थोड़ा सा हमें टाइम देना। पर जब से मैंने अपनी लाइफ बदली, जब से मैंने अपना HRT स्टार्ट करी, अपनी सर्जरी के लिए बारे में सोचना स्टार्ट किया, दैन मैंने अपने ड्रेसिंग सेंस बदले, तो उस तरीके की मेरी लाइफ बहुत अच्छी है कि मुझे लगता है कि हाँ ये है लाइफ, अब मैं खुश हूँ। एक कहते हैं कि जेन्युइन लाइफ की, हाँ कि वो पहले वाली लाइफ छोड़ के अब मैं जो लाइफ जी रही हूँ वो बहुत अच्छी है। देन गार्ड मुझे बोलता है गुड मॉर्निंग मैम। उस समय मुझे फील हुआ यस यही तो चाहिए था ज़िंदगी में, और क्या चाहिए। मैंने कहा आज मेरी आइडेंटिटी के साथ किसी ने मुझे गुड मॉर्निंग बोला, मीन्स उस चीज़ को लेके मैं इतनी ज़्यादा खुश थी। मेरा पहला दिन और वो भी इतना अच्छा, मुझे ज़िंदगी में और कोई दिन याद नहीं आता शायद से, कि वो दिन मेरे लिए बहुत बेस्ट था, कि शायद से उस इंसान ने जो मुझे जानता नहीं था उसने मेरी आइडेंटिटी के साथ मुझे एक्सेप्ट किया। एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है, एक प्यार का नगमा है।
As regards discrimination against the LGBT community is concerned, there are no legal provisions which criminalize it, and maybe criminal law is not the right way in any case to do it. I think what we need is a comprehensive anti-discrimination code which secures the position of LGBTQIA+ people, so that we all develop together, we nurture our differences, celebrate our differences, and yet move together in the march towards the unity and integrity of our country.
The Q in queer is the question. Who are we? The individual in the story does not like to be referred to as he or she, prefers to be referred as them or their, and is still fighting to figure out their identity.
My pronouns are they and them. My gender identity is gender fluid. and I'm a queer person. A queer is generally an umbrella. So everything that you hear, LGBTQ plus and plus identities, in that Q is queer. It's an umbrella term used for everybody. So if you're still questioning who you are, you can just say that you're queer. इनकलाब एक सपना नहीं, हकीकत में तब्दील होना बाकी है. इनकलाब एक सपना नहीं, हकीकत में तब्दील होना बाकी है. इस रफ्तार से मायूस ना होइए जनाब. अब इस खून में जीने की चाह बाकी है. हाँ, अभी इनकलाब बाकी है. So gender identity and sexuality are two very different things. Gender identity is basically who you are on the inside and what you feel on the inside, whereas sexuality is more external, as in who am I attracted to. So if I say I'm a non-binary person, I say that I feel no gender, I am gender non-conforming, but I also say that I am queer or pansexual or bisexual. That would mean that, oh, I feel attraction towards two or more genders. The first time I realized that I'm bi was when my partner had brought it up that he's bi. And I was like, okay, you know what, maybe I could be. And then I shoved it way down. I was like, ठीक है, अभी जो भी है देखा जाएगा. Then eventually, when you go to college, of course, like you get to know about certain things. And a few of my friends were queer. And they were a lesbian couple and one of them was bisexual. And I was like, okay, you know what, maybe I need to explore this a little bit more. So that's what I did. I went out on a couple of dates and I realized that I am indeed attracted to two or more genders. So of course, I am into women as well. And yeah, that's how it all began. I came back home, sat everybody down. With my mom, it was like very simple. I made her watch एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा ना, this is my standard thing for everything. If I wanted to normalize something, I make my mom watch something. And then slowly and gradually, I was like, okay, you know what? I am also like bi. So my mom was like, okay, I don't know what that means. Give me a little time, I'll come back to you. I said, okay, cool. With my immediate family, it was super easy though. I mean, I went and then I was like, sit down. I need to tell you something. And they were like, okay, क्या बताना है? I said, देखो ऐसा है कि I am bisexual. उनको समझा नहीं, of course. तो I was like, देखो मेरे को लड़कियाँ भी अच्छी लगती हैं, लड़के भी अच्छे लगते हैं. तो उन्होंने बोला हाँ तो. मैंने बोला हाँ तो कैसा रिएक्शन होता है? शायद आपको समझना नहीं है ये. ठीक है, शायद आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है तो मैं लड़की से भी शादी कर सकती हूँ, लड़के से भी शादी कर सकती हूँ. They were like, हाँ तो अगर तू किसी लड़की से शादी करती है तो वो भी हमारी बेटी जैसी होगी. तो I almost started crying. I was like, ये ऐसा कौन बोलता है? So my family throughout have been very, very supporting. It was easy for me to come out as queer. You know, it was easy for my friends to be like, oh, hey, cool, like we accept you, we accept your identity, amazing. But then it was more difficult for me to come out as Dalit because there is years and years of oppression and years of trauma that we have endured as Dalit people. But in North India, we are taught to lie about our caste. So when you're lying about one identity of yours already, and then you're like also questioning your queer identity, and then also coming out as double minority, it's very difficult. So I always like, whenever my friends ask me also, I tell them that when I have to enter queer spaces, I have to leave my caste identity on the brink. If I have to enter Dalit spaces and do my Dalit activism, I have to leave my queer identity on the brink. So it just becomes extremely difficult to navigate this. If you understand something, if you first understand something, only then you can build empathy towards it. जिसको आप समझोगे नहीं, उसको आप वही लगेगा कि तो alien है. Why do I accept this person? Why do I accept their identity? नहीं करूँगा मैं. वही है कि then, but if you know and you understand their struggles, then you slowly and gradually as a human will start building empathy and being like, okay, ठीक है अभी. You know, this is okay, I accept who you are. प्यार किया कोई चोरी नहीं की, छुप छुप के आहें भरना क्या, जब प्यार किया तो डरना क्या, जब प्यार किया तो डरना क्या.
With that, it's a wrap in this show. Like I said, take pride, let go of the prejudice.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा ये डीलों के दिन कुछ हिसाबों के दिन कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ मिलेगा कहाँ ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा अब देखे
watching India Today.
We'll kickstart this edition with some breaking news coming in. Russian President Vladimir Putin is talking tough amid a coup threat. Putin says Wagner chief's actions are betrayal and a stab in the back, noting that this works against the Wagner fighters who bravely fought in Bakhmut and other directions of the front line. Vladimir Putin warns those who betrayed Russia will be defended, while those who are dragged into the situation should abstain from breaking the laws. Putin said the rebels will suffer inevitable punishment. Any internal unrest is a deadly threat to our statehood, and our actions to protect against such a threat is going to be tough. All those who prepare the rebellion will suffer inevitable punishment. The armed forces and other government agencies have received the necessary orders, is what Putin has just said, talking tough on the mutiny that is brewing in Russia, as the Russian military mercenary group Wagner has vowed to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Wagner mercenaries have now captured military installments in the airbase in southern Russian city of Rostov while they prepare against Moscow's military. Wagner Group, remember, is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. The mercenary boss, Yevgeny Prigozhin, has called the Russia-Ukraine war unnecessary, claiming it started as a PR operation for Russian military officers, saying that Russian Defense Ministry had deceived Putin about the war reality, saying Russian soldiers were dying without reinforcements fighting Ukrainians. The Wagner boss has accused the military of launching a deadly missile strike on his troops and vowed to punish them. Putin, however, is talking tough, promising the strictest action possible against those who have, in fact, dared to launch a coup. Akshay Dongre has more details on that story. Akshay, the possibility of an escalation really can't be ruled out at this point in time, isn't it?
Well, not at all, Sneha, not at all. In fact, Wagner Group is the group that was spearheading Putin's attack when the invasion started from the day one. And in fact, they have been the group responsible for many victories of Russia as far as the Ukrainian territory is concerned. There have been several accusations. There have been tensions between the Defense Ministry of Russia and the chief of Wagner Group. That is the group of mercenaries that was used by the Russian forces to spearhead the attack. But now, as we are seeing the Wagner chief turning against Russia, not just threatening the forces on the ground, but he has also made claims that the defense minister will be hanged from Kremlin, that is equivalent to the parliament of our country, and he has also indirectly threatened the entire Russian government, including the president of the Russian Federation. So the situation has in fact escalated to a different level altogether. Nobody was expecting this turnaround of the Wagner Group, because from the very beginning we were seeing that how the militants, or rather the armed youth of Wagner Group spearheading the attack, continuing with their assault on different Ukrainian cities. We saw them in trenches, we saw them fighting along with the Russian troops. In fact, they were at the front lines of these Russian army officials as well as the personnel who were attacking the Ukrainian cities as far as the conflict is concerned. But with Putin now coming up and saying that this has been
just coming back to you in a moment from now, Akshay. In fact, Alexander is also getting us up to speed with the situation on the ground, joining us from Moscow right now. Earlier, Alexander, when I spoke with you this morning, you did say that it appears that all is fairly calm right now. Give us a sense, really, of how the Kremlin is looking at this particular threat, given that the Russian president has spoken out and promised the strictest action possible against those who revolted.
I'm standing here in one of the districts, which is a very quiet one, almost very quiet one, and it's located almost 1 hour drive from the Kremlin, a very sleepy district, and it's a Saturday morning. People are passing by, cars are passing by, and the situation looks very normal. The only reminds of the revelation, I would say quote unquote revelation right now is the name of the street. The street is named after Giuseppe Garibaldi, the Italian revolutionary who took the Rome in Italy many, many years ago. That's something that Mr. Prigozhin wants to do now, because he's believing that he's a guy who represents the people, and he will be against the defense chief, Sergei Shoigu. And President Putin, who just spoke live on television, has compared actions of Mr. Prigozhin with the 1917, the actions before the revolution. Then he said there was somebody beat Russia on the back. That of course reminds the actions of the Bolshevist radicals, who at that time, then Russia was fighting the World War I with Germany, started to make propaganda against the war among soldiers. That brought the Tsarist government and started the second Russian Revolution. So here I am, just in a very, you see the supermarkets and the buildings behind me. Things are very quiet, and you see the women is passing by there and a car. So everything is quiet here in Moscow. But as we hear reports, the military took control under certain buildings in Moscow, the governmental buildings, which are far away from here.
Okay, give us also an idea about how the US and Ukraine are really looking at this developing situation, because at the end of the day, this is an armed rebellion, and a lot is being said about the fact that the Russian president really hasn't looked this weak in a very, very long time, isn't it?
Well, it's difficult to say. What actually we hear from the news reports, that of course the Ukrainian, the political elite and the armed army is of course looking at the situation. And you know, there are some people who are actually saying what Mr. Prigozhin has done is a treason, because the Russian army today is fighting on the front, and actually that makes a treason for that he has done that thing. What U.S. government has said, I mean, they of course study the situation. It's probably the first time in 30 years the U.S. government is looking on a coup attempt in Russian Federation. And as we remember, then Bush Sr. was president, Michael Gorbachev was ousted from power. He was still quiet, and he was still looking what sides are wrong, what's going on in Moscow. Only then they heard from President Gorbachev himself. They have said they wrote something in his support. And that was 30 years ago, there was a coup when President Gorbachev was ousted by the members of the political elite. And at that time, the situation, of course, is different. So we have to look for development.
Also, Alexander, if you could give us an idea about what really is being said right now about the whereabouts of the Wagner leader, because some reports do suggest that there is, in fact, no information since Friday late evening on where he really is at this point in time.
Mr. Prigozhin, as Russian media and the Telegram channels have reported, is taking attempts to take over the city of Rostov. And there is a group presence in the city of Rostov. Although there are reforms, the reports there are unconfirmed by the Russian state television, and they also use a lot of Russian television. I watched the Russian television today, just 15 minutes before we actually started to speak here. Russian television just wrote official information, showing Mr. Prigozhin. And said that Mr. Prigozhin will be under arrest, and the prosecutor's office opened a case against him, and they shown President Putin speaking to the nation. However, people who watching television, it's the first time they hear this. Those are very important news for them, because Mr. Prigozhin is known to many people. People hate him, people like him, but he is becoming sort of a celebrity figure. So, and that Mr. Prigozhin's statements are still broadcasted. And one of the Russian political columnists on the liberal side has compared Mr. Prigozhin to Mussolini, who was taking over the Rome in the 30s, and also compare him to also Russia's public movement against the Polish invaders, Minin and Pozharsky, who's you can actually those who visited the Russian Red Square probably saw the monuments of those two brave men standing. So a lot of historical comparison, but we don't know how the situation turns this day. So, as we know, history doesn't learn us about anything.
The sense we get from you, Alexander, and the others who've been tracking this story very closely is that right now the action, in fact, is only confined to one particular area, that's Rostov-on-Don. Give us an idea about whether there's been any further escalation or not from this particular region.
Rostov-on-Don is I've never visited the city. From the historical part, Rostov-on-Don played a big role in the Russian history. It was a stronghold of Cossacks. The Russian rebels sometimes actually compared to cowboys in American history. The very brave men who lived by their own, right? So the Rostov people are very kind of like they're very brave. They're known for great character and so on. So Rostov is a very beautiful city, has a lot of churches and so on. So as reports say that, to get the columns, to get the whatever Mr. Prigozhin forces into Moscow will take him about several hours. But of course, Moscow is well guarded by the securities, by the soldiers, and of course, we should take into account the situation that the military conflict is going on. A lot of militaries are taking part in the military operation. So it's very difficult to say how the situation will turn out. So I think that's important, is just to closely watch and monitor. Yeah, just as I just watch the street for any signs of anything, I can show you there's a flag rising, but it's always been there, that the brave Russian flag. So it's, maybe you don't see me behind it, but it's just that this is the area of the supermarket close to my place, right? So where I stay. So people just, I don't even see people looking at their telephones carefully. But when I was in the morning, I haven't seen anything like people standing near the banks, because people usually like to withdraw the money if the situation gets worse. And you can see the guy behind me. There's a guy delivering something, right? So so not much signs of anything here, but not even in the center of Moscow. But as I have said, as I repeated, of course, привет. Just a little boy just passed around me with his small motorbike. So of course he lives by his own life,
Okay, Alexander, I'm going to thank you for the moment. Thank you so much for getting us up to speed with all of those details. Clearly, at the moment, calm, at least in the other regions, but Rostov seems to be fairly restive when it comes to the Wagner leader taking over the army headquarters in Rostov. And how far is this going to escalate? Clearly, we need to wait and watch. Putin, however, says he's ready, and that none of these people who've launched a coup really against the Russian people, he says, will be spared. Alexander, I'm going to thank you listening to what the Russian president said just a few moments ago in his public address.
The lives and security and freedoms of our citizens. And those who organized and prepared this rebellion, those who put up weapons against their fellow comrades, they have betrayed Russia and they will be held accountable for that. And those who are being drawn into this, I call upon them not to do this fatal mistake and do the only right thing, to stop taking part in criminal activities. I believe that we will be able to defend what is sacred and dear to us, and together with our motherland, we will overcome any ordeals and we will become ever stronger.
Okay, so we've heard, in fact, of the mutiny brewing in Russia's mercenary group Wagner, vowing to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Wagner mercenaries have now captured military installments in the air base in the southern Russian city of Rostov, while they prepare to go against Moscow's military. The Wagner group is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. Listen in from their leader.
Мы били по ним, они били по нам, и это происходило все эти долгие 8 лет, с 14 по 22. Иногда нарастало количество различных перестрелок, грубо говоря, обмена боеприпасами, обменом выстрелами, иногда уменьшалось. На 24 февраля ничего сверхординарного не было. Сейчас уже Министерство обороны пытается обмануть общественность, пытается обмануть президента и рассказать историю о том, что со стороны Украины была безумная агрессия. И они собирались вместе со всем блоком НАТО на нас напасть. Поэтому спецоперация, так называемая 24 февраля, она была начата совершенно по другим причинам.
Я обращаюсь к руководству, командирам и бойцам ЧВК «Вагнер». Мы вместе с вами прошли трудный, тяжелый путь. Мы вместе с вами воевали, шли на риски, несли потери. Мы вместе побеждали. Мы одной крови. Пока не поздно и нужно, и необходимо это сделать. Это подчиниться воле и приказу всенародно избранного президента Российской Федерации. Остановить колонны, вернуть их в пункты постоянной дислокации и районы сосредоточения.
Перестрелок, грубо говоря, обмена боеприпасами, обменом выстрелов.
Marina Kortunova is joining us from Moscow to give us a sense of what really is going on in Russia vis-a-vis the Wagner leader saying that there has to be a rebellion against the Russian defense chief, against the government, as to how they've dealt with the war in Ukraine. They don't agree, and that they're not going to, in fact, be a part of this any longer. Marina, would you say that there is an internal rebellion of sorts? What has the Russian president said?
Well, minutes ago, he made his speech and appeal to the nation, and he said that Russia is waging a hard fight for its future, and the entire military and information machine of the West is directed against Russia. Any strife must be discarded during the period of the special operation, and now the fate of Russian people is being decided. Putin called the heroes of the Wagner fighters who fight in the northern military district, and their names and glory were betrayed by those who organized this rebellion. So what we know so far about an attempt armed rebellion by Wagner Group chief Yevgeny Prigozhin. On Friday last night, footage and audio attributed to Wagner troops and Prigozhin surfaced online, alleging that a missile attack had been launched at a Wagner camp and that the strike was delivered from the rear, that is by forces of the Russian Defense Ministry. Russia's National Anti-Terrorism Committee said that allegations spread on behalf of Wagner chief Prigozhin were unfounded and that the FSB had opened a criminal case over calling for an armed rebellion. The FSB said that there was a threat of escalation on Russian territory. Russian Armed General Sergei Surovikin called on Wagner troops to return to their bases and hold their positions. Russia's defense ministry reported activity by Ukrainian forces in Bakhmut tactical direction who took advantage of Prigozhin's provocations. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters that President Putin had been informed of all events around Prigozhin and said that necessary measures are being taken. So security has been boosted in several regions of Russia as well as the capital of Moscow. But
so where is the leader now? Marina, if I may please interrupt you for a moment.
I must say that the situation is very calm at the moment.
Okay.
So the Moscow is very calm, the capital of Moscow is very calm, but these are some measures are being taken, some especially several regions of Russia, strict restrictions in the southern regions of Russia, in Rostov-on-Don, in Voronezh.
Okay, where is the Wagner leader right now?
He is in Rostov. This is Rostov-on-Don. This is a Russian southern district which borders the Donbas region. Rostov is the last town borders on the way to Donbas, where special military operation taking place. I will mention this situation later. I will come back to this. So Russian regional authorities said that law enforcement agencies were doing everything necessary to protect the general public, and the authorities added that Ukraine was seeking to spread disinformation about the introduction of curfews in Russia. So we've been reading Telegram channels the whole night, and it was actually very tough.
Okay.
Russia's Federal Security Service has opened a criminal case against the head of Wagner mercenary group after Yevgeny Prigozhin called for a march for justice against the evil of the military. The FSB says the command amounts to calling for an armed civil conflict in Russia. It has described Prigozhin's orders to his forces as criminal and traitorous, and has called on Wagner mercenaries to help security forces arrest him.
You know,
Yevgeny Prigozhin denies.
Okay, I want to ask you, how seriously is the Kremlin taking this threat? How worried is President Putin?
Well, you know, Prigozhin denies calling for a coup. He says he's reacting to military strikes that allegedly killed 2,000 of his forces, and Defense Ministry denies this as informational provocation. Meanwhile, the Kremlin says that President was informed that situation. The President said that this is a provocation, and Russian media are now saying that security is stepped up around government buildings and key facilities in Moscow. And Russia's Defense Ministry also says Ukraine is taking advantage of Prigozhin's provocation to disrupt the situation. So, you know, staying with the story, Wagner's chief says his forces have entered Russia from Ukraine and are ready to go all the way against the Russian military. In an audio recording posted on Telegram messaging app, Yevgeny Prigozhin said his forces will destroy anybody who would stand in their way. He also vowed that he will do everything to topple the military leadership in Moscow. According to Yevgeny Prigozhin, the mercenaries are now in the southern Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, as I mentioned, where citizens have been urged to stay indoors and remain calm. The group's chief has also claimed that his forces have shot down a Russian military helicopter after it opened a fire at a civilian column. So a very important thing for your understanding, I must mention that in the morning, about 7:30 by Moscow time, Yevgeny Prigozhin arrived at the main command post in Rostov-on-Don, and this is southern military district of Russia. And he made a video that everything's working normally. And he mentioned that under the control of Wagner PMCs, there are military facilities in Rostov, including the airfield. The day before, Yevgeny Prigozhin recorded a 30-minute video about the real things happening at the front, as well as the huge losses in the Russian troops hushed up by the official authorities. And this is the truth. So we know one part of the story where official Ministry of Defense says, and we know another part of the story. Yevgeny Prigozhin, ЧВК Wagner, PMC Wagner, is a very powerful organization.
Do you see a further escalation?
No, I don't think there will be an escalation, but the conflict between Prigozhin and Shoigu entered an acute phase half a year before today's events. So Yevgeny Prigozhin, he appealed to Shoigu and to the Ministry of Defense for an open talk, but they refused to talk with him. So there has been escalation. We've been, watching this escalation, and this is actually the final drop of his patience, maybe, because there are huge problems in the military areas, and Yevgeny Prigozhin knows one side of the story and Russian official defense knows their story, but there haven't been there was no dialogue between them. This is what is bad, actually, because when the country, where the situation in the country is very difficult, people should sit and talk. And the problem of Ministry of Defense, they refused to talk with Yevgeny Prigozhin, to talk about the problems. There were a lot of problems, but I don't really know. There is a big part of Russian population, they support Yevgeny Prigozhin. These kind of problems should be discussed. They should not be silenced.
Marina, I'm going to in fact now thank you for joining us and sharing those important details with us as to what really is going on in Russia. Important to point out that right now there is calm, is what Marina is essentially saying, and also indicating that perhaps maybe not further escalation, but the Kremlin essentially, who has ordered the arrest of the Wagner leader, is watching the situation, and so of course is Ukraine and the US. Thanking you, Marina. Hope to hear from you once again and very more often on the developments from Russia. Thanks for your time. That interview and that ground report, much more going up on our website too. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hi guys, welcome to Tech Today. Well, we brought you out in the rugged outdoors, and I don't usually wear two wearables unless I am reviewing them for you on the show. And that's what we're doing in this particular episode, the Garmin 265 Forerun, a new product from Garmin. And yes, it looks like a runner's watch, but I just wanted to see whether this can replace my existing wearable, which is usually an Apple Watch, and what are the benefits of using a Garmin watch. And I also want to figure out whether some of that data is helpful for maybe amateur athletes like me who aren't into marathon running, but who also play sports like football, go out swimming. So we need metrics from there. And well, the Garmin has a lot of those sensors, but then how is that data put out to the consumer and how helpful is it? That's exactly what we want to discover on this episode of Tech Today. Well done. See, now that's the beauty of playing the sport of football, but one thing that really doesn't work with the Garmin 265 is it doesn't come with a football mode. Now what that means is you got to put it in cardio or in indoor running or something like that. We've tried playing football often with that particular mode on the Garmin and the football mode on in the Apple Watch Ultra, and it doesn't always work out the same. That is one thing, as a football fan and someone who plays a lot of sports, I wasn't too happy with the Garmin. They need to come up with a football mode which gets that sort of movement, because if you're a marathon runner or an athlete, then you can run in one direction in one particular pace, one particular speed. But when you are using the Apple Watch, it's non-steady movement in football. So I'm going to run very quickly and then I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to decelerate, I'll pass the ball and run. That's how the best footballers play. And for that, the Apple Watch is a much better companion. Now, of course, this particular watch comes with an AMOLED touchscreen, which is great in brighter environments and in darker environments. But yes, in terms of the display and the user interface, it's not as intuitive as other watches. But once you get used to it, the data that it gives on the Garmin app is unparalleled. Now, another really good feature with Garmin smartwatches happens to be battery life. Yes, this comes with an AMOLED screen, but even if you compare it to an Apple Watch Ultra, which gives you nearly 36 hours of battery life, and this is the expensive Apple Watch, a standard Apple Watch would give you less than 18 hours and then strap it back on to a charging port. The Garmin watch, this particular one, gives you nearly 18 hours with GPS mode on for running. So that's amazing, and can give you nearly half a month, 13 to 15 days in standard mode. Now, that's your normal watch mode. Just think about it. Half a month, max to max a couple of days. And this is just the Garmin Forerunner, which is meant for performance athletes and running. If you're talking about the Fenix 7 Solar, which is even more expensive, and we had it exclusively on Tech Today, using solar power, it had a film on top of that Garmin watch, which would then mean that it could last for several weeks without a charge. Just leave it on the windowsill on a nice hot summer day here in Mumbai, and it charges itself. That's the sort of technology and innovation we want to see across the wearable space, and maybe
even across the technology and personal technology space. Now, I told you about training readiness, which is a really cool feature which comes with high-end Garmin watches. It comes with this particular watch as well, which tells you that, hey, your body has recovered, your body battery is so. If you are low, then you need some more time for recovery. It uses a very complex algorithm to give you that metric. But there's also a morning report feature, which I find kind of cool. When you wake up in the morning, it gives you a bunch of things. It tells runners that, hey, what was your previous night's sleep quality? What is the body battery index? HRV status for heart health, recovery time, and of course, it also gives you workout suggestions for this particular training day. And that's why the Garmin is perhaps not a watch just purely for tech enthusiasts, but it is a watch for people who are very serious about their training, running. In fact, we've used the Garmin watch even for our yoga workouts along with the Apple Watch, and they have given nearly 99.9% similar results. So when you're talking about accuracy, if you thought the Apple Watch was the gold standard, not just for running, but for other workouts as well, well, the Garmin watch gives you precisely the same values. Even for heart rate measurement, it gives you almost the same values in terms of BPM. Yes, the Apple Watch has an ECG feature because the Apple Watch is not only directed towards fitness and training, it's also more of a lifestyle gadget and of course a health-centric gadget as well. So there's a lot of things in terms of health metrics that the Apple Watch can do within the Apple ecosystem especially. The Garmin watch is very interesting because in terms of sensors and accuracy and portraying or depicting that data, it does a stellar job as well. Now what's really interesting is while I was doing this particular piece to camera, the Garmin watch just beeped saying time to sunset is another 10 minutes. That means I have 10 minutes to wrap up this shoot. The sun's setting in the background, but we're trying to tell you exactly what this watch is all about. It has all sorts of really cool features as well, especially, like I said, if you're into training and running on a regular basis, even swimming. The Apple Watch does a stellar job. The Apple Watch Ultra is not just for swimming, it's actually for divers, PADI certified divers. This is a certified dive computer, and we've shown you the Apple Watch underwater. The Garmin watch does a great job for swimming at least, and that we have tested as well. Let me tell you a few more features with the Garmin watch. Yes, it comes with an AMOLED screen. Yes, it comes with wrist-based running power or running dynamics. It also comes with multi-band GNSS, advanced training metrics, recovery insights, 30 plus advanced sports modes, some of them which we've showed you already. If I just tap this button right here, you will get all of these modes like run, track run, treadmill, yoga, HIIT, Pilates. Now just going on with that features list, of course it comes with advanced health monitoring and with music storage of up to 500 songs, smart notifications, and you can also customize the Connect. And given our lifestyles in the media and how we're running from pillar to post to put all this content together and pull off some of the biggest events of the year like the Tech Today Congress, it also tells you how stressed you are. Even if you're in resting state, this often gave me a notification when I was stressing out a little too much, like we all do, we're all human. Final verdict on the Garmin Forerunner 265 at a price of over 50,000 rupees. It's more expensive than the standard Apple Watch, but of course it's cheaper than the Apple Watch Ultra. It gives you a battery life just in watch mode of nearly half a month, and that is praiseworthy about a wearable which costs 50,000 rupees. Now, is this a watch that can replace your standard wearable or an Apple Watch or a Samsung Galaxy Watch? My short answer, unfortunately, is no. This is meant for a very particular, specific type of consumer who is not just passionate about running or training, but is obsessed with it, wants that sort of data, and really doesn't mind being disconnected from the cellular world. The Garmin Forerunner 265 is a very interesting proposition, but yes, I'd wish that they'd be able to put all that data together, put it to better use, and then make it ubiquitous and accessible to all of us enthusiasts. Well, we're back at the Tech Today headquarters, and there's a lot that's going to unfold right here in this very studio, and there's so much more that's going to come on the other side of the commercial break. Across the country, our reporters are bringing you the latest developments in tech. Stay tuned to Tech Today.
What we're going to do now is take a look at how the mainstream American media has covered Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to Washington, D.C. So we've got the New York Times, the Financial Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal with me. So let's take it one by one and show you what the different papers are saying. I'll start with the New York Times, typically seen as a trenchant critic of the Prime Minister. So if my video journalist Kirpal Singh just comes across and we'll show you, so it's raining quite non-stop here in DC, but this is the front page of the New York Times. They're leading with this image from the US Congress joint address, which the Prime Minister had. Kamala Harris there, all the senators and the congressmen there. Their take is, for Modi's visit, abundant pomp and no friction. Biden hopes to make India an ally. Military deals, joint projects, but India is no closer on Ukraine, and that's the take from the New York Times. Let's now come across to the pink paper, the Financial Times. Pink paper, the Financial Times has this image of President Biden and Narendra Modi on its cover. This talks about stronger ties. Modi and Biden commit to a defining relationship between the two democracies. This again on the front page of the Financial Times, and they're talking about how Prime Minister Modi spoke of making this one of the defining relationship of the 21st century, saying that the India-America partnership is built on mutual trust, candor and respect. Let's now come to the Washington Post. The Washington Post features the visit prominently on...
Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi. Now, every year, people talk so much about the Apple event. And yes, there is an Apple event, a one more thing moment, but we saw with the last WWDC how they launched an Apple Vision Pro and no one's really been able to shoot with it. The Americans don't know when it's coming to them, and we certainly don't know whether it's coming to India at all. The only other competitor to Apple events in terms of scale and of course in terms of innovation happens to be Samsung Galaxy Unpacked. This year, the one thing we know is it's happening in Korea. It's going to be an in-person event, but there's all sorts of leaks and rumors in terms of what are we going to get at that flagship event. We at Tech Today are super excited about it. Here's what we think we can expect at that particular event. And the only question I'm going to leave you with is, will you fold?
Welcome to Galaxy Unpacked.
Samsung's biggest annual event, Galaxy Unpacked, is likely to take place in July this year. Just like every year, it's expected to launch a handful of devices starting from foldable phones, tablets, smartwatches and the TWS earbuds. While the company has not really confirmed any of these products as yet, leaked images of the rumored devices are surely making the rounds on the internet. One of the biggest highlights of the Samsung launch event is this foldable smartphone. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 and Galaxy Z Fold 5 are expected to debut at the Galaxy Unpacked event. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 is expected to have the same design as its predecessor, including the triple rear camera setup. It's also likely to come with support for S Pen, just like Galaxy Z Fold 4. It might feature 7.6-inch AMOLED display that offers a 120Hz refresh rate and 6.2-inch AMOLED cover display. Galaxy Z Fold 5 may be powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset and offers up to 1 TB storage and 12 GB RAM. For photography, it might come with a triple rear camera that includes a 50-megapixel primary sensor, a 12-megapixel ultra-wide angle lens, and a 12-megapixel telephoto lens. For selfies, it's rumored to feature a 4-megapixel camera on the inner display and a 10-megapixel camera on the outer display. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 is expected to have a larger display. It will go up against the Moto Razr Ultra 40 and Oppo Find N2 foldable smartphones. The company is also expected to launch 2 new smartwatches at this event, Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 and the Galaxy Watch 6 Classic. As per the leaked images, the Galaxy Watch 6 Classic smartwatch is expected to come with a rotating bezel, unlike Galaxy Watch 6. In fact, they are likely to come with the same circular design and different strap styles as well. Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 Ultra is confirmed to launch at the Galaxy Unpacked event. In addition to Ultra, Samsung might also launch Galaxy Tab S9 at this event. The Ultra model is likely to feature thinner bezels along with the S Pen. This model is expected to be powered by Qualcomm's Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset. Lastly, Samsung might also launch a new iteration of its Galaxy earbuds. Samsung Galaxy Earbuds 3 TWS earbuds are likely to look very similar to their previous generation. Not much has been really revealed about these earbuds yet, but as per leaked images, they will be available in white color option.
The Samsung Galaxy Fold. Now, each year that they come up with a new rendition, I keep asking myself, how can they get even better? Well, maybe this time around, I think this is a device which has almost reached the perfection stage, but maybe this particular crease can become absolutely invisible. The fact that it is water resistant is great, and also when you do shut the device, if this particular sort of gap can be reduced as well. It's very small things you can do. This is a very popular device, a very expensive device, and honestly, it's right up there in terms of foldables. But this is not all. In terms of what's happening in India, you have Techno Mobile, who've come up with their Phantom Fold device, a lot cheaper, half the price nearly. And then stock Android buffs were waiting for the Pixel Fold. Now, we haven't gotten it in India, but we've seen all sorts of videos coming out of the US of that particular device. Maybe it'll come to India soon. The OnePlus Foldable was something announced at Mobile World Congress earlier this year, and that's something we're excited about as well, because if OnePlus can come in and they can get it right with the implementation of Oxygen OS on a foldable and get the price point right, that might be a game-changing moment for foldables in India. Now, very, very exciting to see that there's so many developments in the smartphone space. Innovation is not dead. But we want to know what you think about this foldables revolution, so let's find out.
It was a couple of decades ago when Motorola single-handedly revolutionized the whole mobile phone industry when it launched the first foldable that we'd all ever first seen. But now these foldable phones are making a comeback. We saw Samsung revive this trend a couple of years ago, and now all the other companies are sort of hopping on this bandwagon. But are we, the people, ready for foldable phones to be a trend yet again? And mind you, it's only available in Android, not an iPhone. So would people be picking a foldable Android phone over an iPhone? We're here to find out. So if you had to pick between an iPhone and a foldable phone? Foldable.
I will like a regular phone.
iPhone. I think iPhone is the best.
Foldable.
It would be a foldable phone.
I would choose a non-foldable.
Well, I would prefer a foldable phone.
As a clumsy person itself, I will prefer a regular phone.
What would you pick? Would you flip, fold or nothing, or just go with an iPhone? Or would you want an iPhone that's foldable?
Currently nothing, because I think the hinge mechanism is not there yet, and maybe right now the foldable phones are pricing only at the flagship level. So if they price it at mid-range level, then maybe I will consider them, but till then not.
Because sure, it's nice to see new technology, but I don't find it that useful. Yeah, there's some cool features like, oh, you can flip it, it's compacted, but then I don't find those features useful. Plus it might cost a bit extra, so better to just stick with a standard one.
I would prefer a regular phone itself, because I feel the flip phone are much heavier to handle, and again it creases very easily. Fold is technically very big for my hand and it's very heavy, so I will prefer flip.
The main problem is fragility of the phone. If it falls, it can be shattered. It is we have to handle it with care. The repair cost goes up to 50 to 60,000.
Buying an Apple foldable or just generally no?
I think other companies have already come with Samsung, the hinge technology, the Motorola has great technology.
I feel like Apple, by doing it, it does go ahead, but would not make a big difference since it's already been worked on for like.
But now that Google, OnePlus, Oppo, everyone has gotten into this foldable race, would you want to give it a chance?
I wouldn't mind to give it a try, but then again, looking towards the people's experiences, after some point of time, there are drawbacks of the foldable phone. So I feel the regular phones are much more long-lasting, and again, it also depends upon the function. Like if I want to use it I need a bigger pad, because if I'm a sketcher or anything, so foldable phone are much more will come handy to me. So hence, at that moment, I'll prefer foldable phone.
Concerns regarding the hinges, the glass and the body, and even affordability. These are the leading concerns of the youth of Mumbai that we just spoke to when it comes to a foldable phone. But with such big names like Google, OnePlus throwing their hat in the ring for the foldable phone, it is only for the time to tell which one will succeed. But it sure is safe to say that the foldable technology is here to stay and advance. Back to you, Ayush.
iPad. Get yourself an iPad. Well, you want to get an iPad Air maybe? iPad. I think you should get an iPad. I think you should get the iPad Pro if you're being really luxurious. No, an iPad Air or an iPad 9th generation for you. Well, that used to be my standard default response if anyone asked me whether they should pick up a new tablet and which one it should be, because there wasn't much competition from the Android guys. But then a few weeks ago, we saw the OnePlus Pad, exclusively a first look and a review on Tech Today. And we were in the Delhi studio with the team, and all of us, with the colors on that, the output and the performance, mind equal to blown with what OnePlus had done with its tablet. And then every time there's a revolution coming, well, you need a captain of the ship, but it's nice to have, well, two pilots in the cockpit. And what if I told you that I just found my second pilot to drive the Android tablet revolution forward, the Xiaomi Pad 6. And honestly, the iPad has a lot of competition with this monster. Look, taking on the iPad is not an easy task. When it comes to software, iPadOS is spot on. Can it get better? Maybe become more like macOS? That's a pipe dream. Android has a long way to go, but that's nothing to blame the Android tablet guys. It's Google that needs to work on that. From the hardware side, that's where companies like Xiaomi and OnePlus can come in. And yes, the OnePlus Pad look good, but this particular device looks like a Xiaomi 13 Pro from the outside with this camera module. It has a 13 megapixel shooter. In terms of design, yes, it's an 11-inch screen. I'll tell you a little bit more about the display. You have a speaker set up here and then down here as well. Of course, it comes with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support in a tablet, which I'm telling you now comes at a very attractive price. But if you're taking on the iPad, no fingerprint scanner or Touch ID, and of course, no headphone jack in the Pad 6. But when we're talking about this particular sort of form factor, what's really good now, and we're going to come to the display, is that they've given you a camera here in landscape mode. So if you placed it on a keyboard, which is an add-on accessory with this particular device, then when you are looking at the camera or at your subject during a Zoom call, you're not looking away from them, as opposed to on the iPad. I always end up looking a little weird and wonky in terms of my line of sight or vision. With this particular device, the display is something we must talk about. Yes, it's an LCD display, but it is capable of a lot. But since we're talking about this particular layout, yes, it comes with an LCD display. It's not an AMOLED, but with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support at this price point, watching content on it is almost comparable to an iPad Air. Well, honestly, when I heard this had an LCD display, I did have a few reservations, but now when I'm watching content on it, this particular aspect ratio, 144Hz refresh rate, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos, this 4-speaker setup on the Xiaomi Pad 6, it does a stellar job when you're watching content. and I can see myself using this on flights and stuff like that because it's the perfect size to maybe slip into your laptop sleeve pocket or even in your hand baggage. And it really is quite a good display, even though it's an LCD display. But that's of course if you're watching OTT content on this particular device. If you want this to be a productivity device, you'll have to purchase two accessories. Number one being the keyboard, and number two being this particular stylus or pencil. I find it very interesting that the pencil works fine, very low latency. I could write your favorite technology showdown in less than, well, 5 seconds. Now the keyboard cover that I'm talking about costs nearly 5,000 rupees, and then this smart pen costs 5,000 to 6,000 rupees as well, which snaps on quite well over here. If you're using this entire setup, you're going to have to purchase these additionally over and above the Xiaomi tablet. Now let's get to the price, and then you'll get a simple one-line verdict as well. Now in terms of the price, this tablet costs anywhere between 27 to 29,000 rupees. You can get a bunch of offers and maybe bring that down to 25,000 rupees depending on which version you're getting, the 6 gigs of RAM or 8 gigs of RAM. And if you add on both accessories, the pen and the keyboard, that's another 11,000 rupees. So in under 40,000 rupees, you could get the entire setup with all the bells and whistles in the Xiaomi ecosystem, as compared to maybe an iPad. If you bought an iPad with its keyboard and pencil, you'd be spending a lot more. But yes, when you're comparing it to the other Android tablets, even the OnePlus Pad for that matter, one, you'd be saving money, two, it honestly gets the job done. It's a value for money offering. In Tech Today parlance, the Xiaomi Pad is a step in the right direction and truly a bang for your buck. Well, I'm smiling for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's been an action-packed episode. Number two, as much as I love traveling, and there's a lot more traveling left on the show in the next few weeks, I'm always happy to get back to the Tech Today headquarters and put this show together for you. The team has loved putting it together as well. I hope you've enjoyed watching it. Do let us know. This is our social media, and that's my Instagram handle in case you want to tell us a little bit about the show, about how we can make it better, things you like, things you didn't like. And until next week, when we put all of this together for you, yet again, an action-packed episode, I'm your host Ayush Alavadi saying adios.
You stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy. What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है.
Asked on India's democratic credentials and rights of Muslims, the Prime Minister made an emphatic answer at the joint briefing with President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Modi was answering to Wall Street journalist Sabrina Siddiqui. The Prime Minister's body language said it all. He removed his earpiece to make his point with full authority.
What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है. और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है. और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं.
Prime Minister Modi made it clear that his government will not let go of India's democratic credentials at any cost. In a massive pushback to silence critics who have trained guns on India over the issue of minority rights, President Biden also rubbished claims by former US President Barack Obama on India's track record in saving
India Today.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines first in this edition. Prime Minister Modi's mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping world's Vikas, hails India-US ties. Singer Mary Milben touches the Prime Minister's feet after singing the national anthem.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on the final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and also quantum computing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi wraps up his US visit en route to Egypt now. Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during his key visit. Manipur is on the boil. The Home Minister has called an all-party meeting. The Congress attack says no Modi, no meeting. BJP's big attack at the opposition meeting calls out double standards, says Tukde Tukde gang coming together with dreams of becoming the Prime Minister. Massive escalation in infighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of a mutiny. Putin talks tough, warns of severe punishment. Military tanks roll out on streets of Russia.
I believe that we will be able to defend what is sacred and dear to us. And together with our motherland, we will overcome any ordeals and we will become ever stronger.
A quick look at the top highlights from Prime Minister's last day in Washington, D.C. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted a lunch for Prime Minister Modi in the State Department. Samosa, khichdi, mango halwa and masala chai were among other delicacies at the White House. U.S. President Joe Biden gifted a special T-shirt to Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the Prime Minister's quote on AI. Earlier during his speech to the US Congress, the Prime Minister quoted AI as momentous America-India ties. Prime Minister Modi met top business leaders including CEOs of Boeing, Amazon and Google and also tech honcho Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. Modi's meeting with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun comes on the heels of Air India signing orders of over 200 jets earlier this week from Boeing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his address to young entrepreneurs at the Kennedy Center in Washington hailed the technology handshake as a direct message to companies and businesses of both the countries. Award-winning international singer Mary Milben performed the national anthem of India at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. Mary Milben touched the Prime Minister's feet and took his blessings after singing the national anthem. On the final leg of the US visit, as a state guest, the Indian Prime Minister addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister's much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milben rendering India's national anthem. Lauding the several deals inked during his maiden state visit, the Prime Minister said India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. The Prime Minister announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. Also said that United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Chants of Vande Mataram and Bharat Mata Ki Jai reverberated inside the building.
आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here.
a huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America.
Well, on the final day of his U.S. visit, Prime Minister Modi and President Biden participated in an India-U.S. high-tech handshake event at the White House. Several leading Indian and American CEOs of tech companies and startups took part in this event aimed at deepening technology collaborations between the two nations. The Prime Minister met Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, Apple CEO Tim Cook, among other business leaders. NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group CEO Anand Mahindra, Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath and Mukesh Ambani from Reliance Industries were also present at this event. The Prime Minister underlined the immense potential of harnessing India-US tech cooperation for social economic growth. President Joe Biden gifted a special t-shirt to Prime Minister with latter's quote on AI. Remember, the Prime Minister in his US Congress address had hailed the momentous development of AI, which is America and India.
अमेरिका ने टेक्नोलॉजी में जो प्रगति की है वो, और भारत का युवा विशेष करके टैलेंट के कारण आज विश्व में अपनी पहचान बना रहा है। तो टैलेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी का ये मिलन मैं समझता हूँ अपने आप में एक उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए गारंटी लेकर के आया है। ये सुबह कुछ ही मित्रों के बीच की है, लेकिन ये सुबह उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी लेकर के आए। एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस है, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावना है, उन सब को लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here, in terms of seeing the progress India has made, particularly around the vision of digital India and the economic opportunity. And I had met the Prime Minister in December, and we continued our conversation. And we shared Google is investing $10 billion in the India Digitization Fund. And we are continuing to invest through that, including in companies working on AI.
India Today's Rahul Kanwal spoke to Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath, who attended the Prime Minister's Tech Handshake event at the White House. Listen in.
Do you want to talk a bit about the Tech Handshake? Sam Altman, Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, all the movers and shakers there in that room. You were there too. How do you see this tech collaboration between India and the United States shape up from here?
Yeah, I think many possibilities, many opportunities. There is a friendship which has kind of formed between our Prime Minister and the US President, which was evident for all of us in the room to see. They were really pally with each other and, like joking and stuff like that.
You got to see Biden's funny bone?
Yeah, and he is quite funny. And I think even from like when I was in the room, when they asked me to speak, I was talking about the India stack and all the opportunities of exporting exporting our India stack and many things in our banking ecosystem per se to the West. Because banking in India, I must say, is more efficient, cheaper and faster than Western countries. And I think we're trying that experiment with Singapore a little bit, but India stack abroad, I think, will be a very valuable product. It doesn't even have to be implemented in a manner where India has any of the data. The data can be localized in their geography. But I think that's a huge opportunity for us to work with them, wherein we not only transport services or we not only transfer services, but IP of some sort which has been organically created in India.
So you met up with Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman. You want to talk a bit about how it was meeting with them and your big takeaways from those meetings?
Well, each one of them had a different viewpoint, and so it was interesting talking to them about stuff I don't understand too well, maybe, like generative AI, but each one of them, like be it Microsoft, Google or Sam Altman, they seem to be on the forefront of it. So, Keynes once said the biggest problem, if we didn't have work, what would we do? The problem of not knowing what to do is a problem in itself, and it feels like when productivity is going to be taken away by whatever AI transforms to into the future, and a large section of society necessarily need not work in the manner that they work today. It's a very interesting use case, and one has to ponder about how the world, the socio-economics, even the geopolitics of the world change by virtue of something like that. Do we shift to some form of socialism with UBI and a bunch of benefits at the bottom and optional capitalism for the people who opt into it on top? How do the incumbent winners of capitalism transition? Because I'm guessing the transition will be most painful for them. And if there is a transition, how long is the transition, and how painful is the transition? So there are many, many questions for the day when generative AI in a manner can truly think. But I guess nobody knows. Everybody had a different viewpoint, and I think nobody agreed with the other. But these are very interesting questions for even us to ponder, people who don't know.
Well, the US Vice President hosted a state lunch for Prime Minister Modi, where they raised a toast to India-US ties. Prime Minister Modi, Antony Blinken and Kamala Harris spoke about their shared love for yoga, samosas and democratic values. In attendance were Indra Nooyi and top diplomats, among others.
Those hopes are reality. Cheers.
The clinking of glasses, more than a simple gesture.
Whether we call it the American dream, whether we call it the Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. That no matter who we are or where we come from, we can make something more of ourselves.
Their toast embodied the diplomatic triumph of unity and progress. Indian-American author Jhumpa Lahiri, American actress Mindy Kaling of Indian descent, Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh debuting at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival this year. The hall embraced the Indianness flourishing across United States.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Jhumpa Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say that from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga.
The lunch hosted by the US State Department in honor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a profound affirmation of interconnectedness.
The historic number of members of the United States Congress with Indian heritage Representatives Ami Bera, if you're here, please stand. Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, Raja Krishnamurthy, and Sri Danda.
The words of US Vice President Kamala Harris carry the essence of her cherished childhood memories of southern India, invoking her ancestral roots with passion and pride.
More expansive than every morning consisted of taking long walks on the beach with his retired buddies. I remember them talking about the importance of fighting corruption and fighting for equality. Throughout these walks, I recall my grandfather teaching me lessons about not just what it means to have a democracy, but to keep a democracy.
The Prime Minister thanked the hosts for their gracious reception.
उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एकमत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
Talent, technology and diplomacy came together earlier in the day. The Prime Minister and President Joe Biden met top CEOs of the US and India at the White House.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India.
The Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity.
Microsoft's Satya Nadella, Google's Sundar Pichai, NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group Chairman Anand Mahindra, Reliance Industries, Mukesh Ambani and several others present.
हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं।
President Biden once again emphasized the significance of Indian-US relationship.
And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So we look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
Unparalleled warmth, heartfelt camaraderie, American hospitality. Prime Minister Modi leaves an indelible mark on India-US relations. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, Prime Minister Modi's 2-day Egypt tour begins today after a power-packed 3-day visit to the United States of America. The Prime Minister is gearing up for his Egypt visit today. This will be his first visit to Egypt and also would be the first official bilateral visit of the Indian Prime Minister to Egypt since 1997. Upon his arrival at Cairo, the Prime Minister will hold a roundtable meeting with the Egyptian Prime Minister, followed by an interaction with the Indian Diaspora community as well as the Egyptian thought leaders. During his 2-day visit, the Prime Minister will be at the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque, historic and prominent mosque in Cairo. He will be visiting the Heliopolis War Grave Cemetery to pay tributes to the Indian soldiers who made the supreme sacrifice fighting for Egypt during the First World War.
पीएम के बारे में, मोदी जी के बारे में हम सभी बहुत गर्वान्वित हैं जो उन्होंने इतने सालों में काम किए हैं, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर टू कोविड वैक्सीन। सारी दुनिया अब उनका लोहा मानती है। ही इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पावरफुल लीडर और उनकी वजह से हमारी इमेज यहाँ पे इजिप्ट में बहुत ऊंची हुई है। आई मीन वी फील प्राउड, वी आर ऑनर्ड।
we are having for the first time a roundtable between Honorable Prime Minister and the Egyptian Prime Minister. After President Sisi's highly successful visit to India in January 2023, both countries agreed to elevate the relations to a strategic partnership, and on his return, President Sisi constituted a special India unit in his cabinet, which consists of senior ministers, and they have been tasked to improve relations with India. So Prime Minister will be having a meeting with the India unit, and I'm sure that this will lead to very concrete outcomes and further deepen bilateral relations.
Moving forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second leg of his two-nation tour is Egypt. A very important tour, a very important country for India. President Sisi had come visiting India for the Republic Day, and then now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a long overdue visit, is going to be in Egypt for an official visit to the country, where he is going to engage the North African Islamic nation that holds a lot of sway in the region and is a powerful country, and is going to engage them on many quarters. Security is going to be very important and top of India's agenda. Economic and trade ties, given Egypt's position, geostrategic position. But what he is going to do is, apart from the bilateral meeting, he's engaging an India group that was constituted by President Sisi after he went from India, when he had come for the Republic Day. He went and constituted this group. He's also going to meet thought leaders of Egypt. He's going to go to the Grand Mufti Mosque in Egypt and the Al Hakim Mosque. So a lot of messaging, a lot of symbolism, and a lot of substance. Symbolism and substance has been part of Prime Minister Modi's agenda in America. It'll be so in Egypt as well. And then in Egypt, as he does in every country, he's going to engage the Indian community there as well.
All right, the story and much more up on our website too. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
This month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले टिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था, क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी दो बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं, और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहते हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today. People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके उनको इन्फॉर्म करके उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Hello, welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we on India Today are going to celebrate the life and times of superstar Thalapathy Vijay as he turns a year older. To begin with, let's first bring you how the makers of his next film, Leo, shared the first look from his much-anticipated actioner in order to wish him.
Thalapathy, baribare.
Thalapathy Vijay, an actor par excellence, every single time he's on the screens, he creates nothing but only magic. And when this mass hero turns a year older, fans turn on the celebration mode. Wishes poured in for Thalapathy from across the nation. That's not all. To mark the special occasion, the makers of his most anticipated film Leo too shared this first look poster in which he can be seen bashing someone with a sledgehammer. Ever since the film was announced, it has grabbed eyeballs for all the right reasons.
Bloody sweet.
The makers, however, have been smartly teasing this Tamil language action film with one element after the other. Headlined by Lokesh Kanagaraj, the Tamil actioner is currently in shooting phase and comprises of an ensemble cast including Trisha and Sanjay Dutt. As per reports, Sanjay Dutt, who is making his big Tamil debut with this film, will not only be playing the role of an antagonist, but his character has also been penned as Thalapathi's father in the film. Leo is special in ways more than one, as it also marks the second collaboration between the filmmaker and Vijay after Master. Moreover, Leo also marks the return of the hit pair of Trisha and Vijay after a really long time.
ஏன் இந்த அடிக்கு பெட்ல படுத்துட்டு இருப்பேன் நினைச்சியா?
அதான் பார்த்தனே. சார் பயங்கர ரொமான்டிக் மூட்ல இருந்தீங்க.
So as the poster has left everyone intrigued, one cannot wait to witness Thalapathi take down the bad guys in Leo. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Bloody sweet.
Not just Leo, Vijay is also making headlines for his next venture, tentatively titled Thalapathy 68. The actor, who was last seen in Varisu, shared details of his next film on social media. Here's more on that. Thalapathy Vijay is undoubtedly one of the busiest actors of current times. The superstar is smoothly juggling between one big project to another, and now Vijay took to social media to announce his next venture, tentatively titled as Thalapathy 68, which will be directed by Venkat Prabhu. The film will reportedly be made on a grand scale and is slated for 2024 release. Backed by AGS Entertainment, Thalapathy 68 will also mark the second collaboration with the production house and the actor after their blockbuster outing Bigil.
Bigil, he's the pride of a nation.
பெருசு ஒத்தையா சிக்கின்னு இருக்கு. செஞ்சிடலாமா? செஞ்சிட்டா போச்சு.
Meanwhile, Thalapathy Vijay also has Leo, which is one of the most anticipated films of 2023. With back-to-back films in the pipeline, Thalapathy Vijay has kept his fans on tenterhooks as they eagerly await to witness him on the big screens after he delivered a blockbuster with Varisu much recently.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம், ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பாப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Thalapathy Vijay has been ruling the showbiz as a mass entertainer from his first role as a child artist in 1984 till present. He's one of the most loved superstars. Let's take a look at his star power.
Mass entertainer, Vijay has had a dream run on the professional front. Superstar Vijay began his journey in films as a child artist back in 1984. And his first movie as a hero was Nallai Tiruppu in 1992, when he was 18-year-old. However, it was Poowe Unakaga in 1996 that got him recognition. It was a blockbuster movie starring legendary actors like M.N. Nambiar and Nagesh. The 1997 movie Kadalukku Maryadai was not only Vijay's career best but also regarded as one of the classic hits of Kollywood. Interestingly, the female lead in the film was Shalini, Tala Ajit's wife. The movie was a remake of Aniyati Praavu, a Malayalam super hit. Vijay received Tamil Nadu State Award for Best Actor. In 2001, Siddiq directed Friends was released. Surya was paired up with Vijay and it was the first blockbuster for Surya. The movie ran for more than 175 days in theatres and was one of the top grossers for the year. Post a few career flops, Vijay bounced back as an action hero with Tirumalai. Which went on to be a blockbuster in 2003. And then came Gilli, also an action thriller directed by Dharani in 2004. Vijay played the role of a kabaddi player, and this was Vijay's first movie to collect 40 crores at the box office. Pokri released on Pongal 2007. It was a remake of Telugu film Pokri, but the Tamil version was directed by Prabhudeva. Asin was the actress in this action movie. The movie ran for more than 200 days in theatres. Later, this Vijay film was remade in Hindi as Wanted in 2009, which resurrected Salman Khan's career as an action star.
एक बार जो मैंने कमिटमेंट कर दी, उसके बाद तो मैं खुद की भी नहीं सुनता।
The first movie of Vijay which entered the 100 crore club was Tupaki in 2012, directed by A.R. Murugadoss.
Captain Arka, adikena karanam.
It was an action thriller in which Vijay played the role of an intelligence officer in the Indian Army.
I'm waiting.
This film too was remade in Hindi in 2014, with Akshay Kumar in the lead, titled Holiday, A Soldier is Never Off Duty.
मैं आ रहा हूं तेरे पास जहां मिला खत्म कर दूंगा. I'm waiting.
Katti was another A.R. Murugadoss movie in which Vijay acted in 2014. The film faced many controversies before its release, but earned more than 100 crores.
அரிசி பருப்பு காய்கறி கொத்தமல்லி கருவேப்பிலை வரைக்கும் கிராமத்துல இருந்து வரணும். ஆனா ஒரு கிராமத்தை செத்தானா?
Vijay played a double role and Samantha played the female lead. Like Tupaki, this Murugadoss film is slated to have a Hindi remake with reports of Akshay Kumar headlining it. His 2017 film Marsal was a blockbuster. Despite the controversy it caused, the film became a huge hit. In the movie, Vijay as the magician addresses the media and highlights the need for better healthcare facilities in Tamil Nadu. The film did not go down well with the government. Like Marsal, his film Sarkar too had its share of controversies. But it did not dampen the ticket collections.
Election day.
The film had a blockbuster opening across Tamil Nadu, and despite mixed reviews, the fans have given a thumbs up to the political flick.
I'm a corporate criminal.
Sarkar reportedly made 225.3 crore at the worldwide box office in just 14 days. And this, even when the full HD copy of Sarkar, which was leaked just hours after its release, and people were given free access to download the copy illegally. Sarkar made headlines when the producers reportedly agreed to remove or mute controversial portions critical of Tamil Nadu's AIADMK government after two ministers levelled sedition charges against them. Vijay was then seen in a sports drama Bigil in 2019, and the film turned out to be a blockbuster. Written and directed by Atlee, the film followed the story of Michael, played by Vijay, a former footballer who decides to coach a women's football team. Two years after Bigil, Talapati Vijay returned with Master in 2021. The superstar played the role of a college professor, John Dureraj, in this Lokesh Kanagaraj directorial. The film also starred Vijay Sethupathi, apart from Malvika Mohanan, and marked the maiden collaboration of Vijay and the filmmaker. Despite the coronavirus pandemic, Master opened to a fantastic start at the box office. However, the film's collection dipped after the opening day. Master was not only subjected to some negative reviews, but social media was also flooded with memes criticizing the action film. In fact, hashtags like Master Disaster, Flop, and Master Verdict Disaster also trended. But after receiving much flack from audience, the actor came back with a bang with Beast. Despite being panned by the critics, the film turned out to be a massive success and minted over 230 crores worldwide. Directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar, the action flick also featured Pooja Hegde and Selvaraghavan.
இதுக்கப்புறம் இன்னும் பயங்கரமா இருக்கும்.
Beast narrated the story of an ex-RAW agent who goes on a crusade to rescue people held hostage in a shopping mall by terrorists.
Because I'm not a politician. I'm a soldier.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to India Today.
The best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Talapati Vijay is one of the biggest superstars. He has a massive fan following across the globe, yet is humble to the core. The actor who started off his cinematic journey as a child has been in the movies for almost 4 decades now. So let's take a look at his net worth and what makes him the superstar that he is today. Joseph Vijay Chandrasekhar, aka Talapati Vijay. One of the biggest superstars of Indian cinema, perhaps the most bankable too. And his fan following is unmatchable, just as his king-size life on and off screen. With no inherent show-off personality like one of those rare low-key celebrities, he surely and easily make it to the list of most grounded actors, but his name is also among those big shots who takes home a huge paycheck with every film, making his net worth something which often sweeps his fan base off their feet. That's right, while his acting prowess is enough to make his fans go berserk, what's also often talked about is his stature as the wealthiest actor in Indian cinema. According to reports, Talapati Vijay has a whopping net worth of $56 million, which is around 445 crore rupees, and earns an annual income between 120 to 150 crore rupees. Not many know that he reportedly charged around 100 crore rupees for Nelson Dilip Kumar directorial Beast.
One of the best and the most notorious spies we have ever had.
Thereafter, he maintained his 100 crore club and took home a hefty pay of rupees 150 crore rupees in his next Very Soon, which was released in January 2023.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம் ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா ஆட்ட நாயகன்
Clashing at the box office with Ajit Kumar's Thunivu. Not just films, in fact, owing to his popularity, Thalapathy Vijay also makes smart choices when it comes to his collaborations with brands. According to reports, the actor earns an estimate of rupees 10 crores per year for his several brand endorsements. What's more, Thalapathy Vijay even is an owner of several expensive assets. He lives with his wife Sangeeta Sonalingam and 2 children, Jason Sanjay and Divya Shasha, at a lavish seaside bungalow located at Kasuarina Drive Street in Chennai's Nilakarai neighborhood. This luxury abode is apparently inspired by Hollywood actor Tom Cruise's beach house, which he saw during his visit to the US. That's not all, he also owns multiple luxury wheels, including a Rolls-Royce Ghost, which he got imported from England. Believe it or not, Thalapathy Vijay certainly has carved a lifestyle for himself and his family that one can only imagine, perhaps is also too good to be true. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Well, that's all we pack in our special broadcast. Keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, the Pari Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Let's raise the big questions tonight. Can the opposition really challenge the BJP in 2024, even if it comes together? Will the opposition be able to rise above their differences? Is this only about defeating Mr. Modi at all costs, or is there a common shared ideology that these parties have? These are some of the questions we will raise tonight. I'm joined by special guests. Joining me now, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha of the Shiv Sena, its Deputy Leader. By Priyanka Kakkar, Spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party. Rohan Gupta, National Spokesperson, Congress. Saket Gokhale, National Spokesperson, Trinamool Congress. Fawad Halim, Leader of the CPIM. And Satya Prakash Mishra, National Convener, Mission 2024, Nitish Vichar Manch from the JDU. I appreciate all my guests joining us. Let's turn to you, Priyanka Kakkar, first, because the Aam Aadmi Party is creating all the buzz at the moment. It appears that Arvind Kejriwal, not happy with the Congress, claiming the Congress was not playing the role of a team player, boycotting a joint press briefing. Now, does Arvind Kejriwal want to be part of a Congress alliance, or an alliance in which the Congress is a part, or not? Is he simply looking for an excuse not to be part of this alliance?
Rajdeep ji, good evening to everyone. Rajdeep ji, it is a very clear case that there is a black ordinance which trampled upon the constitution, which overruled the Supreme Court's constitutional bench judgment, which snatched the rights of the people of Delhi, which we got after a very prolonged battle. If the fight is about saving the constitution, which is, so this is a clear case where Congress should by now should have supported us. You know, even today there were 15 opposition parties which met. Out of them, 12 of them have a standing in the Rajya Sabha. Out of them, 11 have already given us supported us openly. So it's a little questionable why the Congress has.
But why did Mr. Kejriwal attended the meeting, attended the lunch, and then chooses to skip the press conference at the last moment?
That is not the question, Rajdeep ji. Rajdeep ji, even during the press conference, the question on ordinance came up, and Congress should be questioned. Which side are they standing on? Are they standing with the government which tramples upon the constitution, which snatches the rights of the people of Delhi? And you know, you can't get a clearer case here. It's not a small thing. A Supreme Court judge bench, a Supreme Court judgment of a constitutional bench which laid down the principles of constitution. A constitutional bench will lay down the principles of constitution. You can amend an act by an ordinance. You cannot amend a constitution by the ordinance. So here is a clear case, and the silence of the Congress is questionable, and they seem to be siding with the BJP in this case.
Okay. You know, I also have the BJP Shehzad Poonawala. It almost seems, Shehzad, it's going to be you versus all, but that will happen in a moment. I just want to bring in Rohan Gupta on this. Rohan Gupta, the Congress, many believe, is the elephant in the room for any alliance. After your victory in Karnataka, the belief is the Congress thinks it has the momentum that any alliance will be only on the terms of the Congress. Rahul Gandhi was there at this joint meeting, so was Mallikarjun Kharge. We're now told that there will be another meeting in Congress-ruled Himachal. Is the Congress committed to being part of an alliance that it could include parties like the Aam Aadmi Party, the Trinamool Congress? Is there a firm commitment of the Congress to this alliance? Will you stand by the AAP when it's in trouble? Or do you really not trust Arvind Kejriwal?
Can you hear me, Rajdeep?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so Rajdeep, basically when you enter into alliance, it's a larger alliance and it is for the macro issues. You cannot stop alliance or hinder alliance just because of the bilateral issues. On certain issues you cannot agree also. Whenever different parties come together, there is something called common minimum program. So if there are issues, obviously Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party, they are opposite parties in Delhi, in Gujarat, in many other states. So there can be difference of opinion on certain issues. But you cannot stall the overall movement because of certain party-to-party issues. Congress is always ready for macro issues, and Congress, as it is our responsibility as a bigger party, to take all the parties together, and we'll always do that. But at the end of the day, Rajdeep, there will be certain issues.
Do you trust Arvind Kejriwal? Mr. Rohan Gupta, do you trust Arvind Kejriwal, who 6 months ago, when he contested against you in Gujarat, you said he's the B team of the BJP? Do you trust Arvind Kejriwal or not?
Absolutely. See, this is what I'm saying, Rajdeep. If you go by that logic, by fighting Gujarat elections, they have helped BJP. They have always, they passed the ordinances also. So there are many issues where we don't agree with Aam Aadmi Party. But when it comes to the larger issue of opposition unity, obviously it is not that Congress Party is adamant. But you cannot use bilateral issues or party-to-party issues to stall the grand alliance. When Rahul Gandhi ji was questioned by ED for so many hours, we never expected Aam Aadmi Party to join us. When his membership of parliament was cancelled, we never expected Aam Aadmi Party to join the agitation halls. So we understand we have to fight our own fight at the same time. We have to come together for the larger issues. I don't see a maturity in any party taking a single issue to take away from the overall opposition unity. So I think it's upon Aam Aadmi Party to understand that there will be issues where we won't agree on each other's viewpoint, but that doesn't mean that we cannot come together on common minimum program.
Okay, so you're saying you can agree to disagree, but you must come together on a common minimum program. What is that common minimum program, Priyanka Chaturvedi? Because it was very interesting. Your leader, Uddhav Thackeray, was seated at that press conference which I was at next to Mehbooba Mufti. This is the same Mehbooba Mufti. When the Shiv Sena was in alliance with the BJP, you would describe her as someone not to be trusted, almost as an anti-national. Suddenly the PDP is sitting next to Uddhav Thackeray. Is this the politics of convenience? The BJP says all of you have come together only with a single purpose, to save yourself from the enforcement directorate and to defeat Mr. Modi at all costs.
So, firstly, our agenda is very clear that enough of Man Ki Baat, now it is time for Jan Ki Baat. Unfortunately, the people of this country aren't being heard, whether it's with regards to price rise, whether it's about the growing joblessness, women's safety. You're seeing the women wrestlers protesting still haven't got justice. And these are women wrestlers who brought, accolades for the nation. Then you talk about the farmers, you talk on various issues. So our agenda is very clear. Shiv Sena has been very clear that for the sake of India's democracy, for its constitutional values, because we have been suffering, Maharashtra has faced the consequences of how constitutional norms were bypassed and how elected government with an alliance was pulled down, where the Supreme Court itself has called the entire flow test illegal, immoral and unconstitutional. So we will take all steps possible to ensure that we fight for India's democracy and constitution and do the Jan Ki Baat. And if for that we are sitting next to Mehbooba Mufti just because we are in an larger alliance, the micro issues versus macro issues, I think the larger picture, how does it become an issue of compromise? How is it an issue of compromise when our common minimum idea is that we are fighting for the people of this country? You tell me in the government how many of these ministers or BJP spokespersons or BJP senior leaders have spoken up, have spoken up.
Ma'am, you saw Mehbooba Mufti as a persona non grata almost till the other day. Now she's your ally.
With her. I am sorry, Mr. Sardesai. Mr. Sardesai, we will continue to have our difference with Mehbooba Mufti. Right? We also have our differences with Congress party on various issues. I don't think you're understanding the larger picture. The larger picture being that the people of this country deserve a better government. They deserve a government which is not only talking about their own Man Ki Baat, is speaking for the people of this country, the Jan Ki Baat. The various issues that are impacting my nation is something that everyone should worry about. And let me tell you, this is not a gathering of opposition. This is a gathering of those people who love their nation, who love its unity and diversity, who love the idea of the democratic principles and constitutional norms that were set by Baba Sahib Ambedkar and the Constituent Assembly, and we very well fight for it. We are the ones fighting for upholding these very norms. So I don't know how do you find it as a politics of compromise. I look at it as a fight to safeguard our constitutional morality and democratic principles.
It's interesting the way you're putting it, because Shehzad Poonawalla, this has been a running theme. The opposition today, almost all their speakers said, we are fighting to save the constitution of the country. The BJP is betraying constitutional values. Whether it is in Manipur, whether it's in wrestlers' protest, whether it's allegedly misuse of central agencies, the BJP is turning India, according to the opposition, into an elected autocracy, a one-man show, where the opposition dissenting voices are not listened to. How do you respond? Is the BJP at all worried? The fact that now growing opposition parties are actually coming together on one table.
Rajdeep, in fact, I want to use your platform and say I congratulate the Congress and all of these parties who are against me on this show as well, that today they have admitted that despite the fact that they say that the issues are prime, they themselves, by themselves, can't contest against the BJP and Prime Minister Modi. So they all need to come together with those elements whom they never saw eye to eye. For instance, the TMC has accused the left of the most brutal suppression for 34 years in Bengal. But today the TMC is hand in glove with the left. As you are speaking about the intimidation by agencies, let me just update you, Rajdeep, it's a breaking news for your channel also, that the Kerala Congress chief, Mr. Sudhakaran, has been arrested not by ED, not by CBI, by Kerala Crime Branch. And the Congress has just now tweeted intimidation and autocracy. Imagine, Bengal mein dosti, Bengal mein dosti and Kerala mein kushti. This is the way. And this is the same Congress, by the way, Rohan Gupta is representing, which says Manish Sisodia pe karwai bilkul sahi hai, par Sonia Gandhi par karwai sahi nahi hai. Now, Madam MP Priyanka Chaturvedi ji is there. She said that we are raising the people's issues. We can ignore one or two issues. But Bala Saheb Thackeray, who I know because he comes from our